Chapter 1 The Ninja World Inventory System arrives. Brain storage. Konoha's 61st sign in place. Suddenly two figures appeared. Boruto looked at Sasuke and asked, "Mr. Sasuke, what's going on? There are fewer cage rocks. Not only are there no father's ones, but there are also no ones for Uncle Kakashi and Grandma Tsunade." Sasuke frowned and said, "When we entered that weird space, that guy said he was going to collect the chakra from the demon fox. So we've arrived at Konoha in the past." Boruto lost his voice and said, "The past? Real or fake?" "Plow, that's right. It's the era when Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, is in charge of the village." Sasuke looked at Plow and asked, "What about Urashiki?" Plow explained, "Due to an operational error, Urashiki-sama will arrive in a few days. And as people who came from the future, you cannot reveal to others what happened to you from the future. Secondly, you cannot interfere with people who have a close relationship with you, otherwise it will have a huge impact on the future." Boruto grinned and said, "I'm getting more and more excited to be able to come to Konoha before I was born. But, Mr. Sasuke, your dressing sense is really..." Boruto looked at Sasuke and complained. Sasuke said expressionlessly, "There is no way. You were not born in this era. You can't be seen wearing a forehead protector, and our mission now is to find Naruto as soon as possible." Boruto turned to look at Sasuke and asked, "Then do you know where Dad went?" Sasuke pondered, "In this era, he is either at Ichiraku Ramen or at his own home." Boruto looked at a figure in front of him and exclaimed, "Hey? That person can't be Aunt Sakura, right? Let's go over and ask her where Dad is." Sasuke covered Boruto's mouth and said, "Wait a moment. Didn't Plow say we should proceed with caution?" Sasuke was a little panicked and said, "And there are too many acquaintances in the village, so you have to think twice before making any move." Boruto looked at Sasuke and said doubtfully, "But, Mr. Sasuke, since we want to protect our father when we were young, we have to meet him, right?" Sasuke whispered, "Although it's a bit troublesome. But after I found Naruto, I decided to follow him." Boruto turned around and said with a sad face, "Really boring." Boom! Boruto and Naruto collided. Boruto said in pain, "It hurts." "Hey! Are you walking without looking at the road?" Naruto yelled at Boruto. "Idiot! I should ask you this, right? What are you doing on the road?" Sasuke looked at Naruto who appeared and said helplessly, "It's over." Boruto looked at Naruto in surprise and said, "Dad?" Naruto looked at Boruto in surprise and said, "Dad? Who do you call daddy?" Suddenly a roar came from afar. "Naruto, you can't worry about anything else, the pursuers are coming." Boruto looked at Jiraiya running over and whispered, "What? This man I've seen in photos, he's Dad's master." Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said in panic, "Oops. It's all because of the lustful immortal that it turned out like this." Sasuke looked at Naruto and asked, "Is someone chasing you?" Boruto patted his chest and said, "Leave it to us." Jiraiya looked at Boruto and said in surprise, "Really?" He handed the binoculars to Boruto and said while running with Naruto, "Then it's up to you." The bathhouse owner roared, "Don't even think about running away." Peeping. Boruto lost his voice and said, "Peeping." Sasuke held his face and said helplessly, "Baga." Jiraiya said excitedly, "Let's go to the next place to peep." "No. Let's go to the collection location." Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said with disdain, "That's nice to say, but I don't want to be lectured by Grandma Tsunade again." Behind the two of them, Tsunade held her chest and sneered, "What are you two bastards doing?" Under the horrified expressions of the two, Tsunade had a very friendly exchange with them. Jiraiya and Naruto said tremblingly, "Sorry. Tsunade-sama. We were wrong." Please forgive us. 2. The matter with those 2 idiots is over first, and you will be next. Tsunade looked at Boruto and Sasuke and said coldly. Boruto panicked. We are not peeping. Tsunade interrupted. Those 2 idiots have confessed, I know it. My name is Tsunade. I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha. You guys look a little unfamiliar, what are you doing in the village? Ding! The ninja world is coming. After 5 minutes, forcefully pull out the intelligent life of all the ninja world. Just when Sasuke was thinking of some reason to fool Tsunade. Sudden! A huge screen appeared in the sky. Tsunade frowned and said, what's going on? Jiraiya, do you know? Jiraiya looked at the screen in the sky, shook his head and said. Do not know. But it shouldn't be an illusion. Boruto asked Sasuke in a low voice. Mr. Sasuke. Do you know what's going on? Is it Urashiki's fault? Sasuke looked at the screen in the sky and frowned. It shouldn't be him. Lee said that Urashiki won't be here for a few days. Let's just wait and see what happens. Our mission is to protect Naruto. Tsunade paused for a moment and said. Jiraiya. Naruto. These 2 outsiders will be handed over to you first. I'm going to the Hokage's office first. Naruto was stunned and said. Leave it to us? What do you mean? Jiraiya pondered. Understood. They'll leave it to us, so be careful. Villagers, don't panic. Everyone go home immediately. All ANBU members move out immediately. All senior members of the family, please come to the Hokage's office immediately. The village is on emergency alert from now on. Tsunade's steady and powerful voice echoed in every corner of Konoha. At the same time, similar situations also occurred in Sand Hidden Village, Cloud Hidden Village, Kirigakure Village, Iwagakure Village, and other places, and they all took quick action. Konoha Hokage Office. Shikaku. Report the progress of the investigation, Tsunade asked Nara Shikaku. Ryuju paused and said. Tsunade-sama. What we know so far is that the screen that suddenly appeared showed no signs of life. There are no chakra fluctuations around. And when we want to get close to it, it will keep moving away from us. We tried that too. No ninjutsu has any effect on it. Is that so? Tsunade frowned, looked at the huge black screen in the sky outside the window and said. Then, we can only wait and see what happens. Chapter 2 Taking stock of the top 20 combat powers in the ninja world. Ding! The Ninja World inventory system has officially arrived in the ninja world. This system knows your past and future. This system will count the 20 most powerful people in the ninja world. And rewards will be given to those who make the list. This system will also ask various questions. Those who answer correctly will get unexpected rewards. Anyone who answers incorrectly will be punished. Now pull the consciousness of all intelligent beings in the ninja world into the sky. Everyone can speak in it, and the number of speeches is related to your own strength and chakra. Ding! Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Hatake Kakashi, Gai, Hyuga Hinata, Jiraiya, Senju Tsunade, enter the sky. Ding! The 4th Raikage. The 3rd Tsuchikage. Orochimaru. Gaara. Temari. Kiribi. Terumi Mei. Kabuto Yakushi. Enter the Tenmaku. Ding! Uzumaki Nagato, Konan, Uchiha Obito, Deidara, Scorpion, Kisame Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Kakuzu, Zetsu, enter the sky. Ding! Pure Land detected. Pull the Pure Land soul. Ding! Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku, the 4th Kazekage, the 2nd Tsuchikage, the 3rd Raikage, Hyuga Hisashi, Mat Dai, Hatake Sakumo, Uchiha Izuna. No Hara Rin, Shiro, Mamakai Zabuza enters the sky. Ding! It has been detected that the god of death has a soul in his body. Forcibly pull Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen into the sky. And 2 hands. Outsiders Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto detected. Everyone who can talk, come in. Uchiha Madara, interesting. Senju Hashirama, Madara? Is that you? Old friend, I miss you so much, my dearest companion. Senju Tobirama, big brother. Shut up. Pay attention to the image. Uchiha Izuna, ha. White fur fox. Senju Tobirama, ha. The general is defeated. Young Uchiha Sasuke, Itaki. I will definitely kill you. Uchiha Itaki, stupid Udu. Why do you kill me? Uchiha Itaki, with your single Megatama Sharingan? Young Uchiha Sasuke, brother, are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto, hey? Why are there 2 Sasukes? How is this going? Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. How are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto, I'm having a good time. Thank you, Aunt. Uzumaki Naruto, Auntie, do you know me? Uzumaki Kushina, ah, Auntie. You call me Aunt? Don't you know who I am? Uzumaki Naruto, Auntie, do you know me? Can you tell me, who are my parents? Uzumaki Kushina, what? Didn't the 3rd Hokage tell you? Uzumaki Kushina, I am your mother. Your father is, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Shuito. Uzumaki Naruto, Dad, Mom? Uzumaki Naruto, my father is, the 4th Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto, but why do people in the village call me Demon Fox? Don't even like me? Exclude me? Isolate me? 3. Uzumaki Kushina, the 3rd generation old man. I need an explanation. Uzumaki Kushina, why? As the son of a hero, would Naruto be treated like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, at that time, the Nine Tails rebellion had just ended, the village's backbone was insufficient, and you sacrificed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the son of the 4th Hokage, Naruto may suffer countless assassinations if his identity is exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as for how the 9 tails on him was exposed, I don't know what happened. Naruto turned to look at Jiraiya and asked, Sexy Sento. Are they really my parents? Jiraiya looked at Naruto and sighed, yes. The 4th Hokage is indeed your father. And I am also his teacher. Kakashi is also his disciple. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said angrily. So you all know. Why did not you tell me? Jiraiya paused and said. As the 3rd Hokage said, it's to protect you. Minato made too many enemies during his lifetime. If other ninja villages knew of your existence, they would definitely try their best to kill you. Is that so? Naruto wiped his tears and watched Jiraiya twitching. Yes. On the sky screen, Kushina saw that Naruto was silent and had already started to continuously refresh the screen. Uzumaki Naruto, Dad. Mother. I'm doing very well. Uzumaki Naruto, I am a ninja now. Uzumaki Naruto, the 3rd generation grandfather is also very kind to me. Do you often treat me to food? My favorite Ichiraku ramen. Uzumaki Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei, Erotic Sage, and Irika-sensei are all very nice to me. Uzumaki Naruto, and I have made many friends, and they also like me very much. Uzumaki Kushina, really? Naruto, Mom is relieved to see you doing so well. Minato Namikaze, thank you Sandaime-sama for taking care of Naruto, as well as Mr. Jiraiya and Mr. Irika, and Kakashi, you have grown up too. Boruto looked at Naruto in front of him and asked in astonishment, is this how Dad came here when he was a child? Sasuke looked at Naruto and Jiraiya in front of him, then looked at the screen in the sky and said to Boruto. Maybe you will understand what he is going to go through soon. Ding! Now let's start counting the most powerful person in the ninja world. Rock Lee, our third Hokage, is the strongest Hokage ever. Must be number 1. The fourth Raikage. The third Tsuchikage. It turns out Hiruzen Sarutobi is also a person who seeks fame and reputation. Orochimaru, Sarutobi-sensei, Sashi is ignoring you. Uchiha Madara, the strongest Hokage? What the hell is he? Is he worthy? The strongest Hokage is definitely Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, Madara's approval. Senju Tobirama, monkey, explain. What is the strongest Hokage in Konoha? Shimura Danzo, teacher, Hiruzen is so confused. Under his leadership, Konoha's strength declined sharply, and now Konoha has become a dead tree. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, when you died in the battle, Konoha's high-end combat power was insufficient, and then the second and third ninja war broke out. I had to do this in order to calm people's hearts. Senju Tobirama, then. Who is the current Hokage? Tsunade Senju, second grandpa, it's me. Senju Hashirama, hey? Little Tsunade? Is Konoha okay? Tsunade Senju, grandpa, what do you mean underscore? He is a declining ninja hero, proficient in the 5 elements, and a ninja professor who has done everything in his life for Konoha. My good friend Danzo, who worries about his position as Hokage every day, accepts all weird disciples, but in the end he is killed by his disciple Orochimaru. The life of the third Hokage has received mixed reviews. The most powerful ninja warrior, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 3 Orochimaru invades Konoha. Ding! Play video now. Please watch carefully. After the video ends, this system will ask questions. Chunin exam site. On the high platform, the fourth Kazekage suddenly took out a kunai and placed it at Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat. The 4 sound ninjas below quickly jumped to all directions on the high platform. The 4 sound ninjas quickly formed seals with their hands. Ninja technique 4 purple flame formation. While trapping the Sandaime Hokage inside, he also protected himself. I didn't expect that the Sand Village would betray Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. The so-called treaty is just a cover-up to make the opponent careless. The boring game is over and history will change from now on. 4th generation Kazekage said indifferently. Do you want to start a war? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. We should avoid using force and seek to resolve the issue through peaceful negotiations. It's not too late to stop now. Kazekage Dano. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded with a frown. Orochimaru sneered, as I get older, I get carried away by peace. Sarutobi sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Orochimaru. Asshole. The third Tsuchikage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have gained a good apprentice. Ha 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 ha. The 4th Raikage, being killed by your own disciple, you finally understand. Senju Tobirama, I wanted to ask you last time, where are you Danzo at this time? Shimura Danzo, teacher. I am leading the routes to evacuate the villagers. Naruto's home. I'm going to go out for a while. Sasuke saw Shimura Danzo's name on the sky screen and turned to Boruto. What? Where are you going, Mr. Sasuke? Boruto looked at Sasuke and wondered. Go do some private business. Aerial video continues. I knew this day would come. But it's not that easy to take off my head. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. I should tell you that it's best to decide on the 5th Hokage as early as possible. Orochimaru smirked sinisterly. Because the 3rd generation. That's you. You're going to die here today. Orochimaru licked the kunai in his hand, and tears flowed from his eyes. Are you so happy that you almost cry? Or would you still feel a little sad if you kill me as a teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. No. Orochimaru stabbed the back of his hand with a kunai. He yawned and said. I've been very sleepy since just now, and now I finally wake up. With that said, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen distanced themselves. I know you are not a person who would act out of hatred. You have neither purpose nor motive, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. 4. Yes. If I have to say, it would be interesting to see something moving, but it would be boring to be motionless. A windmill that doesn't rotate may look good sometimes, but it's basically worthless. Now I want to use to destroy the wind in Konoha and make the windmill start turning. You still haven't changed. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in disappointment. Orochimaru sneered. I can fight you again. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. I will bring you back one day. Orochimaru, you are still so naive. Jiraiya. Senju Tobirama, humph. The guy who abused my ninjutsu. Shimura Danzo, teacher. If only I had been chosen to be Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo. Shut up. I am the Hokage. Shimura Danzo, you will regret it. Shimura Danzo, that's not right. You are already dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Video continues. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead in attacking, Ninpo, Wa Shuriken. Orochimaru dodged and jumped into the air, dodging while quickly using Snake Seducer. The snake bites Hiruzen Sarutobi's neck. But the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body turned into a pile of mud. Earth clone. Moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged to the left of Orochimaru. Quickly form the seal Earth escape Earth flood river. Countless silt washed away Orochimaru. That's it. Teacher. Orochimaru began to form seals. It's not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals again. Earth release Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release Fire Dragon Bullet. With Orochimaru's surprised expression, the attack flew over and hit Orochimaru. Stop putting on useless performances. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. As expected of you, Sarutobi-sensei. The real battle is about to begin. Orochimaru said with a dark smile. Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi rushed towards each other at high speed at the same time. Ninja technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Countless shurikens were fired at Orochimaru. At the same time, Orochimaru also quickly formed seals. Psychic technique, reincarnation of the dirty earth. 2 coffins rose from the ground. That seal. It's not good. We can't let the third one come out. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals to suppress the third coffin board. It seems like the third one won't work, so let's forget it. Orochimaru said regretfully. So what are you going to do next? Sarutobi-sensei. Boruto Uzumaki watched the video and whispered to himself. The battle between Uncle Snake and Grandpa Sandame. But it seems that Uncle Snake won. Naruto turned to look at Boruto and said doubtfully. What did you say? Boruto panicked and said. Nothing. Watch the battle at the level of Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto, Grandpa 3rd generation, I miss you so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Grandpa misses you too, take good care of Konohamaru for me. The 3rd Tsuchikage, ha! Pretentious and disgusting. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Onoki. Don't you also have a good apprentice? Deidara, yo. Old man. You are not dead yet. The 3rd Tsuchikage, bastard. Traitor. Come back soon. Kuratsuki, brother Deidara. Come back and stop playing with your clay. Deidara, I won't go back, I want to pursue my art. Scorpion, eternal beauty is art. Anbue was shocked. That's the Shodame-sama. And Nidame-sama. The two people who walked out of the coffin were none other than the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowning and said, "Sashi is ignoring you." "Monkey." Senju Tobirama said calmly, "It's you." "Monkey. You're getting old too. I didn't expect to meet your two brothers in this way." Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a bitter smile. "That's it. It seems we have to fight you." Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said helplessly. "As for the elderly, that's the end of the day, right?" Orochimaru said with a dark smile. And inserted two kunai with commands into the back of their heads. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama had white smoke coming out of their bodies. The body has become more flexible, but the eyes are no longer agile. Reincarnation of dirty soil. The forbidden art of resurrecting the dead. It requires the blood of the caster, and as a container of the soul, a living sacrifice must be made. Chapter 4 Reincarnation of the Dirty Land. The fourth Reikage, Humph. You Konoha have always claimed to be for peace, but you have actually developed an evil ninjutsu that desecrates the souls of the dead. Simply unforgivable. Senju Tobirama, I studied this ninjutsu, do you have any opinions? The fourth Reikage, stop barking here if there is a dead person. Senju Tobirama, it seems that I have been dead for too long. All cats and dogs dare to mock me. Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru makes a deal with you. Orochimaru, oh? Will the Nidaime Hokage be complicit in killing masters like me? Senju Tobirama, I'm not complicit. It's a deal. Orochimaru, I'm looking forward to it. Please tell me, the second Hokage. Senju Tobirama, reincarnate my filthy land. I'll teach you the ninjutsu that corresponds to the reincarnation of the dirty land. Senju Tobirama, and don't you yearn for eternal life? I, who invented the filthy soil reincarnation, should be able to give you some suggestions. Orochimaru, hiss, make a deal. Senju Hashirama, that's enough. Tobirama. Uchiha Madara, although I hate Shirogane and Konoha, but not everyone can ride on Konoha's neck. Senju Tobirama, humph. Brother, you should have destroyed the four kingdoms with Madara Uchiha and Daibutsu Susanada from the beginning. The powerful fire adds to the tree world, and the world is full of wood leaves. There are not so many things. Uchiha Izuna, the white-furred fox licked my big brother, so good. 5. Uchiha Madara, Shiroma is right, Hashirama, you are too kind. Facts have proved that your idea is wrong. Senju Hashirama, am I really wrong? The third Reikage, Lord Hashirama, you are right. AI. Apologize quickly. Kilabi, stupid big brother. Bastard brother. Apologize quickly. Yo. The fourth Reikage, I'm sorry, the second Hokage. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me for my recklessness. Senju Tobirama, humph, clown. Uzumaki Naruto, the first Hokage, you're not wrong. I will definitely become Hokage. Change the pattern of this world. Uzumaki Naruto, integrity and frankness, doing what I say, this is my way of ninja. Uzumaki Nagato, innocent child. Uzumaki Kushina, are you from the Uzumaki clan? What are your parents' names? Jiraiya, Nagato, is that you? Where are Konan and Yahiko? Yahiko, Mr. Jiraiya, I am here, but I am dead. Zionin, I'm here too. Video continues. Sarutobi Hiruzen was dodging the shuriken attacks of the second-generation Hokage while communicating with the first-generation Hokage in Taijutsu. The second-generation Hokage took the opportunity to sneak attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction was not slow, he caught the Nidaime's flying kick and threw the Nidaime out. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Hiruzen Sarutobi formed a seal quickly, and the flames from his mouth instantly engulfed the two Hokages. Water escape water formation wall. The second generation Hokage quickly formed seals with his hands, and a huge wave of water spurted out from the second generation's mouth, blocking the third generation's attack. The impact of flames and water produced a large amount of water mist, blocking the sight of both parties. Kirigaku Murakami ninja armor, he used such a powerful water escape in a place where there is no water. Is he the Hokage or the Mizukage? Keikisaki Kisame, I really want to compete with such a powerful water release. Orochimaru, warm reminder. The second generation Hokage was reincarnated in the Dirty Land. His strength is not yet 1/10 of what he was during his lifetime. Video continues. The mist dissipates. Water escape water rush wave. Second generation quick printing. Earth escape earth flow wall. The Sandame also reacted quickly and jumped onto the earth flow wall. However, at this time, the Shadame Hokage came over on the water, quickly approached the Sandame, and kicked the Sandame away with a few military punches. The second generation was not idle at this time and took the opportunity to pull the third generation into the water. Fortunately, Sande quickly broke free and jumped onto the wall of earth flow. Secret technique of wood escape birth in the sea of trees. Moment. There are big trees growing on the high platform. Sande kept dodging in the big trees, but still got entangled in the branches. Ninja technique, psychic technique. Show yourself. Ape King, Ape Demon. Orochimaru said calmly. Something troublesome has appeared. The Monkey King looked at Orochimaru and said. Orochimaru. That's true. How pathetic. Sarutobi. It's all your fault that you couldn't bear to kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was out of breath and said. Let's take action next. The Ape King said helplessly, it's too late. Please, Monkey Demon, Vajra Ruyi stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. Orochimaru said in horror, stop it. The first and second generations were approaching quickly, but it was already too late. The Monkey Demon King has successfully transformed and helped Hiruzen Sarutobi break free from the shackles of the branches. Never mind. It's finally fun. As he spoke, Orochimaru covered his stomach, opened his mouth wide, and spit out a snake, and then spit out a Kusanagi sword from the snake's mouth. Next is the Taijutsu showdown between the Sandame and Orochimaru. Just when the two of them couldn't hold on any longer, who knew that the first and second generations didn't care about martial ethics. One person kicked over with 2 kicks. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also posted a detonating talisman on each of the two of them, and gave it to them in return. But he was kicked out by the second generation. Successful. Orochimaru said excitedly. And put down the Kusanagi sword in his hand, quickly approached the third generation with a combination of punches, and then General Yu flew and kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen away. Madness! He actually rushed over without using his shadow clone. Orochimaru made a one-shot and laughed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was motionless as Orochimaru was riding him, he didn't know what he was thinking. Sarutobi! What happened to you? Isn't this like your usual self? It's completely outrageous. What are you still hesitating about? It's time to end it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes shed tears. He looked at Orochimaru in front of him, his eyes became firm, and he roared. Orochimaru! You idiot! Then he grabbed Orochimaru's hands, and the monkey demon turned King Kong Ruyi Rod instantly stretched out his arms and grabbed Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru! You're done now. I'm going to break your neck, the Ape Demon King said coldly. But Orochimaru was not a vegetarian, and he instantly used the substitute technique to get out of the predicament. But what followed was a flying kick from General USA Sandame, kicking him away. The first generation and the second generation are about to take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly detonated the detonating talisman that had been attached to them. With the sound of two explosions, the first generation and the second generation immediately lost their ability to move. However, the debris generated by the explosion continued to restore the bodies of the two people. In less than a moment, the first generation and the second generation stood up again. In that case, we must find a way to solve the problem of souls bound by the reincarnation of dirty soil, otherwise it will be meaningless. In this case, we can only use the Yandame Hokage's ninjutsu. Chapter 5. The corpses are sealed away. Minato Namikaze, are all the zombies sealed? Sarutobi Hiruzen, yes, I should have used it 12 years ago. Shimura Denzo, but you didn't. Instead, the young Yandame Hokage was sacrificed. Hiruzen, you are so selfish. Shimura Denzo, it is because of your selfishness and cowardice that the tragedies of these years have happened. Namikaze Minato, no. Minato Namikaze, the third generation was right not to use the corpse seal. Minato Namikaze, at that time, the third generation was already old and had hidden injuries. Besides, the Kyuubi's chakra cannot be sealed so easily. Minato Namikaze, moreover, the situation was critical at that time. I had to use the Flying Thunder God to transfer the 9 tails out, and there was no time. Onoki, in the final analysis. Isn't Sarutobi Hiruzen weak? Onoki, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? 6. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama, hey? Kyuubi? It is indeed too dangerous. He must indeed be sealed. Lama Yangju, between Thousand Hands Pillar, I will test your code. Lama Yangju, Thousand Hand Pillars, I will test your code. Senju Tobirama, oh. Finally, a junior can learn my Flying Thunder God. The fourth Hokage? I'll give you some advice when I get a chance. Namikaze Minato, really? Thank you in advance, Nidame Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together and frowned. First generation Hokage-sama, second generation Hokage-sama, please forgive me, I am about to use that technique. Ha 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 ha. How pathetic. Even the former ninja professor can't resist aging. Orochimaru scoffed. As he spoke, he tore off the mask on his face, revealing the face of a woman. Deidara, damn it. Jiraiya, damn it. Onoki, damn it. Jiraiya, you, good. The third generation looked at Orochimaru in shock and said. Who the hell are you? Orochimaru sneered. Is it because it's too sudden and you can't understand it? Sarutobi Hiruzen said sadly. Did you do it? The reason why I had no choice and you became the fourth Hokage is because of your twisted thinking. Orochimaru showed off. This technique of immortality is to keep your soul alive forever. In other words, I must find a new body. The reincarnation technique that allows your soul to occupy that body. The reason why I dress up like before is to remind the teacher of the past. Aging is really emptiness. Seeing you gave me a profound understanding. Orochimaru sneered. I will get a younger, perfect body from Konoha. And you? Sarutobi-sensei. You will die here. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said. Is it Uchiha Sasuke? Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said. That's right. It's Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke. Come back quickly, he is greedy for your body. Harano Sakura, Sasuke-kun, come back, it's too dangerous. Uchiha Sasuke, you don't have to worry about it. In order to gain more power and kill that man, I have no other choice. Itaki Uchiha, learn from Orochimaru, and take revenge from me in the next life. Orochimaru, Itaki? Sasuke-kun's potential is higher than yours, let's wait and see. Video continues. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made up his mind. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. The three of them formed the seal all corpses and ghosts at the same time. Behind the Sandame Hokage, a huge soul emerged. Holding a Buddhist bead in his left hand and a short knife in his mouth, he was performing some kind of ritual. This is the Shinigami that only those who sign the contract can see. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Illusion, darkness. In an instant, endless darkness enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the darkness, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to resist the attacks of the first and second generation Hokage. Orochimaru. I want to show you ninjutsu like you've never seen before. Sealing technique. Sealing the ghosts. The shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen kept approaching the first and second generation Hokage in the darkness. After a lot of hard work, we finally caught the two of them. Moment. The hand of the god of death, through the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen, grabbed the souls of the two Hokages and pulled them out. I'm sorry. Monkey, I'm causing trouble for you. Qianshu Toijian said helplessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned, please forgive me. After sealing the first generation Hokage and the second generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen released the shadow clone. And the main body is holding the Vajra wishful rod and approaching Orochimaru. The Vajra Ruyi rod kept extending its arms and grabbed Orochimaru. When Orochimaru resisted the Monkey Demon King. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen found the opportunity from the other side and grabbed Orochimaru's clothes. The hand of the god of death once again grasped the soul of Orochimaru through the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru suddenly felt something bad and used his Kusanagi sword to shoot Sarutobi Hiruzen in the back. Although the ape demon king lying on the ground tried to grab hold of him, the Kusanagi sword still passed through the chest of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even try to dodge, he just grabbed Orochimaru and wouldn't let go. Orochimaru asked in surprise, why don't you hide away? The sealing of corpses is at the cost of the caster's life. I don't have to hide. You won't survive in the end anyway. Come with me into Death's Belly and continue fighting. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. Orochimaru said in horror. It was sealed back then. Is the Kyuubi's technique the same? What a joke. You old fool, you are crazy. I won't let you get your wish. And with constant control, the Kusanagi sword pierced the chest of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two of them kept pushing and pulling to see who couldn't hold on first. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was almost out of gas, and roared. I want to take away all the ninjutsu you are proud of. The god of death behind him instantly cut off the hands of Orochimaru's soul with his sword and pulled him back. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally fell to the ground. Orochimaru's hands seemed to be burnt and could no longer be used. And the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will never wake up again. The third Tsuchikage, he is worthy of being the strongest Hokage, the third Hokage. He actually sealed a pair of hands, ha ha ha. The fourth Raikage, that's it. He also has the nerve to say that he is the strongest Hokage. Senju Tobirama, monkey. You've done a great job. Senju Hashirama, monkey. Thanks a lot. Tsunade Senju, old man. Leave Konoha to me. Jiraiya, old man. I will protect Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, third generation grandfather. I will definitely become Hokage. Sarutobi Konohamaru, grandpa. I will definitely avenge you. Young Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi, I will definitely kill you. Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke. Stop looking for Weasel, the water here is very deep and you can't control it. Young Uchiha Sasuke, Mom. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Uchiha Itachi, Mom. Do not worry. Everything is under my control. 7. Naruto's house. Boruto looked at Naruto and asked. Sasuke is your companion, right? Naruto raised his head and looked at Boruto and whispered. Not bad. He defected. But I will bring him back one day. Even if it means breaking his legs. Breaking his arms. I'll bring him back too. Boruto whispered, I really broke an arm. Chapter 6 Danzo Shimura's Defection. Ding! The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The most controversial Hokage. Some people say that he is the most useless Hokage in Konoha's history. Some people say that he is the greatest leader. Some people say he is kind. Some people also say that he is dark. But there is no doubt that he is the strongest inheritor of the will of fire. If Sarutobi Hiruzen did not condone Danzo, there is no doubt that he is the greatest leader of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen is proficient in the 5 types of chakra attribute ninjutsu, and can skillfully use thousands of ninjutsu. Psychic techniques, and sealing techniques are also very powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen is particularly outstanding in Konoha's education. Where leaves are flying, fire will burn, sparks will shine on the village, and new leaves will sprout. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. These remarks gave Konoha new beliefs and culture, perfected the spirit of Konoha ninjas, and filled Konoha's cultural gaps. Only then did Konoha become powerful. The third HOKAGE, Humph. Well said. Isn't it just that Danzo is the one who makes a fool of himself? A popular singer? The fourth HOKAGE, that's right. Konoha White Fang's suicide. Orochimaru defected. The death of the fourth Hokage. The Uchiha genocide. It has nothing to do with you, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Madara? Genocide? Uchiha Tajima? Uchiha Izuna, white hair. What's the meaning? Senju Tobirama, monkey? Danzo. Please explain it carefully. Senju Hashirama, who did it? Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Izuna, so there are 2 more members of the Uchiha clan now? One of them is a genocide? Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. I need an explanation. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. Onoki, Lord Hashirama. You don't know, right? Of your Senju clan, the only one left, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Onoki, I have one more Uchiha than you. Oh. No, there's 1.5 more, and there's another Uchiha Kakashi. Senju Tobirama? 1000-armed Buddha room? Senju Hashirama? Hitaki Kakashi? Hitaki Sakumo? Senju Tobirama, monkey. Danzo. Do you have anything to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, when you died, the economic gap between countries widened. Countries use force to expand territory and launch wars on the pretext of increasing fair privileges. Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is also the Third Ninja War. Due to the continuous wars, too many people in the village have died, and the Senju clan has to rush to the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are not the only Senju clan. Our Sarutobi clan is also on the front line, and now there are only 2 people left. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as for the routes led by Danzo. I don't know this. Shimura Danzo, teacher. My routes are to protect the safety of Konoha villagers and are not suitable for the battlefield. Senju Tobirama, Shimura Danzo. You are fine. Very nice. I remember. Senju Tobirama, Tsunade. I give this order as the 2nd Hokage. From now on, Danzo Shimura will be relieved of all his duties in Konoha. The routes are temporarily under the control of Jiraiya. Tsunade Senju, got it. Jiraiya, Lord Nidame Hokage, I am investigating some things now. I am not suitable to be in charge of the route. I recommend Kakashi Hitaki. Hitaki Kakashi, hey? Senju Tobirama, okay. That's it. Shimura Danzo, teacher. I'm not convinced. This is not fair, you will regret it if you do this. Senju Tobirama, that's enough. I am the Hokage. Konoha root base. Danzo-sama, what should we do? A root ninja next to Danzo lowered his head and asked. Danzo frowned and said, notify me. Pack your things and leave Konoha immediately. The root ninja panicked, are we defecting? Danzo said coldly, humph. Execute the order. A stick of incense time. Dozens of figures were running towards the outside of Konoha village at top speed. What they didn't know was that a figure was following them not far behind. Inside the Konoha office. Tsunade-sama. Shimura Danzo is missing. A dozen root ninjas are also missing. An ANBU ninja kneeled on one knee and said. Tsunade frowned and said. Okay, I get it. Tsunade Senju, second grandpa. Old man. Shimura Danzo led the roots to defect. Senju Tobirama, don't worry about him for now. When this inventory is over, you can discuss it internally. Kakuzu, do you know the location of Shimura Danzo? Senju Tsunade, what do you mean? Kakuzu, his head is worth 50 million taels. Uchiha Itaki, does Kakuzu need to form a team, free? Kakuzu, it seems that Mr. Itaki is very interested in Danzo. Uzumaki Nagato, Deidara. You go too. Deidara, who are you? You dare to order me? Conan, he is the leader. Jiraiya, Nagato. The leader of Xiaonang Xiao's organization is Nagato. What's going on? Uzumaki Nagato, Mr. Jiraiya, no comment. Conan, Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko's death is inseparable from Shimura Danzo. Jiraiya, where are you? Uzumaki Nagato, Jiraiya-sensei. I will never forget Yahiko's dream, this time I will use my own way to achieve peace. Yahiko, Nagato. Protect Xionin. Uzumaki Nagato, I will. Unless I die. Ding. The video of the most powerful ninja has ended. Start answering questions now. Every character has problems. 3 people answered each question. You can get rewards if you answer correctly. You will be punished for wrong answers. Rewards include ninjutsu, blood successor limit, blood successor elimination, blood successor snare, chakra amount, resurrection and other rewards. The punishment will be kept secret. Uchiha Madara, resurrection. Namikaze Minato, resurrection. Onoki, resurrection. Hatake Kakashi, resurrection. 8. Everyone in the ninja world, resurrection. Chapter 7 Namikaze Minato is resurrected. Answer the question and you need to rush to answer it. If no one answers, one will be randomly selected until the answer is correct. The purpose of asking questions this time is to familiarize you with it. Following questions will be asked from time to time while the video is playing. First question, who is the 6th Hokage in the video? When taking inventory, the marquee will always play the life of the plot characters. The author just selects some classic clips, and the main body is still dialogue. Start answering. Ding! Congratulations to Tobirama Senju, the 4th Hokage, and Mei Terumi for successfully answering. A voice suddenly sounded in the consciousness of young Sasuke and Boruto. You are from the future, and you are not allowed to answer some questions. Don't reveal the answer to the people around you, otherwise you will be killed on the spot. As for whether you are active or passive, this system will make its own decision. Young Sasuke smiled bitterly and said, I originally thought that I could resurrect my parents. To ensure the life safety of the responder. When the respondent answers the question, the chat content and his or her own 5 senses will be blocked, and all intelligent life within a 10-meter radius around the respondent will be forcibly removed. The answer of the first responder can be seen by everyone in the ninja world. After the respondent answers the question, the restriction will be lifted. Senju Tobirama, based on what we know so far, there is only one person in Konoha who is qualified to be the Hokage. Senju Tobirama, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, me? The Nidame Sama may still not understand me, I will not be the 6th generation Hokage. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. What if something happened to Tsunade? Jiraiya, I will definitely die in front of her. Tsunade Senju, bastard. Jiraiya. What nonsense are you talking about? Kato-dan? Orochimaru, is this a confession? Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Uzumaki Mito, little Tsunade, you are not young anymore. I think Jiraiya is pretty good too. It's time to get married. Senju Hashirama, that's it. Tsunade Senju, just decide what you want, it's too hasty, let's talk about it later. The 4th Raikage, I think the watermelon skin guy in green tights is pretty good. He seems to be called Kai, right? That's him. Darui, D.O.O. My Raikage, please don't be so outrageous. If you answer incorrectly, you will be punished. Mabai, it's over. Kai, maybe. I can really be Hokage, this is youth. Kai, Kakashi. Let's have a youth showdown. Kakashi, da. Tien, Teacher Kai becomes Hokage, don't want. I don't want to wear leggings. Everyone in Konoha, +1 n. Terumi Mei, I choose Shimura Danzo. Tsunade Senju, Danzo Shimura has defected, how could he be the 6th Hokage? Orochimaru, without this Tenmaku, would Shimura Danzo still defect? Shimura Danzo, ha ha ha, the 6th Hokage must be me. Deidara, Danzo, where are you? I'll send you some souvenirs. Onoki, traitor. Come back soon. Deidara, stinky old man. I'm not going back, I want to pursue my art. Senju Tobirama, the 4th Raikage, Terumi Mei answered wrongly, and the punishment begins. Deprived of the Senju Tobirama ninjutsu, water escape. Water rush. Deprive the 4th Raikage of ninjutsu, Rega bomb. Deprived of the 5th Mizukage ninjutsu, water release. Water dragon bullet. Kyunju Tobijian, water escape, never mind. Terumi Mei, you are worthy of being a master of forbidden arts. The 4th Raikage, what bullshit Tenmaku, give me back my ninjutsu. Darui, Raikage-sama, calm down. The 4th Raikage AI is detected, insulting and humiliating this system. Deprive the 4th Raikage of all ninjutsu as punishment. Warning to everyone, do not offend the system's Tianwei. If it happens next time, it will be wiped out on the spot. The 4th Raikage, what? Mabai shouted anxiously at Darui, hurry up and cover Lord Raikage's mouth, tie his hands and feet, and knock him out. Hurry! 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 Onoki, reckless man! Orochimaru, I really want to cut open his brain, why not study the cerebellum? Continue answering. Congratulations to Namikaze Minato for successfully answering the question. Namikaze Minato, since it's not Jiraiya-sensei, what about Danzo Shimura? Namikaze Minato, then the only person in Konoha who is qualified to serve as Hokage is my disciple, Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, ah! The teacher expects too much from me. Senju Tobirama, not bad. This brat is top-notch in terms of combat literacy and ninjutsu usage, especially his combat IQ, which can be said to be Konoha's current combat ceiling. Uchiha Izuna, you don't think he has white hair, so he's bragging about it here, right? Senju Tobirama, clown. Tsunade Senju, ahem, let me introduce it to you. Tsunade Senju, Kakashi. Become a genin at the age of 5, a chunin at the age of 6, and a jounin at the age of 12. Tsunade Senju, and developed an A-level ninjutsu that is as powerful as S-level. At the age of 13, he became the ANBU captain. Tsunade Senju, one of the Hokage candidates I prepared. As for other information, I guess I won't tell you. Uzumaki Naruto, D.O.O. How old is this Jonin? Senju Hashirama, what a pity. The amount of chakra is too little. Uchiha Madara, do you think everyone is you? And I see that he also has a Sharingan. As a foreigner, the Sharingan will never close, but it will always consume his chakra. Senju Tobirama, the Sharingan may bring him a huge increase in combat power in the early stage, but in the later stage, this Sharingan will become a drag on him. Uchiha Madara, this can only be blamed on his lack of chakra. Nohara Rin, as expected of Kakashi. Uchiha Obito, Lin. Kai, my eternal rival. Kakashi. Let's have a youthful duel. Kakashi Hatake, Tabaa. Hatake Sakumo, son. It seems that you are growing up well. I can finally feel relieved. Hatake Kakashi, father. Ding. Congratulations to Namikaze Minato for the correct answer. Reward a incomplete resurrection card. In the Pure Land, a card suddenly appeared in Namikaze Minato's hand. Uchiha Madara, a mutilated resurrection card? What means? Incomplete resurrection card, removes all negative effects of oneself, but can only be used by oneself, cannot be transferred, and can only be resurrected to the same body shape as when one died. Kakashi Hatake, then, sensei, you are saying that you have been sleeping for more than 10 years. Uchiha Obito, the teacher died more than 10 years ago, but he is still a teenager when he returns. Senju Tobirama, more than 10 years? His body must have rotted long ago. Don't worry about this, it is produced by the system and is absolutely excellent. The resurrection card will directly help him reassemble a body, which will only be better than the one before him. And Namikaze Minato was the first one to get the reward. The system gave several additional hidden rewards, but he needed to find out for himself. Namikaze Minato, I have been resurrected. No problem, I'm outside Konoha village now, son, I'm here. In a forest. A figure stood on the top of the tree with his eyes closed. The next second, Bo Feng Shuman opened his eyes and whispered. Fairy mode. 9. Xingxi. Found it. Minato turned on sage mode and said excitedly after finding Naruto's chakra. Okay. Why is there still a chakra that has the same origin as Naruto? Minato asked in confusion. Konoha village, Naruto's home. Naruto and Boruto were laughing happily. I can finally see my dad. Boruto. You said I would see my dad later, what should I do? Would you like a hug first? Or, do I have to cry? Boruto looked at Naruto in front of him, and tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes unconsciously. At this moment, he finally understood why the people in the village relied on his father so much. My father has never seen his grandparents since he was born. The people in the village, because of his identity as a demon fox, isolated him, ostracized him, and regarded him as a monster. But even so, Dad is still actively trying to get everyone's approval. Boruto wiped his tears secretly, raised the corners of his mouth and said. Don't be so deliberate, okay? Just let nature take its course. The words just fell. Suddenly there is an extra person in the room. Chapter 8 I didn't ask you to hit him. Naruto. Behind Naruto, a voice suddenly came out. Naruto hurriedly turned around and saw the person in front of him wearing a Hokage robe, looking at him with a smile on his face with tears in his eyes. Boruto reflexively said, Grandpa, Grandpa. 0. But the two of them seemed to have not heard what he said. Dad. Naruto whispered. Boom. Naruto gave Minato a solid punch in the stomach. Boruto was stunned and whispered. I didn't ask you to hit him. Namikaze Minato hunched over and tried his best to smile. Why? Why should the 9 tails be sealed in my son? How much suffering have I suffered because of this? Adults look at me coldly, and it's hard for me to make friends. That's why I keep working hard. Work hard. In order to gain everyone's recognition, I have practiced hard and kept getting stronger. Then I meet Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and the lustful Sento. Being able to become stronger makes me happy. Naruto shouted with tears in his eyes. But, what? Should I be happy or angry? I don't understand it at all. Naruto wiped away his tears, scratched his head and looked at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto and blamed himself. It's not an easy journey, isn't it? Naruto. I'm sorry. It might be more troublesome if others knew you were my son. I sealed the 9 tails into you because you are my son. And your mother and I have always believed in you. Namikaze Minato tried his best to smile, but his eyes were filled with self-blame. At this time, an inappropriate voice said. That, Master, the 4th generation. Naruto. The Tenmaku Q&A has begun. Boruto scratched his head and said in embarrassment. Naruto. Is this your friend? Namikaze Minato turned to look at Boruto, thoughtfully. That. Yondaime-sama, my name is Boruto. I am Naruto's new friend. Boruto said guiltily. You and Naruto really look alike. They look like 2 brothers. Minato said with deep meaning. Naruto and Boruto said in unison without thinking. It's not like that. Not at all. Namikaze Minato thought to himself, it seems that this child should have a close relationship with Naruto, maybe. Naruto has done something similar before, time and space ninjutsu. Onoki, Konoha was really lucky to have Namikaze Minato resurrected. Iwakage Jounin armor, 3rd generation Sama, are the previous orders going to be restored? Onoki, recover. 2nd Tsuchikage, what order? Kuratsuki, whenever you encounter Namikaze Minato during a mission, run away immediately. Abandoning the mission does not count as mission failure. The 2nd Tsuchikage, because you are afraid of being like this alone, Onoki, where is your stone wool? The 4th Raikage, Humph. You have no idea how powerful Namikaze Minato is. The 4th Raikage, Mabai. Let's restart too. Onoki, teacher, it is precisely because I have firm will of stone that I issued such an order. Uchiha Fugaku, the 2nd Tsuchikage, do you want to know why? Ha ha ha. Uchiha Fugaku, because the 50 Jounin from Iwakage village were killed by Minato in an instant. The 2nd Tsuchikage, what? Ohanaki, it's true teacher, Namikaze Minato is the fastest in the ninja world. Single-handedly ended the 3rd ninja war. Uchiha Izuna, the best speed in the ninja world? Does he have the speed of a white-haired flying thunder god? The 4th Raikage, idiot. Is there a possibility that Namikaze Minato will also fly Raijin? Uchiha Madara, do you want to dance too? Uchiha Izuna, don't wait for me to be resurrected. Hidden Cloud Village, right? I remember. The 3rd Raikage, AI. Shut up. Senju Tobirama, it seems. The 4th Hokage is very good. Uchiha Fugaku, if Minato had not died, Uchiha, would never have ended up like this. Uchiha Fugaku, if Uchiha Obito had not died, maybe our Uchiha clan would have given birth to the 1st Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, who knew I met 2 big idiots, no, 4. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo. Go to sleep in Xiaochun. Mitamonitis. Uchiha Fugaku, yes. I'm talking about you 4 idiots. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is indeed our fault. Senju Hashirama, the 4th generation Hokage can be recognized by the Uchiha clan. It seems that you have done well in the past few years. Uchiha Fugaku, Lord Hashirama, Minato has only been Hokage for 1 year. Senju Hashirama? Senju Tobirama, what's going on? Ding! Stop! Now that you've finished talking, what should I broadcast? Do you want a reward? Second question, who leaked the identity of Naruto Demon Fox? A. Sarutobi Hiruzen. B. Danzo Shimura. 10. C. Hatake Kakashi. D. Uchiha Obito. Only one place available. Start answering. Congratulations to young Uchiha Sasuke. Young Uchiha Sasuke, I choose B. Shimura Danzo. Young Uchiha Sasuke, what is going on with this young Uchiha Sasuke? Senju Hashirama, hey? Why are there two Uchiha Sasukes? Uchiha Madara, it looks like he is a person, he should have come from the future, is it a time and space ninjutsu? Terumi Mei, the future? How incredible! Senju Tobirama, is there anything more incredible than a canopy? Uchiha Izuna, the white-haired fox is right. Onoki, but since he came back from the future, doesn't he know everything about the canopy? This is so unfair. Ding! Don't doubt the fairness of this system. If people from the future can answer the question, it means they don't know the answer either. Nara Shikamaru, them? In other words, Sasuke is not the only one who came from the future? Ding! A's expected of a member of the Nara clan. Congratulations to young Uchiha Sasuke for the correct answer. Reward young Uchiha Sasuke for the recovery of his left hand. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it! Sasuke! Who broke your arm? Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to break one of his arms too. Young Uchiha Sasuke, no need. Namikaze Minato, Tsunade-sama. Please allow me to leave the village for a while. Tsunade Senju, hey, bring it back alive. Namikaze Minato, try your best. Young Uchiha Sasuke, the fourth Hokage. I am now at the junction of the land of Rain and Konoha, and there is something I want to tell you. Namikaze Minato, okay. Rain Country. Future Sasuke. Itaka stood in the rain with the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and in the next second, Itaka's figure had slowly disappeared. The border between the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Fire. Oops! Our location has been exposed. Notify me. Leave here immediately. Danzo's voice unconsciously raised a few points, revealing anger, fear, and even a little trembling in his voice. Little did he know, a figure not far away was approaching step by step. Chapter 9 Is the Sandaime Hokage a good person? Ding! The third question, how to evaluate Hiruzen Sarutobi? There is no standard answer to this question. There is no penalty for this question. In other words, whoever's words can be recognized by this system will be rewarded. Uchiha Fugaku, Humph. 3 generations. Let me ask you. How did Konoha White Fang die? How did my Uchiha clan get exterminated? Why is Naruto, the son of a hero, treated like this? Shimura Danzo, Humph. How could your Uchiha clan be exterminated if you didn't launch a coup? Uchiha Fugaku, why do we, the Uchiha clan, want to launch a coup? Don't you have any idea? Senju Tobirama, he is indeed an inherently evil Uchiha. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, shut up. Hear him out. Uchiha Fugaku, Senju Tobirama. In the end, the root of everything is because of you. Senju Tobirama, a joke, because I? Senju Tobirama, although I hate you Uchiha clan, since you are already a part of Konoha, I will not suppress or exclude you. Senju Tobirama, on the contrary, in order for you not to be eliminated from the top political level of Konoha, I also established the Konoha police force, under the control of your Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, I believe in the generosity of the second Hokage, but have you ever thought about it? What is the job of the Konoha police force? Senju Tobirama, of course it is to protect the safety of Konoha villagers and maintain the stability of the village. Uchiha Fugaku, your decision is not wrong, the fault lies with the Konoha police force, only Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku, the long-term law enforcement has made the villagers hate us even more. Uchiha Fugaku, this causes the villagers to hate us more and more, and we enforce the law with emotion, continuing a vicious cycle. Uchiha Fugaku, after the Nine Tails Rebellion, all the fingers were pointed at us, and the long-term distrust and suspicion finally broke out. Uchiha Fugaku, with the acquiescence of Danzo Shimura. The third generation, we were driven to the edge of the village. From now on, we are far away from the top management of Konoha, and we have to be monitored by ANBU. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I did not acquiesce in Danzo's behavior. Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems like you are the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you hadn't blindly indulged Danzo and regressed again and again, Konoha would not have become what it is now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I. The fourth Kazekage, how wonderful! Wonderful! Terumi Mei, as expected of Konoha, there are still a lot of sexy tricks. Onoki, Konoha, this towering tree, has already started to rot from the roots. Onoki, you think so, Danzo? Shimura Danzo, ha! Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, this is the village you built. Uchiha Fugaku, now that I've said this, I won't hold it back anymore. Uchiha Fugaku, let me ask you again, how did Hatake Sakumo die back then? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I feel sorry for White Fang's death too. Uchiha Fugaku, where did the original public opinion come from? I don't believe that as Hokage, you can't change the direction of public opinion. Hatake Kakashi, my best friend once said, those who break the rules of the ninja world are called trash, but those who do not cherish their companions are not even as good as trash. Kakashi Hatake, he was 12 years old that year. Uchiha Obito, some people have now reduced themselves to mere words. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, sorry. I didn't protect Lin. Uchiha Obito, shut up. Kakashi. From the moment you killed Lin, you are no longer qualified to mention Lin's name. Hatake Kakashi, Obito. How do you know Lin died in my hands? Are you still alive? Where are you? Uchiha Obito, that's enough. From the day Lin died, there was no Uchiha Obito in this world. No Hara-rin, Obito. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito, Lin. I am here. Hatake Kakashi, Lin. I am here. No Hara-rin, Obito, Kakashi didn't kill me, I bumped into him myself. Don't blame Kakashi. I am very happy to know that you are still alive, Uchiha Obito, Lin. Uchiha Fugaku, young man, please wait in advance. Uchiha Fugaku, what is your explanation, Sandai? Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's Danzo. Back then, White Fang had already overshadowed the Sunin, and Danzo had always wanted to be Hokage, so. Uchiha Fugaku, I think Danzo is not the only one who wants to be Hokage, you also want your apprentice to be Hokage, right? Just let Danzo do what he wants? Tsunade Senju, old man, is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen, not bad. I had this idea, and I knew what Danzo was doing, but I definitely never thought that White Fang would die. I just wanted his reputation to be damaged, and I didn't expect that things would turn out like that. Kakashi Hatake, teacher, take me with you. Namikaze Minato, okay. You go to Naruto's house first, and I'll pick you up. Uchiha Fugaku, let's talk about Naruto again. Uchiha Fugaku, as the son of a hero, you don't know how Naruto has been living these years, right? Kakashi Hatake, Naruto has been eating instant noodles these years, sometimes the milk he drinks is expired, and he is also the shortest among his peers. I don't know who spread the identity of the demon fox. Uchiha Fugaku, do you know Danzo? Uzumaki Kushina, third generation smelly old man, how do you explain? Uzumaki Naruto, Mom. My third generation grandfather was very kind to me. Uzumaki Naruto, the reason why I eat instant noodles every day is because I really like instant noodles. Moreover, my third generation grandfather will treat me to his favorite Ichiraku ramen. 11. Uzumaki Naruto, as for expired milk, well, I don't like drinking milk very much, so, maybe it will grow slower. Uzumaki Naruto, the third generation grandpa also gave me pocket money, but I spent it on instant noodles and paint, he. Uzumaki Kushina, why did you buy paint? Uzumaki Naruto, this, that, I will tell you slowly in the future, he. Uzumaki Naruto, and the third generation grandfather will accompany me to eat grilled fish and drink mushroom soup. I just don't know if it is poisonous. Uzumaki Naruto, the third generation grandfather is the person I admire the most. Uzumaki Kushina, smiley face, stinky old man, I forgive you for now. Uchiha Fugaku, humph. Third generation, if you maintain your original intention, be less utilitarian, and don't blindly indulge Danzo, you might not be a good Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, but it is undeniable that you are doing well. Terumi Mei, no. Now that you have finished speaking, what should we say? Fourth Raikage, I kept silent for a long time, and it wasn't just for the reward. For those who didn't know, I thought you were going to fight for them again. Uchiha Fugaku, have both. Senju Hashirama, Zebra Dara, your descendant is quite interesting. Uchiha Obito, the more interesting things are yet to come. The border between the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Fire. Itaka stood under a tree and murmured to himself, Obito Uchiha, Kakashi, a Sharingan of a close friend, Fei, Madara Uchiha, the chaos of the Nine Tails. It seems that the more interesting things are indeed behind. Itaki raised his head and looked at a leaf floating in front of him. The Will of Fire. Chapter 10 Rewards for those on the list. Ding! No one else answered? Onoki, let him tell you everything. What else can we say? All right. No matter how much you say, I will still decide to let Uchiha Fugaku get the reward. Ding! This system determines that Uchiha Fugaku has received the reward. Reward Uchiha Fugaku Manjiki Sharingan, which evolves into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Minato Namikaze, it turns out that brother Fugaku also has the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku, sorry. Minato, if I expose my kaleidoscope, I'll be in trouble. Uchiha Fugaku, the Manjiki Sharingan can control the Nine Tails. If the clansmen knew about it, they would definitely do terrible things. Besides, the village's senior officials. Namikaze Minato, it doesn't matter. Namikaze Minato, brother Fugaku, don't worry, I will help you take good care of Suzuki. Uchiha Fugaku, sorry to trouble you, Minato. Uchiha Mikato, thank you, Minato. Uzumaki Kushina, hi, Mikato-san. We are good sisters, no matter what you say, thank you or not. Uzumaki Kushina, now that Minato is resurrected, let me see who dares to bully our children. Tsunade Senju, now that Minato has been resurrected, let's continue to be Hokage after he comes back. Namikaze Minato, got it. Tsunade-sama. I will go back soon. Uzumaki Mito, since little Tsunade is no longer Hokage, she should marry Jiraiya as soon as possible. Tsunade Senju, marriage? Jiraiya. Tsunade Senju, Grandma, what are you talking about? Who will marry him? Jiraiya, Grandma. Tsunade and I will get married as soon as possible. Tsunade Senju, shut up. Jiraiya. Who do you call Grandma? Senju Tobirama, how old are you? If you don't get married, no one will want you. Tsunade Senju, second grandpa, who has been single all his life, please stop preaching to me. The fourth HOKAGE, the fifth Hokage, I have a younger brother, you can consider it too. Kilabi, Bajyalu, Kujyalu, bastard brother, stupid brother, in public, you are embarrassing me. Senju Tobirama, weird. Ding. Rewards are now distributed to those on the list. Reward Sarutobi Hiruzen, 10 times his own chakra, half the chakra consumption of 5 attribute ninjutsu, and half the time to activate the ninjutsu. Onoki, what's the use of getting rewards when everyone is dead? Namikaze Minato, it's really useless. Deidara, the old man seems to be suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Onoki, traitor. You know I'm getting older, why don't you come back quickly? Deidara, if you let me go back again, I will definitely take a detour to the kingdom of earth and leave something behind. Uchihamadara, a reward for good trash. Kakuzu, this reward is rubbish, who the hell do you think you are, Uchihamadara, then it's okay. Sarutobi Asuma, just having the time for activating ninjutsu is very powerful. It can save many seals, which is a huge advantage especially in battle. Uchihamadara, seal? Isn't that something? Just clap your hands and shout whatever you want. You said so, Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, indeed. Kakuzu, boss. Awesome. Deidara, boss. Awesome. Hataki Kakashi, boss. Awesome. Keikisaki Kisame, isn't this bullying an honest person? Onoki, talk about it. You 3 generations, the strongest Hokage, are only ranked th. It seems that you, Konoha, are not that good either. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ranked th among hundreds of thousands of ninjas, I am already very satisfied. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I admit that I am the weakest Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, but if your Yanying village can make 2 of the list, I will kowtow to you 10 times. Onoki, old thief Sarutobi. Just be prepared to have your head smashed into pieces. The 4th Kazekage, I feel like Sarutobi Hiruzen is right. Onoki, Raza, you think your Tsunagakure is awesome, right? Orochimaru, Your Excellency the 4th Kazekage, please stop talking. 4th Kazekage, humph. If it weren't for your sneak attack, how could I have died? Orochimaru, ha! Which top powerhouse would die because of someone else's sneak attack? Young Uchiha Sasuke, there seems to be one. Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru said it right, a truly strong man is never afraid of any means. 4th Kazekage, you. The 4th HOKAGE, after all, you Tsunagakure are the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. Onoki, how about you, Tsunagakure, come to us and leave the opportunity to those who are prepared. Kakuzu, our Akatsuki organization accepts war employment for a long time, and the price is negotiable. Deidara, as expected of Kakuzu. Haiden, advertising here, it's really yours. Kakuzu, after all, money will never betray you. Ding. Next, we will take stock of the top 19 combat powers in the ninja world. Konoha Ninja, it must be from our Konoha. What should I do if there are too many to choose from? Kumagakure Ninja, is there anyone in Konoha who is more powerful than the 3rd generation now? Sarutobi Hiruzen, let's not talk about anything else, my 3 apprentices are better than me. Konoha Ninja, just worry about yourselves first, don't let that fool like you HOKAGE be the only one on the list in the end. The 4th HOKAGE, who do you think is the fool? Konoha Ninja, who knows? Konoha Ninja, as the strongest ninja village in Konoha, at least half of us must be on the list. Kumagakure Ninja, yes. Your village also has the most rebellious ninjas. Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru : Young Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi. Young Uchiha Sasuke. Shimura Danzo. 12. Diodera, there are thousands of rebel ninjas in Konoha, half of them are the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, humph. It's not forced. Uchiha Fugaku, I think right now, Danzo Shimura will die soon. Uchiha Shisui, me too. Uchiha Itaki, brother Shisui. Uchiha Shisui, Itaki. Sorry for your pain. Uchiha Shisui, it's too much for you to bear. Uchiha Itaki, it's okay. Chapter 11 Is our Reikage so hopeless? Ding. Never mind. Let's rank the TH and TH places together. The 4th generation Reikage, the 19th most powerful in the ninja world. The 3rd generation Reikage, the 18th most powerful in the ninja world. Because the 3rd Reikage has no material to introduce, rewards will be given directly to those on the list. Ding rewards the 3rd generation of Reikage, Thunder Spirit Root. The 4th HOKAGE, ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard. Not to mention the ranking at the same time, Tenmu doesn't even want to show your video of the 3rd Reikage. 4th HOKAGE, if I were you, I would die without being on this list. Konoha Ninja, the ranking is higher than our 3rd generation, but the cards are not as good as our 3rd generation's toes. Uchiha Kakashi, but what is this Thunder Spirit Root? Is it a thunder attribute ninjutsu? Or a weapon? Ding. Good question. Thunder Spirit Root owners can extract chakra 10 times faster and can absorb all thunder ninjutsu for their own use. The power of thunder ninjutsu increases tenfold. Hitaki Kakashi, hiss. So perverted. Kakuzu, are there any other spiritual roots with other attributes? Can I buy it with money? The 3rd Reikage, come on, Raza, keep shouting. The 4th Reikage, what are you barking at when you can't even make the list? Start playing the video of the 4th Reikage now. In the video, Namikaze Minato and his friends encountered AI, who had not yet become the 4th generation Reikage, and the perfect Jinchuriki Rabbi. This yellow hair and the teleportation technique. That must be the yellow flash. That's the case. If you don't run now, it will be later. Akumagakur Jounin behind Reikage said with a chill on his back. The 4th HOKAGE, is this your ninja from Kumagakur? 4th HOKAGE, very awesome. The 4th Reikage, dog barking? Onoki, dog barking? The 4th Reikage asked curiously, really? Is he the ninja who single-handedly stopped Kuobai from seizing the mission? You are Aba, the son of the 3rd generation Reikage of Union Village. I heard that you attack very quickly. Namikaze Minato said calmly while holding the Flying Thunder God's special kunao. With me and my eldest brother, we will definitely win. Bagelu, cry all the time. Kiribi said in his lame rap. Minato's left hand quickly took out a kunao from his backpack and shot it around. Everyone, stop moving. I'm coming alone. Minato said softly. Although his voice was not high, his tone was strong, conveying an unquestionable majesty. The 4th Reikage heard Minato's pretentious words. In an instant, chakra gathered throughout his body and he quickly blasted towards Minato. I saw the fist of the 4th Reikage, less than one punch away from Minato. Minato flicked the kunao in his right hand upwards. The next second Minato appeared, on a tree not far from the 4th Reikage. There is a kunao stuck next to it. The 4th Reikage was surprised when he missed the attack and said, "You actually dodged my extremely fast attack." Next second, Minato instantly jumped behind the 4th Reikage. Grab the kunao and stab the Reikage in the waist. Sudden. An octopus foot pushed the 4th Reikage out. The kunao in Minato's hand cut into the octopus foot. The Konoha ninja looked at Kiribi and said in shock, "Could this guy be the Eight Tails Jinchuriki?" The Konoha ninja shouted anxiously to Minato. "Retreat. Watergate. It's better to retreat first." After hearing this, Minato was also ready to leave. "That's a big mistake. The 8 Tails is me, Kiribi, sir. Kiribi denied. Minato turned to look at Kiribi. Your bravery is admirable, not the 8 Tails Jinhuriki. And for calling yourself a ninja, it seems you have something very remarkable. The fourth Raikage said proudly, in terms of talent, this guy is better than me. Minato said calmly. No. That's not what I'm referring to. He has something even more precious. AI. You have a rare partner. Me too. Anyway. I believe that next time we meet, you and I will compete in the name of Shadow. What is the most important thing to your brother? If you can't notice it earlier, I'm afraid he will no longer be a Jinhuriki. No longer human. The fourth Raikage said disdainfully, humph. If you try to talk your way out of this, you won't succeed. The fourth Raikage looked at the kunao placed by Minato on the ground. He can use the teleportation technique to move to any kunao position. I have basically mastered the position of the kunao with the marking technique. If he appears in a certain kunao place next time, I can defeat him with my extreme speed. With that said, he filled his body with chakra and rushed towards Minato again. Jump! Let me see, which kunao it will be. Minato said calmly, because I am also carrying a lot of things. I will not fail. The next second, Namikaze Minato appeared behind Kiribi and pointed at Kiribi's head with a kunao. Kiribi also used his backhand knife to put it on Minato's stomach. Ding! Quick question and quick answer. How did Namikaze Minato get behind Kiribi? Ding! Chien Xiaotojian answered successfully. Senju Tobirama, he should have carved the flying thunder god mark when he cut the 8-tailed leg. Senju Tobirama, Minato. Your teleportation is faster than mine. Congratulations Senju Tobirama for the correct answer. Reward a 3-day resurrection card. Uchiha Madara, only 3 days? A bit tasteless. Uchiha Izuna, brother. At least he can be resurrected. Video continues. Kiribi rapped immaturely, both sides have realized that we will lose, so let's go head to head. 13. Kumagakure Jainin was shocked, the 8 Tails feet actually have a teleportation technique painted on them. The fourth Raikage said in a cold sweat, is that time? Although we are enemies, I admire you very much. Your movements are like a ninja killer. Minato whispered. Next second, Minato appeared next to his teammates, and they quickly evacuated. Chapter 12 Uchiha Sasuke vs the fourth Raikage. Video continues. The fourth Raikage took off his cloak and roared at Sasuke, boy, let me show you my anger. Flash bomb. Thunder fantasy. Lightning beam. Behind a pillar, a Kumagakure ninja launched a sneak attack on Sasuke and the others. Sasuke and the 3 of them were photographed. The next second, the fourth Raikage rushed over quickly and punched Sasuke in front of him, knocking him away. Yugo lost his voice and said, Sasuke. Yugo. Be careful, it's a genjutsu, Sasuke said urgently. It's too late to find out now. In an instant, the attacks of the fourth Raikage and Darui had reached Sasuke's head. Yugo's arm blocked Darui's sword. Anato Suijutsu's decapitating sword withstood the attack of the fourth Raikage. But the next second the beheading sword broke into 2 halves. Mamakai Zabuza, test. My beheading sword. Loquat Juzang, the first is my decapitating sword, and the second decapitating sword can repair itself, so don't be so excited. Video continues. The fourth Raikage knocked back the 3 Sasukes with 1 blow. At this time, Zhongwu opened the curse seal and turned into a monster and said arrogantly, who comes first? The fourth Raikage twisted his neck and punched Jugo into the wall. The palm and chest of Yugo's right hand were instantly penetrated by the fourth Raikage, and he held Yugo's body firmly with his fist. Yugo used his body to conjure several Italian cannons, and the fire they fired instantly overwhelmed the fourth Raikage. At this time, Sasuke also took the opportunity to control a Kumagakure ninja with his Sharingan. Ghost Lantern Shuiyu also rushed towards Darui. Just when Yugo thought he had killed the fourth Raikage and was shouting excitedly. The fourth Raikage practiced with him, and for 2.5 years, Tetsuzan relied on knocking Yugo away. Yugo instantly lost his fighting ability. Now begins the 1v1 men's battle between Uchiha Sasuke and the fourth Raikage. Sasuke used Chidori and rushed towards the fourth Raikage, and the fourth Raikage instantly used heavy explosive flow to rush towards Sasuke. Sasuke used his Sharingan to see through the trajectory of the fourth Raikage's attack. While lowering his head to avoid it, the Chidori hit the fourth Raikage's heart. However, the image of Sasuke's imaginary heart attack did not appear. His attack did not even break through the fourth Raikage's defense. Instead, the fourth Raikage grabbed his arms. The fourth Raikage used the Thunder Bomb to lift Sasuke above his head and throw him to the ground. Sasuke also reacted very quickly and instantly activated Susanoo to resist the attack of the fourth Raikage. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage punched away Sasuke, who was under Susan's protection. After Sasuke controlled Susan to stop, he also opened the Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing Sasuke activate the Manjiki Sharingan, the fourth Raikage also activated his own activation to the highest level. Sasuke used Amaterasu on the fourth Raikage with his left eye. The fourth Raikage dodged and Amaterasu hit a ninja behind him. Level of Thunder Torture. The fourth Raikage approached Sasuke in an instant, and was about to strike Sasuke with his sword at Susan, who was under his protection. Sasuke also hurriedly used additional Earth Life to cover Susanna, hoping to repel the attack of the fourth Raikage. "Don't underestimate Raikage," the fourth Raikage roared. Then he hit Susanoo with Amaterasu with his sword, and Sasuke was instantly knocked away. The fourth Raikage endured the pain of being burned in his left hand and flew into the air to give Sasuke a flying kick from General Yu. Seeing this, Sasuke covered his left eye and used his right eye to fire escape added Earth Life. The black flames scattered around Susan immediately gathered in the middle of Susan, trying to force the fourth Raikage back. But what Sasuke didn't expect was that the fourth Raikage held Amaterasu in his left hand and refused to stop attacking regardless of the additional Earth Life on Susanna. Ding! Excuse me, is Sasuke dead? A. Dead. B. Not dead. Quick answering begins. Ding! Congratulations to the fourth Raikage for successfully answering the question. The fourth Raikage, I choose A. Uchiha Madara, idiot. Senju Tobirama, why don't the fourth Raikage ask Orochimaru to take a look at it for you? Orochimaru, to be honest, I'm also very curious. Onoki, a fool who only thinks about muscles. Kilabi, stupid big brother. Young Uchiha Sasuke, the fourth Raikage and the entire ninja world know that I came from the future. Do you think I am dead or not? Ding! The fourth Raikage answered wrongly, punishing all the hair on the fourth Raikage's body to fall off. I really didn't expect that someone would answer this question incorrectly. Tiamayame, all, hair. Kilabi, brother, are you in the office? Kakashi Hatake, could it be? Darui, Yondaime-sama, I really didn't mean to see it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is indeed the most reckless man in the ninja world. The fourth Raikage, Cloud Hidden Village. Everyone. Anyone who dares to approach the Raikage's office will do so at their own risk. Onoki, ha ha ha. Fourth Kazekage, it's true that I'm a little curious. Jiraiya, I already have a sense of pictures. Ding! Q&A continues. Ding! Congratulations Atake Uchiha for successfully answering. Uchiha Atake, B. Congratulations to Atake Uchiha for the correct answer. Reward Uchiha Atake with a returning pill. Video continues. Just when the fourth Raikage was about to kick Sasuke, a ball of sand stood between the fourth Raikage and Sasuke. Don't get involved in personal affairs, you are the Kazekage now, Kankuro said to Gaara, looking sideways at Uchiha. Fourth Kazekage, can Gaara actually become a Kazekage? Onoki, it seems that Yusu Nagaku really has no one, and you actually let a young boy sit in the cage's seat. Cho, now you don't have to worry about the third HOKAGE. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it. Gara Kazekage? Bastard Sasuke is so awesome. Young Sasuke Uchiha, you are the tail end of the world, always follow me. Uzumaki Naruto, ah. Stinky Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, Dad. Come back quickly and teach me how to practice. Namikaze Minato, my dear son, I will be back soon. Minato Namikaze, Dad will teach you my unique technique, Spiral Flash Chaos Dance 3 styles. Senju Hashirama, Minato. What a cool name. Senju Hashirama, I also had a taijutsu secret before, Super Fire Release Genjutsu, a second stage sword slaying technique. Senju Hashirama, it's a pity that Madara denied it. Minato Namikaze, Shodame-sama, yours is more handsome than mine. Senju Hashirama, actually, I secretly studied one. 14. Senju Tobirama, shut up. Brother. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Hashirama. Stop being embarrassed here. Minato Namikaze, Lord Shadame, I have a few more ninjutsu names that I would like you to refer to. Uzumaki Kushina, Wave Wind Water Gate. Onoki, speaking of which, there are so many weird things in Konoha. Ding! The most amazing ATOU in the ninja world, Konoha has only one stone, and the rest of the ninja village has 2 TOU. Uchiha Madara, first of all, let me declare that I have quit Konoha a long time ago. It has nothing to do with me. Orochimaru, it has nothing to do with me either. 4th Kazekage, Orochimaru, stop barking, you are the biggest problem. Chapter 13 Test your code Danzo, where did you get your Sharingan on one arm? Ding! An inventory of the ninja world's combat power, the Th4th HOKAGE. Reward the 4th HOKAGE slow level skill 30 thunder movements. Orochimaru, what does low level technique mean? Ninjutsu? Ding! Rewards have been issued. In the HOKAGE's office, the 4th HOKAGE looked confused, looking at the introduction to the technique in his mind. 30 Thunder, after learning it, it can greatly increase one's own speed. After using it with Thunder attribute energy, 30 afterimages will be separated. The main body can continue to move in the afterimages. The enemy can't see it with the naked eye. Maybe I can catch you. The 4th HOKAGE, this technique is very powerful and suits me very well. Onoki, what does this technique do? The 4th HOKAGE, the power of this technique is. I won't tell you. Senju Tobirama, hey. I didn't expect this reckless man to actually have an idea. Ding. Very interesting thing detected, start locking now. Locked successfully. Start live broadcast. In the picture, Danzo and several rebellious ninjas were surrounded by Namikaze Minato, young Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, as well as Deidara and Kakuzu in the sky. Your Excellency, the 4th Hokage, our Akatsuki organization has accepted Danzo's head. Kakuzu said, staring at Namikaze Minato. Minato scratched his head and smiled, I'm sorry, Danzo Shimura is our traitorous ninja of Konoha. We have an obligation and must take him back. Deidara said indifferently, it seems that there is no way to negotiate, so I will let you see my art. Deidara. Don't be impulsive. He is not an easy opponent. Itachi raised his head and shouted at Deidara. Deidara smiled playfully and said, don't worry, Itachi, he can't hit me when I'm in the sky. Really? Namikaze Minato instantly turned on the 9 Lama mode. Suddenly, Sasuke next to Minato also activated his full Susanoo, and a huge figure rose from the ground. Shimura Danzo can only be killed by me. Sasuke said calmly. Rock Lee, what is this? Terumi Mei, incredibly powerful. Senju Hashirama, Susanoo, Madara, you have a good junior. Uchiha Izuna, complete Susanoo. And he looks like me. Just as handsome. Uchiha Madara, more than that. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the Rinnegan I. And Megatama. Young Uchiha Sasuke, Itaki. Did you see that? You will definitely die in my hands. Uchiha Itaki, it seems that you are growing up well. Hara no Sakura, Sasuke is so handsome. Uzumaki Naruto, Dad is so handsome. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it. Why is bastard Sasuke so handsome? Uchiha Itaki, the leader gives the order to retreat. You should know the horror of the reincarnation I. And there was a fourth Hokage next to him. Uzumaki Nagato, Deidara, Kakuzu's mission is terminated, retreat immediately. Deidara, got it. Kakuzu, got it. In the picture, Deidara and Kakuzu have quickly left this place. Now only Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itaki, Uchiha Sasuke, and the Root Rebel Ninja led by Danzo are left in the field. Uchiha Itaki looked at Sasuke and Susanoo not far away, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He seemed to be stronger than me. Tailed Beast Transformation. Minato activated the Tailed Beast Transformation and used the Nine Tails Chakra to capture several Root Rebellious ninjas. Now only Danzo is left. There is no other way. It seems that we have to use it. Danzo said expressionlessly. And slowly removed the bandage on his right arm. The young Uchiha Sasuke turned to Minato and said, Danzo Shimura has 10 Sharingan eyes on his right arm, and there is also 1 Sharingan eye in his right eye. Minato looked at Sasuke in disbelief, and then stared at Shimura Danzo. It seemed that he was in a bit of trouble. The trouble is Izanagi. Sasuke said coldly. Izanagi is a unique pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. At the cost of blindness, the holder can treat things that are detrimental to him or her within a period of time as if they had not happened, including death. Shimura Danzo has 11 Sharingan eyes, and every time he uses 1 Sharingan eye, he can activate Izanagi for 1 minute, which means he has 11 minutes of invincibility. Sasuke said to Bofeng Shuman explained in a cold tone. Onoki, you Uchiha still have such a terrifying technique. Uchiha Izuna, old thief Danzo, let me ask you, where did the Sharingan in your arm come from? Uchiha Izuna, Shirogane, is this your good subordinate? Senju Tobirama, monkey. You guys let me down so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, I really don't know where Danzo's Sharingan comes from. Uchiha Itaki, the one in the right eye belongs to Uchiha Shisui, and the one on the arm should be stolen by him when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Hitaki Kakashi, I only have 1 Sharingan, and Chakra is not enough. Why can he hold so many Sharingan? Orochimaru, Hashirama cells. Senju Hashirama, my cells? What happened to the monkey? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the first generation of masters was caused by Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru again? Monkey, you have gained a great disciple. Orochimaru, thank you, the second Hokage, for the compliment. Nara Shikamaru, so, within the time that Izanagi activates, if the caster can use the skill of Ghoul Seal, wouldn't he be invincible? Uchiha Madara, no. You can indeed do this when the difference in strength is not big. If the difference in strength is too big, this skill will seem a bit useless. Uchiha Madara, such as now. Sasuke and Minato Namikaze can continuously rotate attacks, while Danzo can only wait to die. Chapter 14 Obito, I can't go back. Live broadcast continues. Shimura Danzo said to the young Sasuke with a gloomy face, Uchiha Sasuke? They should have been killed together at the beginning. As he spoke, he punched the Susan on Sasuke's body. Then, Sasuke controlled Susan and pinched him to death. Is it still the same routine? Sasuke said a little funny. Then Minato and Uchiha Itaka looked at Danzo's sexy moves strangely. Shimura Danzo, who was crushed to death by Suzuki, suddenly appeared behind him and tried to stab Susan with a kunao. Then the kunao was broken in two and was smashed into pulp by Suzuki with a Susan punch. Uchiha Izuna, Shirogane, you have a good apprentice, ha ha ha. Uchiha Izuna, Kunao Thorn Susanna, Danzo, what do you think? Do you want to laugh Suzuki to death? Uchiha Izuna, it seems that as his teacher, Shirogane, you are nothing more than that. Senju Tobirama, shut up. The general is defeated. Uchiha Madara, people who are not from the Uchiha clan will not understand how powerful Susanoo is. The fourth Raikage, Susanoo is like that. Didn't you see in the previous video that I punched Sasuke's Susanoo apart? Uchiha Madara, ha! At that time, Suzuki had just turned on the kaleidoscope and was not yet proficient enough. If you have the ability, would you like to try the weight of Suzuki now? Senju Hashirama, but it's true that Danzo's combat awareness is so poor, far worse than that of a monkey. Onoki, it seems there is a reason why Danzo didn't become Hokage. Uchiha Madara, why is it a bit familiar? Senju Hashirama, Madara's fighting consciousness is the strongest I have ever seen. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, the same as you. Uchiha Izuna, you two should stop complimenting each other. Live broadcast continues. Danzo. Let's capture him without mercy, you have no chance. Namikaze Minato persuaded Danzo Shimura. Minato. It's too late. Psychic art fell with Danzo's voice, and the giant psychic beast Dream Taper appeared on the field. 15. Suzuki said disdainfully, it's still the same, nothing new. Amaterasu, a voice fell, and black flames instantly covered the whole body of the Dream Taper. Uchiha Itaki. Danzo whispered with a frown. Uchiha Izuna, do both brothers have the same abilities as Amaterasu? Brother. Suzuki said slightly excited. Uchiha Itaka came to Suzuki and smiled, Suzuki, you have grown up. Brother, I know everything. Suzuki said with a trembling voice. Uchiha Itaki interrupted, let's not talk about this for now, let's talk about your business. Suzuki was stunned for a moment and then said, brother, I'm fine, and I'm married and have a very cute daughter. Uchiha Itaka trembled and asked slightly nervously, what's her name? Uchiha Sarana. Suzuki replied. Suddenly, Tenmaku's voice sounded in Sasuke's consciousness, that's all. Sorry. Brother, I can't say anything else. Is it because of the sky curtain? Itaki Uchiha frowned. Yes, Suzuki nodded. Speaking of which, are you going a little too far? The battle is not over yet. Shimura Danzo shouted at the two of them. Suzuki, leave the rest to me. Can you and Itaka have a good time catching up on old times? Namikaze Minato said to the two of them with a smile. Excuse me, Yondaime-sama. Uchiha Itaka looked at Namikaze Minato and said. Danzo, let me fight you next. Namikaze Minato said calmly to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo sneered, Minato, let me see your weight as the fourth Hokage. With that said, Danzo picked up the kunao and rushed towards Namikaze Minato. The kunao in Minato's hand also shot towards Danzo, and at the same time Minato also launched the ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, countless kunao with cyan energy overwhelmed Shimura Danzo. Senju Tobirama, is the Shuriken Shadow a clone? It's interesting. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, this is the ninjutsu I invented based on your shadow clone. Tien, is this the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique? Is what I learned false? Uzumaki Naruto, as expected of Dad. Uchiha Izuna, did he really use Izanagi as a substitute technique? The fourth Raikage, ha ha ha. You can't blame Danzo. I am the only one in the ninja world who can avoid Minato's attack. Uchiha Madara, the current ninjas in the ninja world are all trash. Uzumaki Nagato, the fourth Reikage has become smaller, his structure has become smaller, his vision has become smaller, and his brain has become smaller. The fourth Reikage, what did you say? Want to try the Reikage's portion? Uzumaki Nagato, there will be a day, very soon. Kakashi Hatake, you don't have to dodge this attack. There are other ways, right? Obito. Uchiha Obito, shut up. Kakashi. What a waste of words. Namikaze Minato, Obito. Don't make any more mistakes. Uchiha Obito, teacher. Do you already know? Namikaze Minato, it's not too late to turn back now. Otherwise, I will have to bring you back in person. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato. Why are you so mean to Obito? Uzumaki Kushina, Obito. I'm so happy to know you're not dead. Uzumaki Kushina, how are you now? How are you doing? Uchiha Obito, Sister Kushina, I'm in a village. Uzumaki Kushina, why don't you go back to Konoha? Uchiha Obito, I was injured, and have been recuperating. Uzumaki Kushina, You quickly tell Minato your location and ask Minato to find Sister Tsunade for treatment. Namikaze Minato, don't worry. Kushina, I will bring Obito back. Uchiha Obito, no need. I will not go back to Konoha. No Hararin, Obito. Just listen to Kushina-san and go back with Minato-sensei. Uchiha Obito, Lin. I cannot go back. Chapter 15 Danzo died like this? Live broadcast continues. After wind release, Vacuum Daima Danzo was resurrected again, he appeared behind Minato. Minato's figure disappeared instantly. No doubt. Danzo's attack failed. The next second, Minato's kunai had cut Danzo's brain and throat. Flying Thunder God, this is really troublesome. Danzo not far away stared at Namikaze Minato after resurrecting. 1 minute. Minato looked at Danzo with a hint of unbearability in his eyes. Danzo was stunned for a moment. What? Minato released his tailed beast transformation and threw a few kunai around Danzo. In an instant, he came behind Danzo and cut off Danzo's head and whispered. It has been exactly 1 minute since you activated Izanagi just now. And Izanagi also needs to form a seal to activate it. Although it is very fast, it is indeed an opportunity for me. Konoha Ninja, Elder Danzo died like this? It's so simple. Kumagakure Ninja, yes, it doesn't feel like the battle of the century that I imagined. Onoki, the strength gap is too big. The fourth Reikage, Minato is faster than before. You are worthy of being my recognized opponent. Terumi Mei, the Yandere Hokage is a gentle and handsome guy. Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo. Uchiha Izuna, although he has Hashirama's cells, opening so many Sharingan eyes will take a huge toll on him. Uchiha Izuna, if he didn't have the Sharingan, and relied on his own strength, he might have been killed by that Minato in an instant. Uchiha Izuna, ha ha ha. I was laughing so hard. White hair. Is this the bad apprentice you taught? Uchiha Izuna, really, there is a master like any disciple. Senju Tobirama, I am defeated. Jiraiya, our old man is still okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, you are not bad either. Nara Shikamaru, so Jiraiya-sama's master is the third Hokage, his apprentice is the fourth Hokage, his wife is Tsunade, and even the future sixth Hokage is Jiraiya's disciple Kakashi teacher. Tsunade Senju, what did that brat say? Who is his wife? Jiraiya, Shikamaru, right? If you can speak, speak more. Terumi Mei, if you put it this way, you Konoha Hokages are all related. Terumi Mei, the second Hokage is the younger brother of the first Hokage, the third Hokage is the disciple of the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage is the disciple of the third Hokage. Terumi Mei, the fifth Hokage is even more exaggerated. He is the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, and the apprentice of the third Hokage. The sixth Hokage is the apprentice of the fourth Minato, and the disciple of the third Hokage. Terumi Mei, you are of the same blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is not because of connections that you can become Hokage, but because you have the ability to become Hokage, you can become a connection. Onoki, Sarutobi Hiruzen is right. Uchiha Madara, a jade with flaws is still jade, no matter how perfect a fly is, it is still a fly. Onoki, having an incompetent person serve as a cage is a disaster for the village, right? The fourth Mizukage, the third Kazekage, the fourth Kazekage. The fourth Mizukage. The third Kazekage. The fourth Kazekage. Nara Shikamaru, it seems that I can roughly guess who the seventh Hokage is. Uzumaki Naruto, it must be me. Hinata, Naruto-kun, I believe in you, come on. Sarutobi Konohamaru, I am the one who is the right one, Naruto nii. Inyazuka Kaiba, don't fight against me, the Hokage must be me. Abarame Shino, teeth. Just stop joining in the fun. Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru-sensei, please send Sasuke back. Orochimaru, Minato. Sasuke will grow up very quickly with me, and you Konoha have nothing to teach him. Namikaze Minato, no. Now that we have it, there is no one more suitable than him. Namikaze Minato, if you don't agree, I wouldn't mind an extra trip. Uchiha Itachi, ahem. 16. Young Uchiha Sasuke, I also want to meet some old friends, and catch up with Orochimaru by the way. Orochimaru, you guys. Young Uchiha Sasuke, have you asked me? I won't go back. I want power. I want to kill Itachi Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi, kill me? Just rely on what Orochimaru taught you? Uchiha Itachi, you can learn some life-saving skills by following him. It is indeed not bad, it is quite suitable for you. Young Sasuke Uchiha, 1 against 7. Orochimaru : Namikaze Minato, Sasuke, you should have seen how powerful you will be in the future. There is no one better suited to teach you than him. Harano Sakura, come back, Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm afraid he won't dare to come back. After all, now I have a lustful immortal and my father teaching me how to practice. He has been left far behind. Uzumaki Naruto, some people are going to become the tailgaters? Young Uchiha Sasuke, don't be so proud. Haven't you seen how powerful I am in the future? Uzumaki Naruto, it's not you now. All I know is that you are the tail end of the crane now. Young Uchiha Sasuke, where are there more? Uzumaki Naruto, Sas is here. Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru-sensei, you sent Sasuke here? Or should I go pick it up? Orochimaru, Minato. Sasuke will return to Konoha in 3 days. Namikaze Minato, then I'll trouble Orochimaru-sensei. Ding! The next video will be played soon. The 7th Generation Hokage's Wedding. Chapter 16 I've seen you before, Naruto. Senju Hashirama, wedding? Senju Hashirama, little Tsunade, you and Jiraiya should hurry up. The 7th generation is already married. How long are you going to delay? Tsunade Senju, grandpa idiot. Who is going to marry Jiraiya, and the 7th generation's marriage may not happen until 20 years later, so what does it have to do with me? Jiraiya, grandpa. Do not worry. I'm already preparing for the wedding process. Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya. Do you want to die? Yamanaka Ino, yes. Who is the 7th Hokage? Harano Sakura, Kakashi-sensei hasn't even become Hokage yet. Ding! Quiz with prizes. Who is the 7th Hokage? Quick answering begins. Ding! Congratulations to Nara Shikamaru for successfully answering the question. Nara Shikamaru, if my inference is correct, it should be Uzumaki Naruto. Akim Ichikoji, if Shikamaru is concerned, it should be Naruto. Boruto Uzumaki, bingo. Uncle Shikamaru answered correctly. Nara Shikamaru, uncle. By the way, are you Naruto's son? Boruto Uzumaki, as expected of Uncle Shikamaru. Ding! Boruto Uzumaki. You've finished spoiling it, what should I broadcast? How can I improve my word count? If you have the ability, you can broadcast it. Boruto Uzumaki, Lord Tenmaku, I was wrong. Congratulations to Nara Shikamaru for answering correctly. Reward Nara Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, chakra consumption is halved and activation speed is twice as fast. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's son? That's my grandson? I'm a grandma. Uzumaki Naruto, my son. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto did a good job. Uzumaki Naruto, third generation grandfather, I did it. Uzumaki Naruto, Irika-sensei, did you see it? I will be Hokage in the future. Domino Irika, I saw Naruto, first of all I want to congratulate you. But you are not Hokage yet, that is you in the future. Don't waste your practice just because you are Hokage in the future. Uzumaki Naruto, got it. Irika-sensei, stop preaching, oh. Gaara, Naruto, congratulations. Uzumaki Naruto, the same goes for you. Rock Lee, congratulations, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, 3 grams of oil, Lee. Everyone in Konoha who has a good relationship with Naruto sent their blessings. Uchiha Madara, I want a resurrection card. Senju Tobirama, Madara. This era no longer belongs to us. Wouldn't it be nice to chat on the marquee? Uchiha Madara, humph. Uzumaki Kushina, I don't know whose little girl is marrying our Naruto. Naruto's home. Minato and Naruto looked at Boruto in front of them curiously. Boruto was a little panicked and said, Grandpa, Dad. Dad, I didn't hide it from you on purpose. I did come from the future. Namikaze Minato said softly, is that really the case? Naruto and Boruto looked at Minato in disbelief and said, did Dad already know? Namikaze Minato nodded and explained, let me tell you a secret. In fact, I met you before I became the 4th Hokage, Naruto. Naruto and Boruto said in disbelief, Nani? Real or fake? Namikaze Minato smiled and said, Naruto was already an excellent ninja at that time. I will tell you about it later. What I want to know now is, which girl married Naruto? Boruto. Minato asked with a smile. My mother is the princess of the Hyuga family, Hinata. Boruto scratched his head. Naruto said in disbelief, Hinata. Boruto chuckled, and I also have a sister, she's very cute. Namikaze Minato asked excitedly, what's her name? Boruto said dissatisfied, Sunflower, Uzumaki Sunflower. Grandpa. Why weren't you so excited when you knew I was your grandson? Namikaze Minato explained with a slight embarrassment, is this it? I prefer girls, who are better behaved. Boruto was stunned for a moment and said, am I not good? Minato didn't say anything after hearing Boruto's words and kept staring at Boruto. Boruto turned his head guiltily. Namikaze Minato looked at the sky outside the window and smiled and said, I wonder if I have a chance to see my little granddaughter. Chapter 17 In the Ninja World, Our Rules in Konoha Are Rules. Ding! The system is being upgraded. 3 minutes countdown. 3, 2, 1. System upgrade completed. This system will give each person an exclusive mobile phone produced by Tianmu. Now everyone can use their mobile phones to send videos, pictures, emoticons, etc. in the sky screen. And this phone will also have other functions. You need to slowly explore this. Start playing Naruto and Hinata's wedding now. Inyazuka Kaiba, Hinata. Hara no Sakura, Hinata. Congratulations, ! Inyazuka Kaiba, not good. Hinata fainted. Yui Kurane, with Naruto? Not surprising. Uzumaki Kushina, is it from the Hinata family? Minato, go and propose marriage today. Hinata Hayashi. Namikaze Minato, wife, it's too early, they are still young. Uzumaki Naruto, stupid mother. What a shame. Sarutobi Konohamaru, but doesn't brother Naruto like that violent woman? Uzumaki Kushina, violent woman? Hara no Sakura, Baga. Brat. You, who do you call a violent woman? 17. Rock Lee, now that Naruto and Hinata are married. Rock Lee, so. Sakura. Please date me. Young Uchiha Sasuke? Hara no Sakura, Tabaa. Hara no Sakura, I only like Sasuke. Young Uchiha Sasuke, cut. Onoki, why is it a video of Konoha's little devil? What's so interesting about it? Onoki, I also want to watch the video of Ariwagakure Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the problem is that there is no famous person in your Iwagakure village besides you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I almost forgot, there is also Daida, sorry for my question. Onoki, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You, have gone too far. Orochimaru, everyone, I'm sorry. From now on in the ninja world, our rules in Konoha are the rules. Uzumaki Nagato? Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito? Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Raikage. Terumi Mei? Onoki, arrogant. Jiraiya, awesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I want to ask you, when can you represent Konoha? Raza, what qualifications do you, a rebellious ninja from Konoha, have to say this? Namikaze Minato, sorry. I forgot to tell you, Orochimaru-sensei is now the head of our Konoha Scientific Research Department. Onoki, so it was the fourth generation Hokage's instruction? Namikaze Minato, no, it should be Orochimaru-sensei's own idea. Uchiha Madara, what this boy said is indeed good. In our time, the rules between Hashirama and I were rules. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Your idea is too extreme. Uchiha Madara, you are too naive, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, I will bring a true peace to this world. Senju Tobirama, what's the use of talking so much, you're already dead? Uchiha Madara, humph, clown. Uchiha Izuna, what are you barking at? Wasn't your fourth Hokage of Konoha resurrected through the reward of Tenmaku? Uchiha Izuna, with Tenmaku's reward, why can't my eldest brother be resurrected? Senju Tobirama, if there is a reward, it belongs to your elder brother? With your eldest brother's IQ, do you think he has a chance? Uchiha Izuna, hello, big brother. Your eldest brother's IQ is not as good as mine. With a simple mind and well-developed limbs, he is a huge idiot. Senju Tobirama, at least my eldest brother still has a wife. Your eldest brother has a dead face all day long and makes it look like anyone owes him money. He deserves to be single for the rest of his life. Uchiha Izuna, your eldest brother. Uchiha Madara, that's enough. Izuna. Uchiha Madara Hashirama. Take care of your brother. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, if you two quarrel, just don't bring me and Madara. Senju Tobirama, hey. Onoki, wonderful. Gui Deng Shui Yu, it's a little different from what I imagined. Onoki, it's pretty much the same. Namikaze Minato, in half a month, we in Konoha will hold the Chunin examination again, and I invite all ninja villages to come and participate. Onoki, what? The fourth Hokage has returned to the position of Hokage, can't he wait to give us a show of strength? Namikaze Minato, Lord Tsuchikage has misunderstood. Since I have just been resurrected, I don't know much about the situation in the village and the outside world, so I just take this opportunity to find out more. Cho, our Sunagakure village will definitely pass by then. Onoki, it's true that you, Sunagakure, must hug Konoha's thigh tightly. Cho, will your Iwagakure village participate? Onoki, humph. You will know then. The fourth HOKAGE, we Kumagakure are going to join in the fun. The fifth HOKAGE, when the time comes, we Kirigakure will go too. Uzumaki Nagato, we Yugakure also want to participate. I wonder if the Hokage will welcome you. Minato Namikaze, junior fellow apprentices are coming, and those of you who are senior fellow apprentices will definitely welcome you. I have often heard Jiraiya-sensei talk about you before, and I finally have the opportunity to meet you. Yuyin Village. Nagato, do you really want to go? Konan looked at Tendo Pain and asked in confusion. Tiendao Pain said expressionlessly, go, and we all want to go. Xiaonan was puzzled, why? Because of it. Tiendao Pain pointed at the canopy in the sky. Chapter 18 The Eve of Naruto and Hinata's Wedding. In the video screen, Konohamaru is holding a camera to record everyone's wedding blessings to Naruto and Hinata as a wedding gift. In the video, Sakura and Sai waved to the camera and said happily, Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage. Xiaoli, Tian, and Metkai also said blessings to the camera. At the same time, Xiaoli took out Niji's ashes, and Metkai reached out and grabbed a handful and scattered them out, making Niji feel a little involved. Hyuga Niji? Hyuga Hisashi? Big brother. Hinata Hayashi. Hinata, brother Ningji. Hyuga Hisashi, brother, you failed to protect Niji. Hyuga Hinashi, this is a picture of the future, I will not let history repeat itself. Believe me. Burrito Uzumaki, is this Uncle Nisi? Hinata, Burrito. How did brother Niji die? Burrito Uzumaki, sorry, Mom. I can only tell you that it's none of Grandpa's business, I can't say anything else. Tien, Niji. Rock Lee, Niji, as my eternal opponent, don't fall down easily. Hyuga Niji, let's watch the video. Video continues. Naruto's friends at the same time, students and teachers from the ninja school, all sent their blessings. The boss of Ichiraku, suspected of being Otsutsuki, and his daughter also sent their blessings to Naruto. The scene changed. Kurenei held the portrait of Sarutobi Asuma, and there was a cute little girl sitting next to her, saying her blessings to the camera. Sarutobi Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ui read, Asuma. Nara Shikamaru, teacher. Akim Ichikoji, teacher. Yamanaka Ino, teacher. Onoki, yo. Is this your Konoha wedding or funeral? Sarutobi Hiruzen, old guy. Shut up. Onoki, what's the hurry? Sarutobi Hiruzen, nonsense. It's not your son who died. Onoki, aren't you dead now? Nara Shikamaru, in the video, Asuma-sensei's daughter was about 2 years old, and because she was pregnant, Asuma-sensei probably died 3 years before Naruto got married. Nara Shikamaru, Konohamaru in the video is about 15 years old, Konohamaru is 9 years old now. Nara Shikamaru, in other words, Asuma-sensei died when Konohamaru was about 12 to 15 years old. Nara Shikamaru, it seems that Naruto got married when he was around 19 years old. Nara Shikamaru, damn it. Damn, hate. What the hell am I talking about? Nara Shikamaru, damn it. Still not precise enough, too few clues. Sarutobi Asuma, Shikamaru. Don't get excited, aren't you dead yet? 18. Sarutobi Asuma, now I know, just be careful in the future. Besides, with this Tenmaku here, maybe you can know the reason for my death in the future. Yamanaka Ino, that's right, Shikamaru. Don't be so excited, isn't this like your usual self? Akimichi Koji, Shikamaru, calm down. Nara Shikamaru, I'm sorry, Asuma-sensei. Senju Tobirama, are you from the Nara clan? Being able to deduce so much information based on just this little video is pretty impressive. Terumi Mei, Konoha is really full of talents. Video continues. Gaara was sitting in the Kazekage's office, with Temari and Kankuro standing next to him, saying blessings to the camera. The third Tsuchikage, the fourth Reikage, the fifth Mizukage and the eight tails Jinchuriki rabbit all said their blessings together. The finale is none other than the sixth Hokage Hotaki Kakashi. Kakashi sat in the Hokage's office holding his hands and said softly, Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage, I hope you will be together and happy forever. Uchiha Obito, please give me a sec. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, where is the Sharingan that my brother gave you? Uchiha Obito, where are the eyes? Let me ask you, where are my eyes? Kakashi Hotaki, Obaisu. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, so let's see if Tianmio can give the answer in the future. Video continues. The last one is Umino Iruka. Naruto's first light in the darkness. Iruka stood at the door of the ninja school and said with a slightly trembling voice, Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage. Hinata, Naruto is a brat who is reckless and reckless. He can't live without your support, so Naruto is taking care of you, said Iruka and bowed to the camera. Iruka's tone suddenly changed and he reprimanded, Naruto. I won't say much more to you. You must make Hinata happy. Otherwise I won't be able to spare you. Okay, this is perfect, Konohamaru said excitedly to Iruka. Iruka wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally the recording was completed successfully. Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka-sensei. Umino Iruka, Naruto. Onoki, talk about it. Will our relationship among the five shadows be so good in the future? Terumi Mei, it seems that it has something to do with this Uzumaki Naruto. The fourth Reikage, can the ninja world really coexist peacefully? Uchiha Madara, in my opinion, this is just a false peace. That boy must be too strong and you don't dare to mess around. Uzumaki Nagato, those who don't understand pain cannot feel true peace. Uzumaki Nagato, in this cursed world, there will be no true peace. Uzumaki Nagato, let me lead you to true peace. Jiraiya, Nagato. You are too extreme, stop it. Uzumaki Nagato, Jiraiya-sensei. If you have not experienced my pain, you will not understand me. Uzumaki Naruto, why do you say this is false peace? Why do you think your peace is not false? Uchiha Madara, stupid brat. Innocent. Young Uchiha Sasuke, some people are more naive. More stupid. Uchiha Madara, Jr., what did you say? Uchiha Madara, do you want to dance too? Young Uchiha Sasuke, don't talk nonsense here. If a dead man is dead. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Fugaku, this is the good son you taught. Uchiha Fugaku, my ancestor died early. Young Uchiha Sasuke, old dog. What are you barking at? Young Uchiha Sasuke, don't preach to a dead man here. Uchiha Madara, okay, good, good. Uchiha Sasuke, I remember you. Uchiha Itachi, I also want to try the power of Shura in the ninja world. Chapter 19. Can you attend the wedding as my father? In the video, everyone in Konoha village is worried about Naruto's wedding gift. Xiao Li couldn't sleep all night. Sakura and Ino fight over a gift. Shikamaru saw that Koji had prepared a gift. He was usually smart, but now he was confused. Shikamaru and Koji met Temari on the street. When Temari saw Shikamaru coming over, she suddenly blushed and lowered her head. Shikamaru was also panicked for some reason, and he was stammering when he spoke. At this time, Dinkai also sent a divine assist, Shikamaru seems to have something to discuss with you." As soon as these words came out, Shikamaru and Temari both looked very panicked. When Temari heard this, she looked shocked and said, "Discuss." Shikamaru stammered, "I'm thinking seriously about the honeymoon trip. Where do you think it's better to go?" Temari blushed and said, "Honeymoon trip? Why are you asking me?" Shikamaru explained with a serious look, "Because it's most appropriate to ask you." Temari looked at Shikamaru shyly and said in panic, "That's it, just ask me." Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I think it would be good to go to a hot spring hotel." Temari also agreed. Koji seemed to have seen through everything, turned to Shikamaru and said, "I have something to do, you go with Temari." After that, Koji also left voluntarily, leaving behind Shikamaru and Temari. "I go." Just when Shikamaru didn't know what to do, Temari suddenly took the initiative to pull Shikamaru's clothes. Neither of them spoke during the whole journey. Shikamaru thought Temari was angry. Wanting to lighten the atmosphere, he took the initiative and said, "It's a rare occasion for us to go out. Let's go shopping." "Yeah." Temari responded with a blush. As they spoke, the two came to a dart-throwing shop. Temari twirled the dart in her hand and threw it out, but missed the target. She clenched her fists angrily and puffed her mouth. After seeing this, Shikamaru also picked up the dart and threw it out. What's even more outrageous was that the dart fell down without even being inserted into the target. Temari on the side also laughed shyly after seeing it. Afterwards, Shikamaru took Temari for a walk and came to a hot spring hotel. Shikamaru said seriously, "Zinxi, go in." Temari looked shy and said, "No. Didn't you just come and take a look?" I'm not ready yet." Shikamaru said in surprise, "It's okay, let's think about it after we go in, right?" He said that he was about to pull Temari in. Temari's eyes dodge and she says, "It's too late if you go in. You might be carried away by the atmosphere." Shikamaru suddenly reached out and touched Temari's forehead and asked in confusion, "Is it you? Do you have a fever?" Temari backed away in panic, I'm going back first." After saying that, she turned around and walked away. Seeing Temari about to leave, Shikamaru hurriedly ran towards Temari and said, "Well, if you feel unwell as it gets dark, you should find a room to rest." Shikamaru grabbed Temari's hand and said urgently, "Wait a minute. I need you." Temari looked shy and said, "Can I?" Shikamaru looked at Temari seriously and said, "Only you can do it. After all, I can't enter the women's bath." "Temari, you go into the women's bath and tell me what's going on inside. It's easy, right?" Suddenly Shikamaru's words that ruined the atmosphere came out of his mouth. Temari's expression turned cold and she said coldly, "Speaking of which, what on earth is going on?" Shikamaru explained with a serious look, "What else could it be? Of course it's to choose a hotel for Naruto and Hinata's honeymoon trip." Shikamaru said doubtfully, "I didn't tell you." Temari unfolded the fan in her hand and said coldly, "Yes. This is the first time I've heard of it." As he said this, a wind release, great scythe attack came towards Shikamaru. "Temari, bastard, impossible! How could I do this to this pineapple-headed brat? Yamanaka Ino, come on, Shikamaru. Akimichi Koji, Shikamaru, I'm optimistic about you. Nara Shikamaru, trouble. Uchiha Izuna, don't say the next thing, isn't this done? Jiraiya, based on my many years of experience." Regardless of words, these two people have become friends. Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, it seems you have a lot of experience. Jiraiya, no, Tsunade, listen to me, these are other people's materials. Hitaki Kakashi, when Jiraiya-sama publishes a new book, you must let me read it first, please. Senju Hashirama, yo. Jiraiya can also write books, he is quite knowledgeable. Jiraiya, that, just write it down, not worth mentioning. Terumi May, taking a girl to a hotel and saying such misleading things, this kid is really interesting. 19. Nara Shikaku, it seems that my son is going to follow my old path, ah. Nara Yoshino, what do you mean? Don't go home and sleep tonight. Nara Shikaku, wife, I was wrong. Video continues. At Irika's house in the evening, Irika was busy cooking. At this time, someone knocked on the door, and when Irika opened it, it was Naruto. Irika asked in confusion, Naruto, why are you here? Naruto scratched his head and said, it's not that. What should I say? I suddenly remembered Mr. Irika. I didn't know how you were doing, so I came to disturb you. Irika asked, what's wrong, is this? Naruto put his hands on the back of his head and said, I'm about to get married. I'm worried about being single, Irika-sensei. Come over here and take a look. Naruto said a little incoherently. Ramen, do you want to go eat ramen together? Irika said, ramen? I'm cooking. Naruto looked at the messy underground and said, Irika-sensei, please get married as soon as possible. Irika scolded, that's long-winded. I also wanted to say to you, how could you neglect Hinata? Naruto wondered, ignore her? We are not married yet. Are you overthinking it? Naruto looked excited, there is not much left in my single life. I want to indulge as much as I can. Irika interrupted Naruto angrily and said, Hokage. I mean you, do you understand Hinata's mood in marrying you? Naruto looked at Irika and asked in confusion, what's wrong, Irika-sensei? Irika said with a serious face, it seems that I still haven't taught you how to be a good person. The responsibility is all mine. Come. I'll teach you from the beginning. He pulled Naruto and walked out. Naruto said anxiously, wait. Irika-sensei, where are we going? Irika said seriously, go to Hinata. I want to apologize to her. I raised such an inconsiderate man. Naruto quickly shook off Irika and said, stop it, Irika-sensei, if Hinata were here, I wouldn't be able to say what I want to say. Irika turned to look at Naruto and asked, what do you want to say? Naruto scratched his head and said, just eat some ramen or something. Teacher, you can also drink a little wine, and then have a good chat while eating, whatever you want to say. Irika interrupted Naruto and then turned around and said, okay. How to bless you and what to say to you, it seems there is no need to think so much. After that, he went back. Naruto lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, I have a request. Irika turned around and looked at Naruto's back in confusion and said, request. Can you attend the wedding as my father? Irika's voice trembled slightly and said, Naruto, it turns out that this is your request. Then he said solemnly, put it on me. Naruto happily bowed to Irika and said, Irika-sensei. Thank you. Irika looked at Naruto's leaving figure and could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. Minato namikaze, thank you. Irika-sensei. Uzumaki Kushina, teacher Irika, thank you for taking care of Naruto since childhood, guiding him on his growth path, tolerating him and loving him, thank you. Domino Irika, my lords, the fourth Hokage, please don't say that, this is what I should do. Uzumaki Naruto, Irika-sensei, thank you for your continued recognition of me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Irika, you have passed down the will of fire very well. Video continues. The fourth Hokage, Kiribi, Gaara, and Kankuro met together. Kiribi sang in his lame rap, Yo! Kazekage and his party, we are the Hokage and his party, today is the wedding day, let us forget the past and live in harmony. Kankuro smiled and said, of course, I don't want to compete like a child. Kiribi said as he took out two very naughty pillows from his backpack and said, speaking of which, you should be surprised by my wedding gift. Let them be inseparable. The fourth HOKAGE used his remaining right hand to punch Kiribi away. Gaara was so scared that he hid behind Kankuro. Gaara looked at Kankuro and asked, "Where is Temari?" Kankuro said, "I didn't see it either." When the camera turned, Ichiraku, who was suspected to be Otsutsuki, and his daughter also sent congratulatory gifts. Metkai and Xiao Li walked over while standing on their heads, and there was Tian Tian pushing a wheelchair behind them. Temari found Shikamaru and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Shikamaru asked in confusion, "Who is laughing?" Temari seemed a little jealous and said, "To put it nicely, isn't the most favorite thing for a man to do at a wedding, is to get to know the bride's best friends?" Shikamaru explained, "How can such a thing happen? It's really troublesome. Let's go." He took Temari's hand and walked over. Ino looked at Shikamaru and Temari leaving together and said in shock, "When did they get tired of being together?" Sai on the side looked at Ino with a smile and said softly, "Not talking about them, we should be the same in the eyes of other people, right?" After saying that, he held Ino's hand. In the distance, Sakura looked at her companions in pairs around her, feeling a little depressed. At this time, Sakura looked up at the sky, and an eagle flew towards her and landed on her arm. Sakura took out the paper on the eagle's leg, which read, "Sakura, help me with 500. In the room, Naruto kept staring at Namikaze Minato on the Hokage rock, while Hinata kept looking at Naruto. At this time, Hinata Hanabi was holding Hinata Niji's portrait and said to Hinata Hisashi, "Sister, the time is up, we should go out." Hearing this, Hinata took Naruto's hand and walked out the door together. Chapter 20 It's all garbage. Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata is so beautiful. She is a very good woman. Namikaze Minato, yes, Naruto, treat Hinata well. Uzumaki Naruto, Dad. Let's visit Hinata's house tonight. Hinata, Naruto, welcome, you, to my house, as a guest. Hinata, Hyuga Hinashi, boy. If you dare to come, I will break your legs. Namikaze Minato, sorry, Hizu clan leader. Ding! The 7th generation Hokage Naruto and Hinata's wedding has finished playing. Now let's take stock of Orochimaru, the 17th most powerful figure in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not surprised. Orochimaru, it seems that Sarutobi-sensei has high expectations for me. 4th Kazekage, a sneaky snake who only knows how to sneak attack. He deserves it too. Orochimaru, if you do it again, I will reincarnate you out of the dirt and let you stay in a latrine every day. Terumi Mei, Orochimaru, you're disgusting. Kabuto Yakushi, I wonder what Orochimaru-sama's reward for being on the list is? Ding! Everyone knows about Orochimaru's combat power, so I won't introduce it further. Now I'll show you something fun. Start playing the video of Orochimaru's son now. Jiraiya : Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose son? Tsunade Senju, can Orochimaru get married? Orochimaru, who said it only takes 2 people to have a baby. Boruto Uzumaki, see you. Jiraiya? Tsunade Senju? Onoki, are you guys playing so fancy in Konoha? Terumi Mei, suddenly I'm a little curious. What's going on? Shimura Danzo, that's what Orochimaru can do. Onoki, hey. Danzo still dares to come out for a walk? Shimura Danzo, I'm already dead, so what's there to be afraid of? Terumi Mei, you've done all the bad things, so you're so embarrassed. Shimura Danzo, everything I do is for Konoha. Onoki, the death of Konoha White Fang was also for the good of Konoha? Shimura Danzo, humph. There is no evidence that I did it. Terumi Mei, was it you who did the Uchiha genocide? Shimura Danzo, they want to rebel, I am just eliminating the threat. 20. Ao, how do you explain Uchiha Shisui's death? Shimura Danzo, his eyes are too dangerous for Konoha, especially since he is an Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku, to put it nicely, even if he is not from the Uchiha clan, you can't tolerate him, right? Shimura Danzo, humph. Everything I did was for Konoha. Orochimaru, I still want to thank Danzo-sama for providing me with experimental products back then. Shimura Danzo, I was. Senju Tobirama, shut up. Danzo. Video starts. In the video, a white-haired boy is asking Orochimaru, who is he? Orochimaru looked at Mitsuki and explained, I am your closest relative. Siyu asked in confusion, my dearest relative. Are you my father or my mother? Orochimaru looked at Mitsuki and said, this is not important. You are special to me. So we want to take back your memory. Siyu wondered, take back the memory? How to do? Orochimaru opened the instrument in front of him, and a projection of a man wrapped in armor appeared in the middle and said, this person is a ninja who can steal other people's memories. He can take the stolen memories as his own, and he can also control others by implanting memories. Of course, the memories that were taken away from him can also be implanted back intact. Orochimaru looked at Mitsuki and said, it's bad. This man took away your memory. If you want to recover, you must catch him and implant the original memory. Let's go find this man again. Siyu interrupted, wait a minute. Why did we contact him in the last mission? Orochimaru explained, of course to take away all the information he has collected so far. Shuiyu on the side also explained, who knew that our important information would be taken away by him. Siyu asked, since it is a mission you and I perform together, then it is possible that your memory has been tampered with. Then again, are you my father or my mother? Orochimaru said calmly, it doesn't matter. Siyu wondered, my strength is not good enough, why are you taking me on such a mission? Orochimaru explained, you seem to underestimate yourself. I just said, you are special. You are my child, you just forgot now. I love you very much. This is also for you and me, our parents and children. Jiraiya? Is this what Orochimaru can say? Tsunade Senju, feeling so disgusting? The fourth Kazekage, so, Orochimaru, are you his father or mother? Uchiha Izuna, can't they all be the same? Isn't there the shadow clone technique invented by Baimao? Orochimaru : Jiraiya? The inspiration for my new book has arrived. Hatake Kakashi, Lord Jiraiya. Don't. I can't accept it. Orochimaru, humph. You don't understand the world of science. Terumi Mei, you still haven't said, are you his father or mother? Orochimaru, boring. Video continues. Siyu lowered her head and whispered, I just want to know who I am. If you want to know your past, come with me. Orochimaru turned around and said. The two came to a junction. Orochimaru looked at Mitsuyuki and said, the barrier he set up in front of you, only you can open it. Siyu stretched out her hand and placed it on the barrier. The barrier slowly faded away. It was really opened. After the two went in, they saw an armored man waiting for them, and he cast the golden binding technique. But it seemed to have no effect on Orochimaru, he only controlled Mitsuki. Orochimaru looked at the armored man and said, this time I must let you return that. Together with the child's memory. Saying that, he raised his knife and attacked the armored man. The two intertwined together like a show, and soon Orochimaru was tightly entangled by the ninjutsu performed by the armored man. Orochimaru stammered and said to Mitsuki, it's bad, you have the power of an immortal, the rest. The armored man turned around and slashed at Siyu, hoping to activate Siyu's immortal mode. It's a pity that Siyu still failed to open the immortal mode. There was no way, the armored man could only stop the attack. At this time, Orochimaru controlled a small snake and came out of the armored man's mouth. Then he pretended to say, he has been poisoned by the curse seal and will be unable to move or speak for a while. See you monitor him for a while. I'll go in and look for something. I'll come back as soon as I find it. Orochimaru turned to look at Mitsuyuki and said, you must not get close to him. After saying that, he pretended to walk in the door. After Orochimaru left, the armored man moved and explained to Mitsuki, take the antidote in advance, but I didn't expect the poison to be so strong. The armored man asked Mitsuki to take off his mask and said to Mitsuki, all of this. It's all Orochimaru's conspiracy. You'll understand when you take off the mask. Siyu stretched out her arms and took off the armored man's mask. Under the mask is a face very similar to Siyu. The armored man explained to Siyu, I am bad, and we are all artificial beings made by Orochimaru. Siyu was stunned for a moment and said, artificial man. Siyu said to Siu, Orochimaru regards himself as a god, and we are all containers of his desires. In order to satisfy his own selfish desires, Orochimaru will continue to create existences like us. At this time, Orochimaru came out holding a scroll and said to the two of them, no matter how you are born, you are no different from anyone else. You are all my children. You are the perfect children that I love so much. You have hidden power beyond me. You can't imagine how much I looked forward to your appearance. Is it wrong for a ninja like me to want to have children? If there is one only reason why humans should be forgiven no matter what they do, it can only be for actions taken out of love. Siyu watched the two people arguing constantly, and finally Siyu crushed the mask in her hand and turned on the immortal mode. Mitsuki took away the scroll and key from Orochimaru's hand and rushed out of the barrier. Orochimaru watched Mitsuki leave and said, finally transformed into a fairy. Orochimaru looked at Misai and asked, what did you put in the scroll? He lit a cigarette and said, let's call it a photo of the sun. Siyu looked at Boruto's photo in the scroll and smiled, my real name is Siyu. As soon as the video screen changed, Mitsuki and Uchiha Sarana were waiting for Boruto's arrival. 4th Kazekage, cut. After working on it for a long time, it turned out to be an artificial human. Boring. Uchiha Madara, that kid's power is interesting. Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, what kind of power is that? Orochimaru, now this is our Konoha secret. Senju Hashirama, Sage Mode? This power is unusual. Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru, you are really a genius. If you had been born a few years earlier, I would have accepted you as my disciple. Orochimaru, thank you, the 2nd generation, for your recognition. Uchiha Fugaku, is that little girl an Uchiha? Young Uchiha Sasuke, father. She is my daughter. Ding. Quiz with prizes. Whose daughter is the girl who appears at the end of the video? Sasuke Uchiha. Ding. Congratulations to Sakura Harano for successfully answering the question. Uchiha Fugaku, my granddaughter? Young Sasuke, my daughter. Uchiha Itachi, father. Her name is Uchiha Sarana. Uchiha Mikoto, I wonder whose girl is marrying our Sasuke. Harano Sakura, I guess. Sasuke, and. My child. Yamanaka Ino, you have a wide forehead, you are so shameless, Sasuke is mine. Sarai, ahem. Rock Lee, no. Sakura. Young Uchiha Sasuke, Sakura. 21. Ding. Congratulations to Harano Sakura for the correct answer. Reward Harano Sakura with hundreds of skills. Tsunade Senju, my ninjutsu. Jiraiya, Tsunade, it seems you are going to have an apprentice too. Ding. Orochimaru, the 17th most powerful person in the ninja world. Orochimaru has witnessed the death of too many people and knows that life is fragile, so he has been pursuing immortality his whole life. Orochimaru is proficient in almost all ninjutsu in the ninja world, including forbidden techniques and sealing techniques. There are also things he has researched, such as immortal reincarnation, artificial human technology, mecha technology, curse seal technology, genetic modification technology, and cell transplantation technology. Orochimaru, you can defeat him and seal him, but you can never kill him. Reward Orochimaru 10 physics books, chemistry books, and biology books each. Onoki, what is the use of this book? 4th Kazekage, it must be ninjutsu or something like that. Orochimaru, compared to these books, all ninjutsu in the ninja world are garbage. Uchiha Madara, what a loud tone, frog in the well. Uzumaki Nagato, it's not like you haven't seen the power of God before. Orochimaru, they're all garbage. Orochimaru, I will start a new era. Chapter 21 Taking stock of the 16 most powerful people in the ninja world. Ding! Take stock of Tsunade, the 16th most powerful person in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama, wow! It's little Tsunade. The 4th Raikage, I don't accept it. Why is she ranked higher than me? Senju Tobirama, why can't she be taller than you? The 4th Raikage, she is more powerful than me, and her medical ninjutsu is very strong. I agree, but I don't think her strength is stronger than mine. Orochimaru, humph. Your strength is just like that. If it's a competition, you may have a slight upper hand. If it's a life and death contest, you will definitely die. Uchiha Madara, noisy. Just watch the video and you will know. Video starts. Tsunade decided to use the heavenly sending technique to go to Uchiha Madara's battlefield, but Mabai tried her best to stop her. What a mess! The heavenly sending technique is a ninjutsu used to transport objects. It is different from the summoning technique and the counter-summoning technique. It cannot be used on people. Mabai explained anxiously. Tsuna said without looking back, I can't control that much now. How will you know if you don't give it a try? Mabai continued to explain, it really doesn't work. The speed of the human body cannot keep up with the too fast transmission, and people will die from being torn apart. Only the 3rd generation Raikage-sama has succeeded in history. Hokage-sama is really not that good. Please think again. Nara Shikaku on the side looked at Tsunade and said, I have an idea. Use the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade interrupted Shikaku and pointed at the Baihao seal on his forehead and said, no need, I'll use this. Shikaku held his forehead and said helplessly, that's right. But this is a dangerous gamble. Tsunade-sama's gambling luck is not good. Tsunade turned her back to everyone and said firmly, it's only when you gamble with money and gamble with your life like this, it's another thing. That's why I can survive until now. Mabai looked at the 4th Raikage and said urgently, Raikage-sama, please advise Hokage-sama and ask her to think again. The 4th Raikage looked at Mabai and said, Mabai, prepare to be sent by heaven. 2 people. What are you asking this fool for? Then Tsunade and the 4th Raikage stood on the formation of the heavenly sending technique and were teleported to the front-line battlefield. On the other side, Shiranui Genma and the other 3 were preparing the Flying Thunder God technique around the 5th Mizukage. It's amazing, space movement. Isn't this the Yandame Hokage's trick? Shiranui Genma explained, we were originally members of the 4th Hokage's guard team, and now we are the 5th generation. The art of Flying Thunder God was taught to us by the 4th Hokage. I'm ashamed to say that we are not as good as the 4th Hokage. We need 3 people to perform it. Sorry. I made you laugh. Namizurai next to him explained in the same way. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, is it really your conspiracy? Senju Hashirama, Madara. Why do this? Uchiha Madara, of course it's for peace. Create a truly peaceful world. Onoki, you who started the war, what qualifications do you have to say this? Uchiha Madara, ha! Just wait and see. Senju Tobirama, is it true that no one except the Yandere can learn the Flying Thunder God technique? The fourth HOKAGE, if everyone in Konoha knows how to do it, what will we do in other ninja villages? Minato Namikaze, I'm sorry, Nidame-sama, I died too early, before I could find someone suitable for the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato Namikaze, originally Uchiha Shisui was quite good, what a pity. Uchiha Shisui, it's an honor. The fourth generation still remembers me. Uchiha Izuna, it's rare to have a Hokage who has no prejudice against Uchiha. Video continues. In the battlefield with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara and the second generation Tsuchikage Mu rushed towards Onoki, Gaara, and others. At this time, a white light appeared in front of the two people. Tsunade knocked back Madara Uchiha with a flying kick from General Uki. The fourth HOKAGE also defeated the second Tsuchikage Mu with one punch. Yin Seal Ninja Release Method creates regeneration. Tsunade quickly formed the seal. At this time, the four Mizukage also arrived at the battlefield through the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade heals Onoki and Gaara. The fourth HOKAGE and Terumi Mei are fighting against Madara Uchiha to buy them time. Terumi Mei released the ninjutsu in Madara's direction, Melt Release, Monster Melting Jutsu. Uchiha Madara complained, I'm too lazy to absorb this little trick. The fourth HOKAGE also instantly attacked Madara Uchiha with lightning all over his body. The fourth HOKAGE roared, Thunder Release, Thunder Torture Horizontal Chiamai hit Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. But it's no use. Uchiha Madara, boy, do you think I'm the same as that brat? Your power is still lacking. The speed is a bit interesting, but not enough for me. The fourth HOKAGE, is this the strength of Shura in the ninja world? The fourth HOKAGE, how powerful must the Senju Hashirama who killed Uchiha Madara be? Uchiha Madara, humph. Senju Hashirama, Madara and I are almost. Chapter 22 Is this the weight of U5-Kage? Ding! Unknown creatures are detected invading the current time and space. This system has been forcibly exiled. Video continues. Thunder escapes instant body plus melting escapes blood succession limit? It's a good attack, but I wonder how your defense is. While speaking, Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo in the third and second form and performed Yasaka's Megatama. Dozens of Megatama with blue energy were thrown at HOKAGE and others. A giant native quickly protected everyone. Uchiha Madara said expressionlessly, double defense of sand and rock? This is quite good. Gaara controlled the sand to wrap around Uchiha Madara's Susan, trying to seal it. It's a pity that it's too naive. As expected, Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo and easily released the restraints. At this time, Terumi Mei used the Kirigaku technique, blocking Uchiha Madara's sight. Onoki took the opportunity to ride the fourth HOKAGE and flew towards Uchiha Madara. The fourth HOKAGE punched Susanoo. In Uchiha Madara's somewhat stunned expression, Susanoo's spine actually cracked. Before Uchiha Madara could react, Onoki summoned the rock giant and smashed it at Uchiha Madara. Wood release, the arrival of the flower and tree realm. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands without any haste. The summoned vines easily shattered the rock giant. The vines continued to extend, and the buds at the top emitted a large amount of pollen. While the five shadows were guarding against the pollen, Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo and knocked the five shadows away with a blow from behind. Fire escape, great fire extinguishment. 22. Uchiha Madara sneered, "Hey! Let me add another big fire to you." 5 shadows fell down one after another. Senju Hashirama, Madara. How do you know my wood release? Senju Hashirama, and your eyes? Uchiha Madara, who knows? Uzumaki Nagato, Samsara I. Onoki, the Sharingan is already a thing of the past, so it's not surprising that a Rinnegan appears. Terumi Mei, how can we defeat such a being? Video continues. Onoki stood up and controlled the dust escape, original realm peeling technique. In an instant, the white beam of light flattened the surrounding trees, and even Uchiha Madara was knocked away. At this time, the other 4 shadows also stood up. Uchiha Madara slowly turned around, revealing Hashirama's tattoo on his heart. Uchiha Madara looked at Tsunade and asked, "That woman who uses medical ninjutsu? Have you inherited this guy's bloodline, right?" Tsunade shouted at Uchiha Madara, "So what? Then I'll start with you first." Uchiha Madara said coldly. Terumi May didn't know what to say. It's common sense to kill the team of medical ninjas first. Do you think we will let you succeed easily? Uchiha Madara said disdainfully, "Wrong. Because that woman is a descendant of Senju Hashirama. With your medical ninjutsu, you can only delay the time of death slightly. Compared to Senju Hashirama, it's just a piece of cake. He can heal wounds without even forming seals. All of his ninjutsu are unmatched. The battle between me and him was a fierce battle where lives were at stake. It was not a child's play like this." Madara Uchiha crossed his arms and said, "Compared to Hashirama, even though you are his descendant, what capabilities do you have? You can't use wood release, your medical ninjutsu isn't as good as one of Hashirama's fingers, and you're still a weak woman. Weak people are ugly, and weak senju are even more so." At this time, the 4th Raikage said, "You fucking fart here, if you don't accept it, do it for a while." Tsunade interrupted, "It's true that I am a descendant of Grandpa, but it is true that I can't use wood escape, nor can I use medical ninjutsu, which is not as good as Grandpa, and I am still a woman. Having said that, I am not the weak woman you say. What I have is not pure power. What I inherited from my grandfather and has been handed down to this day is my real power. Don't underestimate the will of fire. Uchiha Izuna, I recognize your Konoha brainwashing ability. Senju Tobirama, the evil Uchiha will not understand. Onoki, don't underestimate the power of our 5 shadows. Uchiha Madara, just gravel, not even half as good as me. Uchiha Madara, the only opponent I recognize is Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, Madara is also my strongest opponent and partner." Video continues. Do you think you can defeat me just by relying on the so-called will left behind after Hashirama's death? Madara Uchiha said disdainfully. Tsunade retorted, "The will of the dead can inspire the living and then manifest power. My power was born here. And it formulated the guidelines for medical ninjas. Never give up treatment first. The 2nd medical ninja cannot be on the front line. The 3rd medical ninja cannot die first. The last one, 4th, only medical ninjas who are proficient in ninjutsu to create regeneration and the art of Baihao are allowed to break all the above regulations." He said that he used the Ninpo technique, creation and regeneration, and the jutsu of 100 heroes. Black lines spread from the center of Tsunade's eyebrows to her whole body. "Tsunade, let me show you my power," she said and attacked Uchiha Madara. Crack Susanna with one punch. At this time, Oniki once again rode the 4th Raikage and hit Susan in the back with a hand sword. Tsunade took this opportunity to launch a flying kick from General Yu, completely crushing Susanna and knocking Uchiha Madara away. Madara raised his head and said, "Indeed, you are not a weak woman. But since you took the initiative to die, the other cage will also die. After all, you are the only one who knows the healing technique. Hashirama, I don't know what you left behind? With this level of ability, I'm so far behind you. Since you want the people below to inherit something, why not teach them the method of resurrection like me? What you leave behind after your death is nothing but the vitality of the cells in my body. The only thing left behind after my brother's death is the pupil technique of my eyes." Uchiha Madara said coldly, "If there is anything that can be inherited, then there is only hatred." Tsunade scolded severely, "You are already dead, so stop spreading hatred." After saying that, he rushed over at high speed and smashed half of Uchiha Madara's body. HOKAGE. Take advantage of the moment, the fourth HOKAGE said urgently to Gaara. Grand funeral at the desert level. Gaara quickly sealed Uchiha Madara. Ding! Excuse me, has Uchiha Madara been sealed? Start answering. Ding! Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for successfully answering. Uchiha Madara, damn it, Hashirama beat me to it. Senju Tobirama, although I don't like him, he is Uchiha Madara and cannot be defeated so easily. Uchiha Izuna, looking at the video, the eldest brother is probably just joking with them. Onoki, is this the weight of Shura in the ninja world? Senju Hashirama, that's just a wood escape clone, the real Uchiha Madara has not been sealed. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Uchiha Madara, stop talking now, I suddenly remembered something. Senju Hashirama, what's the matter? Uchiha Madara, I felt something was wrong when I saw Danzo Kunao stabbing Susan. Senju Hashirama, what's wrong? Uchiha Madara, now that I see your granddaughter, I finally remember it. Uchiha Madara, I remember back then, it seemed like you were going to commit suicide with a Kunao. Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama? Kill yourself with a Kunao? Funny, right? Onoki, before watching this video, I believed it. The fourth HOKAGE, I'm afraid that Kunao will be slower and grow directly in the body of the first Hokage. Hiden, so you can't say that the Kunao growing on Hashirama's body was the one he shot back then? Kakuzu, do you want to die? Hiden, I am immortal. Kakuzu, then I will definitely sew your head to your butt next time. Hiden, Mr. Kakuzu, I was wrong. Kakuzu, humph. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. Aren't you going to explain? Senju Hashirama, Madara. You were the one fighting with me at that time. Senju Hashirama, when you fell, I was already at the end of my strength. Do you think I still had chakra at that time? Senju Hashirama, and no one can save a person who wants to die. Uchiha Izuna, brother, don't believe him. Uchiha Madara, humph. Let me believe you for once. Uchiha Izuna? Ding! Congratulations Senju Hashirama for the correct answer. Reward Senju Hashirama 5 times his own chakra. Senju Hashirama, chakra? It feels useless. Hitaki Kakashi, first generation sir, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. Video continues. Just when the crowd thought they were relieved. 23. The blue Susanna stabbed Tsunade directly in the stomach. The real Uchiha Madara slowly emerged from the trees and taunted. What you sealed was just the wooden escape clone that Hashirama once used. That thing is indeed realistic. The only one who can see through that thing is me, Hashirama's opponent. With the power of my eyes. Uchiha Madara stayed in midair with the help of Susan and said expressionlessly. Which one should I kill next? Hearing this, Tsunade shouted, cut off Susanna with a hand knife and inserted it into her stomach. Then in Uchiha Madara's slightly shocked eyes. He punched out half of the Susanna fragment stuck in his stomach, took it in his hand and slashed at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara quickly controlled Susanna and sent out the Yasaka Megatama to knock Tsunade away. Uchiha Madara looked at Tsunade and asked, why, can you still move? Tsunade held her stomach and raised her head to look at Uchiha Madara and said, I told you. You were wrong. Uchiha Madara looked at the rapidly healing wound on Tsunade's stomach and said with enlightenment, a regenerated body that does not require sealing, that's it. Is this the power of your jutsu? It's the same as Hashirama's. At this time, Onoki suddenly flew behind Uchiha Madara and hit the original realm peeling technique. Then he was absorbed by Madara using his reincarnation eye. Onoki said puzzledly, obviously before. Uchiha Madara interrupted, I just want you to see Hashirama's face. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Madara and said, since you used the wood release clone to avoid our attack, it means that we have forced you to a dead end and have to use the clone to treat you. Uchiha Madara glanced at the 5 shadows and said, after all, it is 5 against 1. At this time, Terumi Mei said shamelessly, even if it's 5 against 1, we still have to win. After all, you are Uchiha Madara. Don't call us despicable. Uchiha Madara said disdainfully, I won't call you despicable. 5 against 1. Just perfect for fun. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara formed the seal and separated 25 wood escape clones from the trees. This is 5 versus 1. Don't call me mean. You are the 5 shadows. Let me ask you a question, do you want these clones to use Susanoo? Uchiha Madara said with an obvious teasing tone. With your little ability, don't you dare to answer. Let me answer it for you. With that said, all 25 wood release clones have activated Susanoo's third form. Feng Ying whispered, 1 to 5. Onaki retorted, no. It's 5 versus 25. With that said, the 5 people covered each other, cooperated with each other, and fought with 25 Susannas. A Susanna punch knocked Terumi Mei away. In order to protect Terumi Mei, Gaara showed his flaw and was also knocked away. Tsunade had 2 Susanna's swords stuck in her body. She knocked away one Susanna with 1 punch, and then pulled out 2 swords. Suddenly Tsunade knelt on the ground weakly, holding her stomach. Hokage! What a mess! The 4th Raikage said looking at the weak Tsunade. It was during this distraction that the 4th Raikage was caught in a flaw by Uchiha Madara, caught in Susan's hand and cast in Genjutsu by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. Damn it! I fell under the illusion of a mere Sharingan. Just when 5 Susanna swords hit the 4th Raikage, Onaki controlled a pair of big hands to grab the 4th Raikage, pulled him back to his side, and helped him release the illusion. Onaki shouted loudly, stand up, all cages! At this critical juncture, we cannot show weakness. We must never live up to the name of our movie. Uchiha Madara looked at the 5 shadows who stood up again and said thoughtfully. The most troublesome thing is indeed Onoki. His fighting spirit must be completely destroyed. Uchiha Izuna, did I hear correctly? Uchiha Izuna, a mere Sharingan? Uchiha Madara, humph. The ants don't know it yet. The 4th Raikage, maybe I was under an illusion at that time. Onoki, I didn't expect that. Even a bad boy will give in one day. The 4th Raikage, only when I saw a truly strong man did I realize my insignificance. Chapter 23 If you are afraid of my death, marry me as soon as possible. Video continues, Tsunade is delivering chakra to Onaki. There's not much chakra left, think of this as your last move. Onoki used all his strength. Dust release, limit separation technique. In an instant, white light enveloped all the wood escape clones. Even Uchiha Madara's body lost half of his body because he used Susanoo and didn't have time to use the Rinnegan to absorb dust release. Suddenly a huge water dragon surrounded Uchiha Madara. Just when Uchiha Madara absorbed half of the water dragon, countless sand wrapped his left hand, and his whole body was paralyzed by electricity. It's a pity that they met Madara Uchiha. As expected of a ninja who bears the name of the 5 cages. In this case, I, Uchiha Madara, will fight with all my strength. Uchiha Madara said slightly excitedly. With that said, he activated his complete body Susanoo. Tsunade looked at the mountain-sized Susanoo and couldn't help but sigh, Grandpa actually contends with such a being. Uchiha Madara said expressionlessly, I said, the only one who can stop me is Hashirama. It's a pity that he is no longer here. But for you, it's actually a good thing. Because. With that said, he controlled Susanoo and struck 2 mountains in the distance with 1 knife. If I were alone, the scope of destruction would not be so large. The 5 shadows looked at the 2 mountains split open by a knife and said in shock, this is Uchiha Madara. Onaki asked in confusion, then why didn't you kill us then? Uchiha Madara explained, which adult would get angry with a child? Let's not talk about this. Have you had enough trouble? With that, he controlled the huge Susan and walked towards the 5 shadows. Just when Uchiha Madara was about to end this farce, a white light suddenly appeared from his body. Uchiha Madara looked at his body and said calmly, "The reincarnation of the dirty land has been lifted. It seems that you have a good person over there too." Fire release, dragon flame singing technique. Uchiha Madara dragged his body that was about to disintegrate and launched the ninjutsu towards the 5 shadows. At this time, Mei Terumi couldn't even use water release. Fortunately, Tsunade blocked this attack for them. The consequence of doing this is that the last chakra of Baihouse Jutsu is exhausted. The lines on Tsunade's body also disappeared. At this time, Uchiha Madara controlled the Susanna sword and attacked Tsunade. Looking at the oncoming attack, Tsunade could no longer hold on and fell weakly. Just when the shadows were helpless, a green light led Tsunade to dodge the attack. Ding! Who among the following 4 options saved Tsunade? A. Uzumaki Naruto. B. Uchiha Sasuke. C. Kato Dan. D. Harano Sakura. Quick answering begins. Ding! Congratulations to Danzo Shimura for successfully answering the question. Shimura Danzo, I choose a Uzumaki Naruto. Onoki, why are you joining in the fun? Shimura Danzo, why can't I answer this question? Who said your hand speed is not as fast as mine? Ding! Congratulations to Shimura Danzo for the wrong answer. Deprive Shimura Danzo of all sealing techniques. Onoki, ha ha ha, I was laughing so hard. What's the use of fast hand speed? Shimura Danzo, it doesn't matter, I'm already dead anyway, so ninjutsu is useless. Ding! Congratulations to Kato Dan for successfully answering the question. Kato Dan, I choose C. Tsunade Senju, cut off. 24. Kato Dan, Tsunade. I'm already dead, go pursue your own happiness. Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, don't worry, cut it off. I will take good care of Tsunade. Tsunade Senju, shut up. Jiraiya. Kato Dan, then I'll leave it to you, Jiraiya. Tsunade Senju, cut off. Ding! Congratulations to Kato Dan for the correct answer. Reward Katadan's own chakra 5 times. Video continues. Sure enough, it was Kato Dan who used the spiritual transformation technique to help Tsunade for the last time. 5 shadows wondered, why, the reincarnation of the dirty land has been lifted, and you haven't disappeared yet. Uchiha Madara explained, the so-called filthy reincarnation is a technique to summon the dead. It has a shortcoming. That is, as long as you know the seal, you can actively release the shackles of the caster. Tell the magician that forbidden magic cannot be abused. The reincarnation of the filthy earth opens, said Uchiha Madara. Quickly formed a seal to release the reincarnation of the filthy earth. It's impossible to restrain me with this level of ninjutsu. Alright. Susanoo is completely intact. Everyone who has seen him is dead. Now that it has been taken back, it would be a bit embarrassing if it were used again. Would release. Arrival of the tree realm. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together and launched an attack on the 5 shadows. At this time, the 5 shadows have run out of oil and lamps, and there is no way to resist. In an instant, the 4th Raikage, Gaara, Onoki, and Mei Terumi were all knocked out and fell to the ground unconscious. Tsunade was even smashed in half by the fallen tree trunk. Madara Uchiha didn't even look at the 5 fallen cages, turned around and hurried towards Obito. Ding! Question, are the 5 shadows dead? Start answering. Ding! Congratulations to Namikaze Minato for successfully answering the question. Namikaze Minato, the 5 cages are not dead. Shimura Danzo, Minato. You are too anxious. Why are you so sure that Wu Ying is not dead? Minato Namikaze, didn't Elder Danzo notice that all the 5 cages were there when Naruto got married? Onoki, clown. Uchiha Izuna, there is no way. The disciples taught by Baimao are like this. Senju Tobirama, Danzo. Stop being embarrassed. Ding. Congratulations to Namikaze Minato for the correct answer. Reward Namikaze Minato 5 times his own chakra. Video continues. Not long after Uchiha Madara left, Tsunade bit her thumb weakly and channeled a huge slug. When Slug saw Tsunade's body split open, he immediately helped her catch her body. Tsunade interrupted the slug and said weakly, "We'll talk about my half-body later. You move the cages to me first. My words can still save them." Soon the slug moved the 4 shadows together. The slug split into many small slugs and crawled on Wu Ying's body, only hanging their lives. At the critical moment, 3 figures landed not far from Tsunade. "It's really embarrassing, Tsunade," Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. With that said, he walked to Tsunade with Suijutsuo and Kaso. At this time, the big slug said nervously, "Tsunade-sama." Orochimaru looked at the old Tsunade and scolded in a low voice, "You are too messy, Tsunade." Tsunade moved slightly and said feebly, "Orochimaru." The big slug on the side had a mouthful of acidic water in its mouth, ready to spray it at Orochimaru at any time. Orochimaru looked at the slug and said, "I'm here to save her. If I do anything suspicious, you can kill me at any time." Then Orochimaru asked Suijutsuo to catch Tsunade's body, and asked Tsunade to bite Kairin's arm to restore Tsunade's appearance. The 4th Raikage, Tsunade. I approve of you. You are better than me. Tsunade Senju, I didn't expect that the one who saved me in the end was Orochimaru. Orochimaru, shouldn't your focus be on Jiraiya's death in the video? Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto, lustful sage. Jiraiya, yo. You are the one who pays the most attention to me. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, how is life back in Konoha? Isn't it very familiar and warm? Orochimaru, I feel nothing. Jiraiya, boring. Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, it's okay Tsunade, am I not living well now? Jiraiya, if you are afraid that I will die, then marry me as soon as possible. This way I won't go out and run around. Tsunade Senju, okay. Senju Hashirama, Hwaxi. Uzumaki Mito, little Tsunade is finally getting married. Uzumaki Naruto, the lecherous immortal will never leave the village again. Jiraiya, little devil, I'm not going out. Chapter 24 A Sudden Mission. Konoha Ninja, how did the first generation defeat Uchiha Madara? Senju Tobirama, suppress with one hand. Uchiha Madara, the clown. Senju Tobirama, humph. The inherently evil Uchiha. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, shut up. Uchiha Fugaku, second generation Hokage, Danzo hates Uchiha so much because of your influence. Senju Tobirama, although I hate you Uchiha, and my subordinates also have a very good Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku, although you did not directly suppress our Uchiha clan, Danzo was influenced by you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's all my fault, I'm too soft-hearted. Shimura Danzo, humph, I did it all, so I will bear the responsibility. Shimura Danzo, everything I do is for the stability of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku, bah. Danzo old thief. Have you been blinded by power? Uchiha Fugaku, humph. Nice to say? All you did was to become Hokage and surpass Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the end, it's all for your own selfish desires. Uchiha Fugaku, without you, there wouldn't be so many things happening in Konoha. Maybe Hiruzen Sarutobi could be a good Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto, the third generation grandfather is a good Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, you are too young to know that people's hearts are sinister. Uchiha Madara, his innocent look looks so much like Hashirama. Uzumaki Naruto, I only know that my third-generation grandfather is good to me, and I will definitely become Hokage in the future, surpassing all Hokages in the past. Uchiha Madara, I said it wrong. Hashirama. He is more naive than you. Senju Hashirama, no. He is an excellent inheritor of the will of fire, and he will be an excellent inheritor in the future. Senju Hashirama, I believe it. This kid will definitely become Hokage. Young Uchiha Sasuke, have you forgotten? He is already Hokage in the future. Uzumaki Naruto, yo. Sasuke. Remember to come to our house for dinner with Brother Itachi tonight. Young Uchiha Sasuke, long-winded. Senju Hashirama, haha. This guy will already be the 7th Hokage in the future. Senju Hashirama, and looking at the future clip, the relationships between the villages are good. Senju Hashirama, Kakashi did a good job too. Hatake Kakashi, thank you for the recognition of the first generation. 25. Nohara Rin, Kakashi, you did a good job. Uchiha Obito, that's just the future, Kakashi is still a sullen pervert now. Kakashi Hatake, Obaisu. If those things hadn't happened, this Hokage position would definitely be yours. Uchiha Izuna, the village will not let Uchiha become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, ancestor of Senna. If Minato had not died that year, it is estimated that the next Hokage would be Uchiha Obito. Shimura Danzo, the evil Uchiha serving as Hokage will only endanger the stability of the village. Uchiha Izuna, humph. He is worthy of being Shirogana's disciple, the evil Uchiha who speaks loudly and silently. Minato Namikaze, Elder Danzo. Minato Namikaze, Uchiha are definitely not an evil clan. Shimura Danzo, every time the Uchiha clan improves their strength, they have to experience the pain of losing a loved one. Shimura Danzo, Minato. You don't know it. Namikaze Minato, no. This just shows that they value love more seriously than the average person. Namikaze Minato, no one is born evil. Correct guidance is the key. Namikaze Minato, in my eyes, Obito is a warm, sunny, and positive person. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto now is exactly the same as Obito when he was a child. Yuyin Village. Obito stood in the rain and looked at the sky. Minato's lips moved when he said, I'm sorry, teacher, I really can't go back. Under the mask, whether it was rain or tears, his face was already wet. Ding! The 16th Senju Tsunade is counted in the ninja world's combat power. Reward Senju Tsunade's advanced technique Aoki Kenshu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 4th Raikage, do you still think Tsunade is inferior to you? The 4th Raikage, the 5th Hokage. My vision was too small before, but you are much stronger than me, not just in terms of strength. Uchiha Madara, except Tsunade and Oniki are interesting, the other 3 are pretty rubbish. The 4th Raikage. Gaara. Tiamai Mei. Terumi Mei, although I feel very unhappy, I can't find any reason to refute it. Senju Tobirama, in the state of reincarnation of the Dirty Land, he has an immortal body, infinite chakra, and can only seal it. Senju Tobirama, besides, it's still Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama, I am no match for Madara in this state. Uchiha Madara, not necessarily. Senju Tobirama, what are you talking about? What exactly does this technique look like? Senju Tobirama, the name sounds a bit unremarkable. Uchiha Madara, didn't that Raikage brat already have it? Come out and talk. The 4th Raikage, do you think I will tell you the village secrets? Uchiha Madara, humph. When the time comes, I believe you will say it. Kakuzu, Akatsuki Organization, accepting various assassination missions, with favorable prices and considerate service. Haiden, he's still the same Mr. Kakuzu who loves money as much as his life. Inside Konoha village. Young Suzuki is teaching young Suzuki. Let's stop here today. Young Suzuki looked at young Suzuki and said. Isn't it still early? Young Suzuki stopped and looked at young Suzuki and asked doubtfully. Aren't you going to Naruto's house for dinner later? And. Suddenly, a sentence came from young Sasuke's consciousness. Mission Investigation Shell Organization rewards 5 times your own chakra. Do you accept it? The young Suzuki silently accepted it in his heart, then looked at the young Suzuki and said, Let's go, my brothers are already here. Naruto's house at night. Young Suzuki, Itaki, and Minato stood on the roof. Tenmaku gave me a mission. Young Suzuki said calmly as he looked at the two of them. Minato and Itaka looked at each other and frowned. What mission? Investigate the shell organization. Young Suzuki whispered. Itaka looked at the young Suzuki and said, I'll go with you. Young Uchiha Suzuki smiled and said, No need, brother, don't forget, I am better than you now, even if Uchiha Madara is alive, I will not be afraid. As he spoke, he showed off his Megatama Samsara Eye. At this time, Minato also said, with Sasuke's strength, there should be no danger for him in the current ninja world. Besides, he also has time and space ninjutsu. Young Suzuki said softly to Itaki, Brother, take care of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke's figure had disappeared on the roof. Chapter 25, Senju Hashirama. Be a human being. Ding. A count of number 15 Onoki's peak combat power in the ninja world. Onoki, as expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen, why are you so unhappy? The first Tsuchikage, not bad. Deidara, the old man is so old, but he can still jump like this. Onoki, traitor. Come back soon. Deidara, long-winded. Terumi Mei, every time you have a conversation, it's the same. Can you change it up? Hatake Kakashi, the 5 shadows were easily defeated by Uchiha Madara. Kakashi Hatake, the first generation defeated Madara Uchiha several times, so it's not surprising that they took first and second place. Hatake Kakashi, I want to know who is third? He can actually be ranked below these two. Young Uchiha Suzuki, it must be me. Don't you see how powerful I will be in the future? Deidara, hit the Raikage, you've already become like that, why are you still showing off? The 4th Raikage? What does it mean that even a Raikage becomes like that? Onoki, he means that your portion is not enough. The 4th Raikage, am I weak? Uchiha Madara, hey? How strong do you think you are? The 4th Raikage, you are the boss. You decide. Young Uchiha Suzuki, humph. Frog in the well. The 4th Raikage, boy. What did you say? Do you want to feel my anger in advance? Uchiha Itaki? Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Mikoto? Young Uchiha Suzuki? Orochimaru colon? Harano Sakura? Young Uchiha Suzuki, Sakura? Namikaze Minato, Raikage Dano, don't worry so much about children. Minato Namikaze, if the Raikage Dano really minds, see you at the Chunin exam in 6 days. The 4th Raikage, just wait. Ding. I believe everyone understands Onoki's strength, so this system will no longer waste time. Reward Onoki ninjutsu's power increased 10-fold. Onoki? The 3rd Raikage, ha ha ha. Onoki, you also have today. Onoki, humph. At least I appeared in the video. Not like some people. The 3rd Raikage. Ding. Quiz with prizes. 26. How does the 6-path sage allocate chakra to the 9-tailed beasts? A. 1 for each person. B. 1 tail for 1 portion. C. 1 portion for each of the other tailed beasts. and 10 portions for the 9 tails. D. Each of the other tailed beasts has 1 share, and the 9 tails have 92. Tailed beasts are not allowed to participate in the answer, and the answer is not allowed to be revealed. Quick answering begins. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for successfully answering. Kilabi, each of these answers is more unreliable than the last. Hatake Kakashi, it should be one between B and C. Kakashi Hatake, if Uchiha Madara answers wrong, it will be another one. Senju Tobirama, Kakashi is right, A is obviously wrong, D is a bit too outrageous. Uchiha Madara, I choose B. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for the wrong answer. Take away all fire escape ninjutsu. The answering continues. Ding, congratulations to Danzo Shimura for successfully answering. Onoki, why is the old thief Danzo so fast? Uchiha Madara, damn it. Senju Hashirama, it's okay Madara, it doesn't matter to you whether you have fire release or not. Besides, you're dead. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Hashirama. Onoki, what a pity, Danzo took the reward. Nara Shikamaru, not necessarily. Tsunade Senju, Shikamaru, what do you say? Nara Shikamaru, according to the past answers of the system, the weirder the option is, the correct answer is. Ding. Looks like I'll have to change my style next time. Shimura Danzo, I choose C. Wrong answer. Deprive Danzo Shimura of all his wind release ninjutsu. Onoki, ha ha ha. It's useless to have fast hands. Shimura Danzo, Kakashi. Shall I test yours? Hatake Kakashi. Nara Shikamaru, it works now. Nara Shikaku, in other words, it's time to compare hand speed. Hatake Kakashi, Sharingan, open. Uchiha Obito. Metkai, 8 gates of Dungia 7th shocking gate open. Uzumaki Nagato, Samsara Eye, open. Uchiha Madara, Samsara Eye, open. Senju Tobirama, you are a bit outrageous. Senju Hashirama, Sage Mode on. Thousand-armed Hashirama, Immortal Technique would release. Thousands of arms. Senju Tobirama, Big Brother? Uchiha Madara? Terumi Mei, the image of the god of ninja in my mind has collapsed. Quick answering begins. Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for successfully answering. Senju Hashirama, I choose A. Nara Shikamaru? Uchiha Madara? All Ninja World? Senju Tobirama, Big Brother. Uchiha Madara, as expected of Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, what's wrong? Didn't that boy Shikamaru say that whichever option is weirder is the correct answer? Uchiha Madara, how did you decide that A was the weirdest? Senju Hashirama, the 9 tails obviously have more chakra than other tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara, what next? Senju Hashirama, that's option A the weirdest. Uchiha Madara, you win. Senju Hashirama, is there something wrong with Tobirama? Senju Tobirama, shut up. Brother. What a shame. Ding. Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for the wrong answer. I didn't expect that I could get the answer wrong, so I was forced to miss the number of words again. Take away all illusions from Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, it doesn't matter. I will take action. Hatake Kakashi, how many? Senju Tobirama, let you two go first. Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Just be a human being. Ding. The hand speed competition in the ninja world begins now. Ding. Congratulations to Kakashi Hatake for successfully answering. Reward flag wood. Wait, which one do you choose? Hatake Kakashi? It must be D. Reward Hatake Kakashi, 5 times his own chakra. Hatake Kakashi, finally no shortage of chakra. Hatake Kakashi sent a photo of himself with the Mangeki Sharingan turned onto the sky. Kakashi Hatake, Obaisu, did you see it? Does it look good? Uchiha Obito, ill? Uchiha Izuna, how can a foreigner without Hashirama cells be able to transplant the Mangeki Sharingan? No Rin, when I transplanted Obito's eyes into Kakashi's body, it seemed like there were two Doudou. Uchiha Izuna, little girl, that one is called Tomo, you can call her Megatama. No Rin, sorry, I don't know. Uzumaki Kushina, why are you yelling so loudly? Can your attitude be better? Uchiha Obito, Madara. Watch your brother's mouth. Uchiha Madara, are you threatening me? Do you know what you are talking about? Uchiha Obito, think carefully. Uchiha Madara, okay, very good. Onoki, Uchiha Madara, compromised? Senju Tobirama, the fourth generation. You have an incredible apprentice. Namikaze Minato, Obaisu. Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi was indeed a second Megatama at first, and after a while he became a third Megatama. As for the kaleidoscope, I don't know. Kakashi Hatake, I only discovered that I have the Mangeki Sharingan some time ago. I think it was opened at the same time as the three Megatama. Uchiha Izuna, impossible. Kakashi Hatake, when Lin died in my hands, I was a little emotionally unstable. My eyes hurt and I fainted. When I woke up, it was a three Megatama. Kakashi Hatake, I think you do too. Obito. 27. Kakashi Hatake, you are also there, right? No Rin, Obito. No Lin, so it's all because of me. Uchiha Obito, Lin. It's none of your business, it's the world's fault. Namikaze Minato, Obaisu. It's not too late to look back. Uchiha Obito, Minato-sensei, I can't go back, you don't know what I've done. Namikaze Minato, teacher knows, all teachers know. Namikaze Minato, everything can be saved, look. Didn't the teacher come back to life through the canopy? Namikaze Minato, Kushina and Lin will definitely be resurrected too. Uchiha Obito, resurrection. Uzumaki Kushina, yes. Obaisu, when I come back to life, I will let Sister Tsunade heal your body. Obito looked at what Minato and Kushina were saying in the sky, with tears in his eyes and trembling lips, he said, Teacher, Kushina-san, even if you forgive me, I will not forgive myself. I will create a world with Lin, teachers, Kushina, Naruto, and Kakashi. Chapter 26. How about calling it cerebral palsy sequence? Shikaku, the old man is too partial. Chongming, indeed. Keikisaki Kisame, this is indeed a bit outrageous. Lama Yangju, rubbish. Lama Yangju, when the old man died, I was the only one who cried. Terumi Mei, sure enough, children who cry get candy. Shikaku, what's the use? It's not like he's been locked up. No freedom. Lama Yangju, clown. Ding. Kilabi, the 14th most powerful person in the ninja world. The 4th Raikage, well done. Compare. The 4th Raikage, how come we, Kumagakuer, are on the list again? Not interesting. Terumi Mei, when will our Kirikage be on the list for the first time? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lord Raikage. Don't worry, it's the last one. 4th Raikage, 3rd generation Hokage, what do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's not interesting. That's it, you're all done. For the next ranking, we in Konoha have it all. Onoki, arrogant. The 4th Raikage, stop bragging. Terumi Mei, the 3rd generation is very confident. Cho, I think what the Sandame Hokage said makes sense. 2nd Tsuchikage, none of you Tsunagakuer are here, so stop barking like dogs. Cho. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am the weakest Hokage in history. Onoki, aren't you the strongest Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, humph. Just wait and see. Uchiha Izuna, the old man was right, my brother should be considered from Konoha. Senju Hashirama, Madara is the founder of Konoha. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. You are good at wood release. From now on, the village will be called Konoha Ninja Village. Senju Hashirama, Madara. You are good at fire escape. From now on, the leader of the village will be called Hokage. Uchiha Izuna. Thousand Hand Door. Uzumaki Mito. Ding. Start playing video now. Bagelu, I'm crying. I've been practicing since early in the morning. My stomach is empty. I'm a busybody who loves rap and decided to have sukiyaki for lunch, yet. Kirabi is singing and dancing very coquettishly. Uchiha Izuna, I thought you were an idiot, but I didn't expect you to be such an idiot. Kilabi, Baghai Road. Cry. The Uchiha clan was exterminated and had no way out, so they ran away crying. Yo! Keikisaki Kisame, no talent. Don't embarrass yourself here. Deidara, how embarrassing. Kilabi, Bagelu, cry a lot, have no brains, and don't understand art. Deidara, fart. Art is an explosion. This is not your rubbish rap. Scorpion, eternal beauty is art. Kakuzu, shut up, you guys. Video continues. Suddenly, Kirabi seemed to have discovered something and jumped down from the steps. It's Suzuki, Suijutsu, Yugo, and Kaso. Suzuki looked at Kirabi and said expressionlessly, are you the Eight Tails Jinhyuriki? No. Should you say that you are Lord Eight Tails? That's right. Kirabi corrected. Sasuke's voice gradually rose, we want to arrest you. Kirabi pointed at Suzuki and said with a somewhat displeased tone, Bagelu, cry lu. You should say please let us arrest you. Uchiha Izuna, Suzuki actually joined the Akatsuki organization. Uzumaki Nagato, it's interesting. Uzumaki Naruto, I guess he misses his brother and wants to be with his brother. Young Uchiha Suzuki, Naruto. Shut up. Terumi Mei, let me tell you something, the Akatsuki organization's clothes are pretty good looking. Keikisaki Kisame, I think so too. Terumi Mei, you still have to look at your face. Dried persimmon Kisame. Kakuzu. Mamakai Zabuza, every time I see this brat holding my beheading sword, I feel very unhappy. Loquat Juzang, every time I see you saying that the beheading sword is yours, I feel very unhappy. Uchiha Madara, shut up. What's there to argue about with a broken sword? Watch the video honestly. Video continues. Suzuki ignored Kirabi's words and arranged instructions for Suijutsu and others. Shuiyu is from the right, Chongwu is from the left, and Xiang Phosphorus is behind me. Suijutsu took the lead in launching the attack, but Kirabi took the sword with his bare hands and took the decapitating sword. Then Kirabi performed a very awkward rap. I won't show it. Yugo asked Suijutsu to retreat, and then launched a very fast attack on Kirabi, and was killed instantly. Kirabi grabbed Yugo on the ground and threw it at Sasuke's feet. Here comes another rap. At this time, Suzuki said very pretentiously, I'll do it. Then Suzuki took out his long sword and slashed at Kirabi, but Kirabi picked up the decapitating sword on the ground and knocked it away. Kirabi gained the upper hand and took the initiative to attack Suzuki. Following Kirabi's attack, Suzuki jumped into the air, his body rotated degrees, and the long sword in his hand stabbed straight into the hole of the decapitation sword. I saw that the decapitating sword in Kirabi's hand had been inserted into the ground by Suzuki. Suzuki kicked him in the chest with a flying kick from General Yu. An idea flashed in Kirabi's mind. The beheading sword in his hand fell to the ground. His right hand suddenly picked it up. Sasuke was so frightened that he backed away. I saw Kirabi quickly taking out a small book and writing and drawing there. He kept mumbling. Taking a closer look, there were 3 big words written on the small book, a collection of rhymes. 28. Dried persimmon kisame? Mamakai Zabuza, what are you doing? Kilabi, Bagelu, cry all the time, excellent inspiration, rare. Yo! Mamakai Zabuza, don't call that little book of yours a collection of rhymes. Kilabi, what is it called? Yo! Mamakai Zabuza, don't you like 4 words? Mamakai Zabuza, or just call it the cerebral palsy sequence. Kakuzu, reasonable. Onoki, appropriate. Ghost lantern Shuiyu, tailor-made. Kilabi, bag high road. The 4th Reikage, shut up. Uchiha Izuna, what a talent. Uzumaki Naruto, I feel like I don't take Sasuke seriously. Senju Tobirama, indeed. Young Uchiha Sasuke. Young Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 27 Kongwu, you are a bit ignorant. Video continues. Sasuke used his long sword to fly away the decapitating sword and returned it to Suijutsu's hands. What a great idea! Thank you all. So now, I will play with you. Baby. Kirabi looked at Sasuke and the others and sneered. As he said that, Kirabi took out 7 daggers from his back, threw them upwards, and then caught them with a weird posture. At this time, Suijutsu shouted to Sasuke, Sasuke, be careful. This guy is a master with a knife. Kirabi took the initiative to attack Sasuke. Sasuke instantly opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, but was still suppressed by Kirabi. Kirabi found the right opportunity and knocked Sasuke away. At this time, Sasuke also knew that he could not beat Kirabi in physical skills. Then he used the Chidori gift on the long sword and slashed at Kirabi again. But still abused. Kirabi used 6 daggers to knock Sasuke away. Seeing Sasuke fall to the ground, Kirabi slashed at Sasuke fiercely from mid-air. Shuiyu hurriedly used the decapitating sword to temporarily resist Kirabi's attack. At this time, Jongo also came around, and punched Kirabi in the face from behind, sending him flying. Xianglan on the side hugged Sasuke and retreated to the back. Xiangling pulled out the knife from Sasuke's body, rolled up his sleeve and let Sasuke bite it. After a while, all the wounds on Sasuke's body healed. The 3 decided to beat up Kirabi together. Soon the 4 of them were fighting together. Kirabi thought he had found an opportunity and punched Shuiyu in the stomach. Who knew that this was a flaw that Shuiyu deliberately exposed, just waiting for Kirabi to take the bait. Sasuke instantly used Chidori, hitting both Kirabi and Suijutsu. Kirabi was so shocked that he knelt on the ground. At this time, Yugo appeared from behind Kirabi and punched Kirabi. Sasuke lets Karin sense Kirabi's location. Kirabi also felt a bit difficult and decided to use the first 8 swords. Kirabi's body was instantly covered with the tailed beast coat, and he rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke managed to dodge through his Sharingan. Kirabi was shocked in his heart, besides my brother, I am the first one to escape this 8th knife. Then he ignored Sasuke and rushed towards Suijutsu and the others. Seeing this, Yugo quickly grabbed the 2 of them and flew out. While flying out, Suijutsu was hit by scattered stones and fell into the water. Sasuke jumped down and asked about the situation of the 3 people, and asked Xiangling to sense Kirabi's location. At this time, Kirabi roared and rushed towards Sasuke and others. Sasuke hurriedly opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and used the illusion on Kirabi. Just when Sasuke thought he had Kirabi under control, he was about to turn his head. I saw Kirabi use the Thunder Plow hot knife to instantly knock Sasuke away. Seeing this, Yugo hurried over and caught Sasuke. Xiangling ran over and took a look. Oh my god, there were big holes in Sasuke's neck and chest, and even his internal organs were knocked out. When Xiangling saw this, he was about to take off his clothes, but Zhongwu stopped him. Your current chakra is not enough to cure him, so I'll do it. Jiraiya, Yugo is so ignorant. Hitaki Kakashi, indeed. Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, indeed. Tsunade Senju? Sarutobi Lake Biwa? Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem, what I'm saying is that Jiraiya did go too far. Uzumaki Naruto, as expected of a lustful sage. There are also 3 generations of grandfathers. Uzumaki Naruto, oh, and Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki Kushina, Kakashi. If you teach Naruto a bad lesson, see how I deal with you. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. Stay away from Kakashi and Jiraiya-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto, but they still want to teach me how to practice. Uzumaki Kushina, let your father teach you. No Hara-rin, Kakashi, your image in my mind has collapsed a bit. Uchiha Obito, Lin. I've told you a long time ago that Kakashi is a sultry pervert, but you still don't believe it. Hitaki Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto, I can testify, it is true. Video continues. Yugo is assimilating the body seal with Sasuke and injecting chakra and body into Sasuke's body. Kiribi in the distance kept rapping and at the same time completely transformed into a tailed beast. Upon seeing this, Xiangling urged Zhongwu, "Are you okay yet?" Yugo took his hand away from Sasuke's chest and said weakly, "Okay. Get out quickly." Xiangling hurriedly helped Sasuke up and said. But there was no way Rabbi Chi would let them go. Kiribi, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, kept saying rap and was about to charge towards them. Water release, Black Hat Suijutsu in the water quickly used ninjutsu. With difficulty resisting Kiribi's impact. When Kiribi saw this, he didn't waste any time and fired a tailed beast jade directly at Suijutsu. He directly fucked Shuyu until he lost his fighting ability. Sasuke closed and opened his eyes as he watched Octopus approaching at a great speed, Amaterasu. A large black flame clung to Kiribi's body, and Kiribi's tail whipped around in pain. Xiang Phosphorus was accidentally hit in the back by a slinging tail. Upon seeing this, Sasuke quickly used the Chidori sharp spear and cut off Kiribi's tail. But the black flames also reached the back of Xiang Phosphorus. Upon seeing this, Sasuke quickly used his right eye to remove Amaterasu. Kongwu asked, "What's going on?" Sasuke covered his eyes and said, "My right eye can control the black flame. In this case." As he spoke, Sasuke closed and opened his eyes and lifted the black flames from Kiribi. 29. Ding. Ask a question. Has Kiribi been caught? Quick answering begins. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for successfully answering. Senju Hashirama, as expected of Madara. Konoha ninja, not on the same level at all. Kumagakure ninja, yes. No sense of existence. Tsunagakure ninja, it's okay for you, we Tsunagakure are the ones with the least sense of existence. Cho. The 4th Kazekage. Gara. Temari : Kankuro. Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is no way. Our Konoha heritage is profound. He just has that strength. Onoki, oh. Uchiha Madara belongs to you Konoha again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, of course. After all, Uchiha Madara is also one of the founders of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter what, this is undeniable. Senju Hashirama, that's right monkey. Onoki : Uchiha Madara, no. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for the correct answer. Reward Uchiha Madara 5 times his own chakra. Kilabi, Bagayu Road, cool brother Yalu. Not fast enough, got cursed. Gui Deng Shui Yu, please, stop talking like this. Kilabi, idiot Sasuke, he only took away one of my tails, Beige Yalu, cool brother Yalu. Uzumaki Naruto, it seems that every time Sasuke's strength increases, he will be beaten severely. Young Uchiha Sasuke, crane tail. Shut up. Young Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi Hatake, your strength improves faster during battles. Metkai, Kakashi. Let's duel. Kakashi Hatake, Tabaa. Keikisaki Kisame, this Jinhyuriki is indeed a genius with his sword. Mamakai Zabuza, that white-haired kid is not bad either. Uchiha Madara, they are all garbage. Uchiha Madara, including that brat Sasuke. 2 kaleidoscopes were blinded in vain. Young Uchiha Sasuke, what did you say? Uchiha Madara, your fighting consciousness is too weak. And your combat experience is too little. Uchiha Madara, when it comes to using the Sharingan, you are not as good as the one named Kakashi. Young Uchiha Sasuke, you don't need to worry about this. Uchiha Madara, humph. Trash. Young Uchiha Sasuke, humph. Watch and see who is the biggest idiot in the end. Young Sasuke Uchiha, Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, what do you mean? Young Uchiha Sasuke, literally. Chapter 28, I, Uchiha Madara, have done everything in my life, so why should I explain it to others? Ding! Kilabi, the 14th most powerful person in the ninja world. Reward a surrogate card. Uchiha Madara, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many scapegoats you use, they are just decorations. Kilabi, Bagelu, Krya Lu, this is not a simple scapegoat, this is something that can. The 4th HOKAGE, enough. Compare. Onoki, yo. Bad boy, you've become smarter. The 4th HOKAGE, as a Kage, I still have this awareness. Terumi Mei, I underestimated you. The 4th HOKAGE? What's the meaning? Keikisaki Kisame, listening to him rap is a kind of torture. Deidara, finally, I don't have to listen anymore. Kilabi. Ding. Next play the brother showdown. Uchiha Madara, brother? Senju Tobirama, do brothers kill each other? Kilabi, Bagelu, Krya Lu. It can't be me and my eldest brother, right? Rock Lee, it could also be me and Niji. Hyuuga Niji, Tabaa. Metkai, it must be the youth showdown between me and Kakashi. Metkai. Let's fight Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake, Tabaa. Uzumaki Naruto, it could also be me and Sasuke. Terumi Mei, aren't you and Sasuke a couple? Uzumaki Naruto. Young Uchiha Sasuke? Young Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata? Harano Sakura? Uzumaki Kushina? Namikaze Minato, Mizukage Dano. Please don't make ethical jokes. Terumi Mei, let's liven up the atmosphere. Don't be so nervous. Keikisaki Kisame, it should be a duel between Mr. Itaki and his brother. Terumi Mei, that should be it. Uchiha Izuna, Sharingan duel. Pay your respects. Uchiha Izuna, 2 kaleidoscopes duel. Wonderful. Young Uchiha Sasuke. Keikisaki Kisame, what if Sasuke didn't turn it on? Where's the kaleidoscope? Uchiha Izuna, impossible. Uchiha Izuna, how can the 3 Megatama defeat the kaleidoscope? Sasuke is not a fool. Uchiha Sasuke. In the video, Sasuke is wearing a black robe and walking towards the Uchiha clan's secret base. Itaka closed his eyes and sat upright on the chair. Those Sharingan eyes, how far can you see? Itaka suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Sasuke, who appeared. Sasuke said as he walked, "You ask me how far I can see. All I can see now is... Itaka. It's the way you were killed by me." Itaka suddenly appeared behind Sasuke and said, "Does it look like I was killed? Then let me see your current strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Itaki and Suzuki attacked each other at the same time. The kunao in Itaka's hand quickly stabbed Suzuki in the eye, but Suzuki blocked it with his long sword. Itaka hit him with a knee and a flying kick from General Yu, knocking Suzuki away. Suzuki quickly stood up, formed a seal and used Chidori to rush towards Itaki. 30. Suddenly Suzuki hit the ground with his Chidori style, and countless electric beams attacked Itaki. Itaka looked at the attack in front of him and jumped up. Suddenly, in Itaka's surprised eyes, he saw Sasuke's sinister smile. Suzuki stabbed Itaka to the ground with a sword. Ding! Quick question and quick answer. Is Itaka dead? A. Not dead. B. Dead. Note, if you answer this question correctly, you will be rewarded with twice your own chakra. If you answer it incorrectly, you will be wiped out. No need to rush to answer this question. Everyone can answer. You can also choose not to answer. Uchiha Madara, if you answer this question wrong, you can really die. Why are you still a ninja? I choose A. Senju Hashirama, I choose A. All ninjas, I choose A. Ding! Congratulations! Everyone answered correctly. Yamanaka Ino, hiss. Are you playing so big this time? Too horrible. Nara Shikamaru, it's not too scary. Because this question is too simple, and it is not mandatory to answer, you can also choose not to answer. Kakashi Hatake, in other words, if you want to get rewards, you must be prepared to lose your life. Onoki, so exciting. Uchiha Madara, boring. Senju Hashirama, I think it's quite interesting. Video continues. In the video, Itaki, who was lying on the ground, looked at Suzuki and said, "You have become stronger." Suzuki stared at Itaki and asked expressionlessly, "Itaki. Finally, I have something to ask you." Itaki suddenly stretched out two fingers and pointed in one direction. Suzuki turned his head and looked in the direction Itaki was pointing. Itaki was still sitting on the chair. Suzuki lowered his head and looked at Itaki under him, who suddenly turned into a dozen crows. The same crow and dialogue as before, "Are you the best illusion farce?" Suzuki looked at Itaki and said expressionlessly. Itaki looked at Suzuki and asked in a low voice, "What do you want to know? Although it's not the end yet, I still want to listen. I'll say this for the last time." Suddenly Suzuki came from behind the chair and stabbed Itaki out of the chest with a long sword. Itaki looked at Suzuki in front of him and turned into snakes and said, "Is it an illusion?" Suzuki said coldly, "Finally, I have one thing to ask you." "That's what I say, you bastard. Answer my question. You said at that time that if I opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, there would be 3 people including you. Who is that third person from the Uchiha clan?" Suzuki pressed. "Why do you care about that kind of thing?" Itaki asked confused. "In order to kill that guy after killing you, when you killed all the Uchiha clan, you said that there was another person. In other words, that guy is your accomplice. Who is he?" Itaki said expressionlessly, "Uchiha Madara." "Senju Hashirama, Madara." "Senju Tobirama, sure enough. Uchiha Madara is planning some kind of conspiracy." "Uchiha Madara, it's not me." "Senju Tobirama, why did Uchiha Itaka say it was you in the video?" "Uchiha Madara, how do I know?" "Uchiha Fugaku, ancestor, please explain." "Uchiha Madara, humph. I, Uchiha Madara, have done what I have done all my life, why should I explain it to others?" Onoki, cow. Terumi Mei, domineering. As expected of Shura in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama, as expected of Madara. Burrito Uzumaki, what a pretense. And there is no way to refute it. Senju Tobirama, my brother's men were just defeated. Uchiha Izuna, white hair. What did you say? Senju Tobirama, you too. The general is defeated. Chapter 29 Uchiha Madara is a stray dog. Video continues. Sasuke looked horrified and said, "How is that possible? He is already dead. Are you kidding me? Madara is still alive, it's up to you to believe it or not." Itachi explained with his eyes closed. Sasuke roared, "Stop talking nonsense." Itachi opened his eyes and said expressionlessly, "People will rely on their own knowledge and cognition, and have always been bound by these things, and they still call these things reality. However, knowledge and cognition are both ambiguous. People live in their own cognition. Don't you think so?" Sasuke said coldly, "What exactly do you want to say?" Itachi turned to look at Sasuke and said, "Madara is dead, it's just your wishful thinking. Just like you thought I was a gentle brother. I did all this to measure your measurements." Sasuke roared, "What happened that night, for me at a young age, I can only regard it as an illusion. Although I also want to think that I am just in a cruel illusion, there is no doubt that everything is reality." Suddenly Sasuke turned his head and used a Chidori sharp spear behind him and shouted, "My eyes are different now. My Sharingan can see through illusions." Itachi said disdainfully, "Humph! I still love to brag as before. I'll accept this sentence first." Sasuke stood up and looked at Itachi and said, "Let's stop the acting." Itachi said expressionlessly, "Sasuke, it seems you haven't got the same eyes as me yet. Have you not killed everyone important to you? You came to me with such naive thoughts." Sasuke sneered, "Then quickly use your Mangekyo Sharingan to kill me. Or am I unable to measure your capacity now?" Itachi sighed and stood up, "Your bragging problem still hasn't changed." The two of them had not moved just now, they had been competing in illusions. "Deidara, is it an illusion again? Damn Sharingan! Mamakai Zabuza, indeed. Sharingan is too troublesome. Uchiha Izuna, those of you who don't have the Sharingan will not know how powerful the Sharingan is. Hatake Kakashi, it would be great if I didn't waste chakra. Uchiha Obito, if you don't want it, you can give it back to me. Hatake Kakashi, come to Konoha and I will give it back to you immediately. Uchiha Obito." Video continues. Itachi looked at Sasuke and said expressionlessly, "The Mangekyo Sharingan has a shortcoming. Every time it is used, the vision will decrease a little until it loses its brightness." Sasuke asked, "Is this the price for gaining the power to control the nine tails?" Itachi walked down the steps and said, "It seems you have been there. Uchiha Madara, who is he?" Sasuke looked up at Itachi and asked. Itachi explained, "It was the man who tamed the Kyuubi with those eyes in the first place. He is both my partner and my teacher. The man who will not destroy, and this man is also the only one who has revealed another secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan." Sasuke was puzzled, "Secret? What is it? Answer me." Itachi looked at Sasuke and said, "Then let me tell you about the Uchiha clan. Madara. He also had a brother. He was his younger brother." As he spoke, Itachi used genjutsu to pull Sasuke into a scene. Madara and his brother each killed their most important people for power and opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara is blinded by excessive use of his eyes. 31. So Madara took away his brother's eyes in order to regain the light. Madara then fused his brother's eyes and gained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Those eyes will never lose their brightness. Not only that, those eyes have also gained a brand new pupil technique. It's just that the exchange of eyes can only be done between clan members. Uchiha Izuna, you fart. Uchiha Izuna, I gave my eyes to my brother voluntarily. Uchiha Izuna, moreover, my brother and I's kaleidoscopes were opened by seeing the death of our relatives on the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, I did make it up. Young Uchiha Sasuke. Video continues. After that, Madara used this power to unify all the ninja clan, and then jointly founded Konoha with the strongest Senju Hashirama in the ninja world. After that, Madara and Senju Hashirama had differences due to the development of the village, and they were defeated in the struggle for political power. But until now, Madara still has that eye power in the world. The Akatsuki organization was newly formed, and hidden within it. 16 years ago, the Nine Tails attack on Konoha was caused by Madara. But he was stopped by the Yandere Hokage. In other words, Uchiha Madara is now a prodigal dog. The person who masters the true pinnacle of the Uchiha clan is not that lost dog. Uzumaki Nagato, you fart, the Akatsuki organization was founded by Yahiko. Uchiha Madara, who do you think is the prodigal dog? Uchiha Madara, do you want to dance too? Onoki, cow. Really awesome. Senju Tobirama, I think Uchiha Itachi is right, Uchiha Madara is a stray dog. Senju Hashirama, shut up. Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna, white hair. Shall I test yours? Namikaze Minato, it was not Madara who attacked Konoha. Namikaze Minato, if it had been Madara, I shouldn't have been able to stop him. Namikaze Minato, and when I fought with him, I found that his combat experience was too poor. He must have not studied hard at the beginning. Uchiha Obito. Video continues. Itachi suddenly shouted, beyond that man, beyond Madara, it will be me who is truly close to the top. And now, I can finally get power beyond Madara. Sass. You are the new light to me. You are my accessory. An ugly clan that is proud of this power. Ever since you were born into this clan, you have been involved in this bloody fate. Come on. Who do you? I'm going to kill you. Release you from the fate of this clan. We are each other's accessories. Itachi kept stimulating Sasuke. And Sasuke pulled off the bandage on his head and took off his coat. Itachi looked at Sasuke in front of him, put on his clothes and said, you can't defeat me because you don't have a kaleidoscope. Sasuke heard Itachi's words and took off the bandage on his arm. The battle begins. The two of them kept attacking each other with shurikens. When all the shurikens were used up, the two of them rushed over and grabbed each other's hands. And Itachi didn't know when he used his shadow clone and shot 3 shurikens at Sasuke from above. Sasuke used the curse seal to summon a snake from his neck to wrap himself up and resist. And used the machine shuriken to attack Itachi's clone. Itachi's clones turned into crows and flew towards Sasuke. Sasuke was attracted to the crow. Itachi took the opportunity to launch Tsukuyomi on Sasuke and hit Sasuke with a flying kick from General Yu, which sent Sasuke flying into the wall. Sasuke gets up and uses Chidori. Itachi rushed over, pressed Sasuke's left hand to the wall, stepped on it with his right foot, and then punched Sasuke in the stomach. With a complicated look on his face, Itachi used his right hand to clasp Sasuke's eyeballs and said, "Forgive me. Give it to Sas." Ding! Quick question and quick answer. Successful answers will reward you with a monthly reading experience card. Question: did Itachi take off Sasuke's eyeballs? Ding! Congratulations to Kakashi Hatake for successfully answering. Hatake Kakashi, no, Itachi should use Tsukuyomi on Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha, as expected of Mr. Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake, what happened back then is still vivid in my mind. Hatake Kakashi, and it feels weird, let's watch the video first. Ding! Congratulations to Hatake Kakashi for the correct answer. Reward: the chakra consumption of Thunder Release Ninjutsu is halved, and the activation speed is doubled. Kumagakure Ninja, why is it from Konoha again? Mist Shadow Ninja, yes, so are the videos, and so are the rewards. Uchiha Madara, because if I had been Hokage back then, the entire ninja world would now belong to Konoha. Senju Hashirama. Onoki, although I feel very unhappy, I can't find any reason to refute. Orochimaru, I told you, our rules in Konoha are rules now. Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru-sensei, you should concentrate on your research. Chapter 30, Susanoo Buddha? Video continues. Just when Itachi was about to take another one, Sasuke used the curse seal again and knocked Itachi away. But it was of no use. Itachi used his clone to lock Sasuke from behind. Just when Itachi was about to buckle Sasuke's right eye, Sasuke focused the power of the curse seal on his right eye and lifted Tsukuyomi. Sasuke covered his eyes and knelt on the ground in pain. At the same time, Itachi covered his eyes and knelt on the ground in pain. Give me my Tsukuyomi. Sasuke stood up and said to Itachi expressionlessly. I should have said that no matter how you use those eyes, I will use my hatred to turn illusions into reality. Itachi also stood up and said, I will return this sentence to you intact. The illusion battle was meaningless, when Sasuke lifted Tsukuyomi. Just when Itachi was about to form a seal, Sasuke interrupted Itachi's casting with a machine shuriken. Itachi looked at the shadow shuriken that Sasuke was coming towards and tried to dodge it in a weird way. Unexpectedly, Sasuke pulled the chakra line in his hand, and the shuriken behind Itachi disintegrated and was inserted into Itachi's thigh. Itachi pulled out his shuriken and threw it. Hatake Kakashi? There's something wrong with this. Senju Hashirama, what happened? Kakashi Hatake, Itachi's strength shouldn't be like this. Even if Itachi doesn't use the Sharingan, he should be able to completely torture the current Sasuke. Young Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi. What did you say? Young Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi is right. Young Uchiha Sasuke, many years later, I realized how ridiculous it was for the three Megatama to win against the Mangekyo. Tien, is it that exaggerated? Yamanaka Ino, can you give an example? Orochimaru, it is equivalent to the first generation of adults committing suicide with kunao. Tien, got it. 32. Yamanaka Ino, got it. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, indeed. Compared with the three Megatama defeating the Mangekyo, your Senju Hashirama committing suicide with a kunao is still more outrageous. Hatake Kakashi, Itachi seems to be doing it on purpose. Uchiha Itachi, alright. Kakashi. Just keep watching the video to find out. Video continues. Sasuke used fire release and Chidori to break through the roof of the building, forcing Itachi to the top of the building. Itachi jumped into the air and quickly formed seals to hit Sasuke with the fire release and go fireball technique. But Sasuke barely resisted it with a curse seal. The two of them kept fighting with each other using the fire escape and fireball techniques. Just when Itachi was at a disadvantage, Itachi used Amaterasu with his right eye. The black flames continued to swallow Sasuke's flames, until they are all devoured. Just when Amaterasu was about to burn Sasuke, Itachi stopped. Sasuke wants to avoid Amaterasu's attack by running continuously. Itachi controlled Amaterasu to attack at will, and finally hit Sasuke's curse seal. Itachi hurriedly stopped Amaterasu. Just when Itachi walked over to check on Sasuke, Sasuke's body suddenly disappeared. It turns out that Sasuke used Orochimaru's substitution technique and escaped. Itachi covered his right eye and fell to his knees coughing. Sasuke used the Heaven's Curse seal state, a cross pattern appeared in the middle of his face, and his hair turned blue. Then Sasuke kept using the fire release and dragon fire jutsu against Itachi. The curse mark on Sasuke disappeared. There was thunder in the sky and it started to rain. The two of them had almost no chakra. Sasuke sneered, "Do you think I came to kill you without any preparation? Do you think I used the fire release just now on you? My fire escape and your Amaterasu created the current thunder cloud." Sasuke jumped onto the high platform and said coldly to Itachi, "This ninjutsu is a lightning strike falling from the sky. I just guide this power to you. And you can't dodge this attack. Lightning's attack only takes 1,000th of a second, faster than the speed of sound. The name of this technique is Kylan. As he said that, the thunder and lightning in the sky turned into a Kylan and attacked Weasel? Ding! Quick question and quick answer. Did Uchiha Itachi die under this attack? Correct answers will reward you with an Amaterasu experience card. An incorrect answer will randomly deprive you of a ninjutsu. Start answering. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for successfully answering. Uchiha Madara, not dead. Having the Mangekyo Sharingan means Susanoo can use it too. Uchiha Madara, although this attack is very powerful, he can definitely survive with Susanoo. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for the correct answer. Reward an Amaterasu experience card. Uchiha Madara, although it's a bit useless, it's better than nothing. Terumi Mei, you are the boss and you have the final say. Video continues. Sure enough, Itachi used Susanoo. At this time Orochimaru's voice rang, lend it to you. I will lend you my power. Don't you need me? Sasuke-kun. Suddenly 8 big white snakes appeared from Sasuke's body. It was Orochimaru who used the Yamata no Orokai technique. Itachi looked at the Yamata no Orokai charging towards him and quickly chopped off 7 snake heads with his 10-fist sword. Orochimaru had no choice but to come out of the last snake head and spit out a grass pheasant sword from his mouth. This is it, I've been waiting for this opportunity. Thank you, Itachi. Now this child's body is mine. Orochimaru said to Itachi excitedly. Itachi didn't bother with Orochimaru and directly sealed Orochimaru with the 10-fist sword. The curse mark on Sasuke also disappeared. Suddenly a small snake fell from the sky and sneaked away. Itachi suddenly covered his chest and vomited blood from his mouth. Sasuke took the opportunity to attack Itachi's Susan with the detonating talisman. But it's of no use. Itachi blocked it with the Yata mirror. Itachi staggered closer to Sasuke step by step. Sasuke kept attacking the Yata mirror with detonating talismans, but still failed to stop Itachi. Sasuke looked at Itachi who was approaching, pulled out the long sword from his waist, jumped up and stuck it on Susanoo, and then he was bounced away. Sasuke kept retreating and retreated to the wall. Itachi stretched out 2 fingers, tapped Sasuke's forehead, said something, and then fell down. After seeing Itachi fall, the little white snake was about to sneak away, and then was burned to death by Amaterasu. Ding! Multiple choice question. What did Itachi say to Sasuke? A. Forgive me. Sasuke. This is the last time. B. I love you. Sasuke. C. I leave my eyes to you. Sasuke. D. You finally killed me. Sasuke. Correct answer, a Susanoo experience card will be awarded. Wrong answer, randomly deprive yourself of a ninjutsu. Note, Uchiha Itachi, young Uchiha Sasuke, young Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Boruto cannot answer. Quick answering begins. Boruto Uzumaki, why? I don't know the answer. Namikaze Minato, because you come from the future, you will always have an advantage. Ding! Congratulations to the 4th Reikage for successfully answering the question. The 4th Reikage, I choose D. Onoki, that's right, isn't Sasuke's dream always to kill Itachi? Uchiha Izuna, it should be C. Uchiha Izuna, didn't Uchiha Itachi act like this just to open Sasuke's eyes? Orochimaru, B is correct. Ding! Congratulations to the 4th Reikage for the wrong answer. Deprive the 4th Reikage of Raiden's Kai. 4th Reikage, I just cultivated it. Onoki, you deserve it. Ding! Congratulations to Terumi Mei for successfully answering. Tiamai Mei, I choose B. Ding! Congratulations to Mei Terumi for the wrong answer. Deprive Terumi of the Dark Water Release, Kirikage technique. Taimi Mei, not bad. Ding! Congratulations to Uchiha Shisui for successfully answering. Uchiha Shisui, I choose A. Ding! Oops! Forgot you. 33. Congratulations to Uchiha Shisui for the correct answer. Uchiha Shisui, I have a question, can I drive Susanoo and use the Susanoo trial card? Ding. Okay. Uchiha Madara, it's interesting. Senju Hashirama, I really want Susanoo to play with me. Onoki, you can use Madara Uchiha for you. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Uchiha Madara, what a beautiful thought. Uchiha Madara, even if I die, Madara will never let you use Susanoo. Senju Hashirama, but you are already dead. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Uzumaki Naruto, sass gives. Young Uchiha Sasuke, ta-baa. Young Uchiha Sasuke, okay. Young Uchiha Sasuke? Chapter 31, The Swimming Dragon Should Return to the Sea. Even if the sea does not welcome me, I will come here on my own. Uchiha Izuna, by the way, Sasuke finally opened the Mangeki Sharingan? Uchiha Madara, his obsession is too deep. Does this virtually make it more difficult for him to open his eyes? Keikisaki Kisame, Mr. Itaka's betrayal is too obvious. Hatake Kakashi, I just said Itaka's fighting was weird. Hatake Kakashi, when he hit me, he made 6 marks per second, but in the video, he made 1 mark every 6 seconds. Kakashi Hatake, so it's to open Sasuke's eyes. Uchiha Madara, it's not just as simple as opening his eyes, he probably wants to give his eyes to Sasuke. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Itaka's main goal should be Orochimaru on Sasuke, right? Uchiha Izuna, let me tell you how the 3 Megatama can beat the Mangekyo. Young Uchiha Sasuke. The 4th Raikage, Sasuke, as long as I am happy, I must be beaten. Deidara, Sasuke, if you don't kill me today, you can't leave. Hiden, Sasuke is either being beaten or on the way to be beaten. Scorpion, I guess he will have to take a few more beatings. Young Uchiha Sasuke. Maki, Your Excellency, the 4th Hokage, Tsunagakuer have arrived outside Konoha village. Onoki, you Tsunagakuer are so fast. Namikaze Minato, okay. Kakashi, go pick it up. Hatake Kakashi, okay, teacher. Yamanaka Ino, so Shikamaru's wife is here too? Nara Shikamaru. Temari : Nara Shikamaru, Ino, stop talking nonsense. Yamanaka Ino, don't be shy. Yamanaka Ino, do you want to go and see it together? Nara Shikamaru. Temari, if you dare to come, just give it a try. Nara Shikamaru. The 4th Raikage, Tsunagakuer will be here tomorrow too. Onoki, so do we, Iwagakuer. Terumi Mei, so do we Kirikage. Uzumaki Nagato, we, Omegakure, will arrive the day after tomorrow. Jiraiya, Your Excellency the 4th Raikage, will you be here tomorrow too? The 4th Raikage, of course. What's wrong? Jiraiya, it's okay. Uzumaki Naruto, the lustful sage said he wanted to see if your hair has grown out. The 4th Raikage, Jiraiya. Don't let me see you. Onoki, I'm a little curious too. Terumi Mei, looking forward to meeting Raikage Dano. The 4th Raikage, you. In a forest, Raikage and his party were on their way. Darui, who was next to the 4th Raikage, turned to look at the 4th Raikage and asked in a low voice, are you still going? The 4th Raikage yelled, shut up. Speed up. Ding. Jiraiya ranks 13th in the Ninja World's Peak Combat Power Rankings. The Wandering Dragon returns to the sea, and the sea does not welcome me. A fierce tiger should return to the mountain, but the mountain will not welcome me, the great hero. The cloud crane must return to heaven, but heaven will not welcome me, the Miyamu fairy. The fallen leaves of Angelica roots will not welcome my 3 immortals. The mountains and the sea are one, if you don't welcome me, I will come. I almost saw my friend Orochimaru turn around. Almost married Tsunade. Almost finished writing about making out in heaven. Almost saw Naruto become Hokage. Almost saw Naruto get married. His life is full of regrets. Almost throughout his life. Dried persimmon Kisame, hiss. This is the first time I see Tianmu introduce someone like this. Namikaze Minato, as expected of Jiraiya-sensei, but... Jiraiya, it's okay Minato, not everyone has such a wonderful life. Orochimaru, I want to know how you died. Jiraiya, yo. Orochimaru, do you care about me so much? Orochimaru, I'm just a little curious. Jiraiya, you'll know after watching the video. Senju Tobirama, to get such an introduction from Tenmaku, monkey, it seems you have a good apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya has been outstanding since he was a child. Orochimaru, teacher Ming Ming said I was excellent before. Sarutobi Hiruzen, humph. Seeing as you are in Konoha now, I can barely forgive you. Orochimaru, everyone takes what they need. Deidara, that's nice to say. Scorpion, just a timid, deadbeat snake. Orochimaru, when my experiment is completed, I will operate on you two first. Uzumaki Nagato, Orochimaru. See you in Konoha. Orochimaru, what can you do to me? Uzumaki Nagato, you can look forward to it. Ding. Start playing video now. The battle between Jiraiya Six Paths Pain's master and disciple. Uzumaki Nagato, it seems that Jiraiya-sensei died in my hands. Jiraiya, then let me see how you kill me. Yahiko, Nagato. Why do that? He is Jiraiya-sensei. Uzumaki Nagato, you will know just by watching the video. Orochimaru, kill your own teacher. I have experience. Sarutobi Hiruzen, shut up. 34. Orochimaru, how about I reincarnate you through dirty earth? Sarutobi Hiruzen, hey, no need. It's good to be dead, there won't be so many things. Uchiha Fugaku, you are somewhat self-aware. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 32, like disciple, like master. Video starts. Yuyin village is above the sea. A green toad opened its mouth wide, and Jiraiya stretched out a hand from inside until the whole body was outside. Jiraiya's lips curled up, successfully sneaked in, surprisingly easy. What should we do next? The rain slowly soaked Jiraiya. Tendo Pain and Konan on the other side. Tiendao Pain suddenly turned his head as if he had discovered something. What's wrong? Zionin asked confused. Tiendao Pain said expressionlessly, someone blocked my rain. This feeling of chakra is quite strong. Jiraiya wore a raincoat and walked on the street to buy a bun, hoping to get some news. Jiraiya made some insinuations to get the news. I learned from the aunt who sells steamed buns that the leader of the village is now a man named Pain. And the name Sanshou Iuhanzo seems to have become a taboo in this village. Jiraiya suddenly looked forward with a shocked expression. Ding! Question, what did Jiraiya see? Correct answers will reward you with a monthly reading experience card. An incorrect answer will randomly deprive you of a ninjutsu. A. Bar. B. Pain. C. Sancho Fish Hanzo. D. Zionin. Quick answering begins. Congratulations to Onoki for successfully answering. Senju Tobirama, who must it be? Sancho Hanzo, I would have been dead at that time. It can't be me. Minato Namikaze, well. Judging from Jiraiya-sensei's habits. I think I should have seen a bar. Jiraiya. Tsunade Senju, this is indeed something Jiraiya can do. The fourth Reikage, has the hidden rain village been unified? Onoki, I choose A. Ding! Congratulations to Onoki for the correct answer. Orochimaru, you can actually answer it correctly. Onoki, I still know Jiraiya's name, including his preferences. I guess he learned it from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, indeed. When I was a kid, my teacher would go stealing with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, shut up. Traitor. Onoki, there is what kind of master is what kind of apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, at least my apprentice is better than your apprentice. Onoki : Video continues. Jiraiya saw the bar with an excited face and said, "It looks like it's going to turn into a fierce war." In the bar, Jiraiya was teasing a girl wearing a milk suit. Tizuna said with a smile on her face, "This guest really loves to joke." "No. I never lie, this is all the truth." Jiraiya took a sip of wine and smiled lewdly. "Really? That would be great." Tizuna smiled and filled Jiraiya's wine. Jiraiya stared at Tizuna's chest muscles and said obscenely, "This war is really fierce." Tizuna looked at Jiraiya and asked, "I heard that the guests wanted to choose me because I am very attractive, right?" Jiraiya explained, "Tizuna-san is very similar to a friend I know, and her names are also very similar. So I couldn't help but order you. It's not in vain that I came all the way here." Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya. Tsunade Senju, you are dead. Jiraiya, listen to my explanation, I may be trying to get information. Tsunade Senju, humph. Tizuna put down the bottle of wine in her hand and said, "Really? You are not from this village?" Jiraiya explained, "Yeah, mercenaries like me came here when they heard there was work here. It seems to be called Sanchoyu Hanzo. SHH. Don't mention that person here." Tizuna interrupted Jiraiya with a serious look. Jiraiya frowned and said, "Why?" Tizuna looked around and whispered in Jiraiya's ear. "If you are thought to be part of Hanzo's gang, you will be killed." Tizuna continued, "The new village chief, Lord Pain, is very strict. My husband said that if you are targeted, you will never be lenient." Jiraiya was shocked and said, "What? Does little Tizuna already have a husband?" Tizuna replied, "Yes, my husband also said that the rain in the village now is due to Pain-sama's magic. As long as you get caught in the rain, you will know immediately who is who, where and what they are doing." Jiraiya said with a serious face, "It's really a terrifying technique." Tizuna looked at Jiraiya and whispered, "So it's best not to say anything weird." Jiraiya also understood that he had fallen into Pain's technique. Tiandao Pain turned his back to Xiaonan and said, "Xiaonan. After the rain stops, you use your magic to find the intruder." As he said this, he formed a seal with his hands to stop the rain. "Leave it to me." Xiaonan also formed a seal, and then her body turned into pieces of paper butterflies, flying around. Jiraiya captured 2 ninjas and asked for information. Jiraiya learned that Sancho Hanzo was dead and also obtained Pain's location. Jiraiya channeled a toad from his own mouth. Gao Yin folded his arms and looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Jiraiya, what did you plan to do when you called me out?" "Naruto's key has already been." Jiraiya interrupted with his hands on his hips and a serious look on his face, "No. It's not training. For some reason, you have been away for a while." Toad Yin asked in confusion, "Let me leave? What on earth is going on?" Jiraiya looked at Tomoyin and said calmly, "I'm going to fight a more powerful guy." "Are you so powerful that you have to let me escape first?" Toad Yin asked in confusion. "No. Just in case. Compared to this, I want to stamp the mobile seal as soon as possible." Saying that, Tomoyin unfolded his body and asked Jiraiya to make a mark. Toad Yin asked, "How long will it take you?" Jiraiya smiled and said, "I don't think it will take long. But if anything happens to me, just move into Naruto's body." Gao Yin scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? There is a key to the Bagua seal on Naruto drawn on my belly. The seal of the 4th generation is gradually weakening. In case it needs to be resealed in the future, I left this key." How could such an important key be kept together with the vault? 35. Jiraiya said calmly, that being said. This key is an item left by Minato, and it will be given to Naruto one day. Todyin scolded, that's too early. Once before, I was instigated by you to use a key to slightly open the seal of the 4 symbols. What happened next? You won't forget it, right? Jiraiya said seriously, however, since Minato will leave the key technique to me, it means that one day, I will let Naruto complete that technique. I think that was his last wish. Todyin said in surprise, that technique, are you serious? After all, does Naruto really need that jutsu? He can't even control the Kyuubi's chakra. If the seal is opened, Naruto will completely transform into the Kyuubi. This is against the Yonda Meifeng's last wish. Jiraiya whispered, Minato just used the ghoul seal to seal the yin chakra of the Kyuubi. Minato specially divided the power of the 9 tails into yin and yang, and sealed the yang part in Naruto. This is to leave the 9 tails chakra to Naruto. Why did Minato purposely seal the Kyuubi's chakra into his own son? Todyin crossed his hands and said, how do I know? Maybe it was forced by the circumstances at that time. If it's not that, it's just to leave the power to your children. This is an expression of fatherly love. As Minato's teacher, I know everything. He is not someone who does meaningless things. Minato must have grasped some important facts. If it was for that fact that he entrusted the power of the Kyuubi to his own child. Jiraiya speculated. Todyin said, are you thinking too much? Jiraiya whispered, the 9 Tails rebellion back then was considered a natural disaster, but in fact, it may not be like this. I've started to doubt it recently. I'm afraid it was summoned by someone using psychic techniques. Gao Yin lost his voice and said, idiot. Since ancient times, 9 Tails has been a natural disaster that appears somewhere because people's evil spirits have accumulated to a certain extent. And a guy who can summon the 9 Tails doesn't even exist in this world. Jiraiya said seriously, no. There is someone who can do it. The founder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Todyin seemed to be amused by Jiraiya's words. He laughed loudly, idiot. Uchiha Madara has been dead long ago. You think too much. Maybe. But I always have an ominous premonition. I always feel uneasy in my heart. Jiraiya frowned. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara shouldn't be alive at that time. Uchiha Madara, who knows? Senju Tobirama, humph. Anyway, now that there is a sky curtain, your conspiracy will be exposed. Uchiha Madara, then just wait and see. Onoki, talk about it. The toads from Mount Miyamu are so useful. Terumi Mei, yes. I wonder if we, Wuying Village, can sign a contract with Miyamu Mountain? Fukasaku Senin, we currently only cooperate with Konoha. Tiamai Mei, what a pity. Minato Namikaze, how is Fukasaku Senin doing lately? Fukasaku Senin, oh. Little Minato, long time no see. We are all doing well. Fukasaku Senin, take your son to Miyaboka Mountain when you have time. Namikaze Minato, okay. Chapter 33 You are doomed to fail. Jiraiya disguised himself as a Megakure and came out of the frog's mouth. He stood up and said to the frog, you should go back to Konoha first, and then go find Ibiki. I have already told him. Then I'll leave it to you. Jiraiya looked around and said to himself. Then you can disguise yourself smoothly. Little did he know that there were several paper butterflies floating behind him. Zionen's figure emerged. Jiraiya didn't even know that his whereabouts had been exposed. Behind Zhuzadeo on the high platform, pieces of paper gathered together. Konan said expressionlessly, it's Jiraiya. The beast looked forward and whispered, really, it's Jiraiya-sensei. It's so nostalgic. Zionen asked, what should we do? Pain. Zhuz Hideo said unhurriedly, he won't be our companion anyway. Then it's Nizut. Now that things have happened, there is nothing left to miss. It is precisely because I want to kill the intruder that I used this body. Lead the way. Zionan's body turned into pieces of white paper and said, Pen, I will deal with him before you come. Zushideo turned around and jumped down and said, if you can kill him, do it. As soon as Jiraiya walked out of the tunnel door, he saw countless white papers pasted towards him. Soon the white paper wrapped him up. At this time, Konan also appeared, and the paper stick in his hand was about to be inserted into Jiraiya's body. Jiraiya emerged from the shadow underground, fire release, flame bullet. The fireball forced Konan back, and Omegakure's ninjas also knelt on the ground. Konan looked at Jiraiya and said calmly, Toad shadow manipulation technique. It was originally a bait dropped to lure pain. I didn't expect you to take the bait. Jiraiya crossed his arms and looked at Konan with a smile. Your release technique is even sharper. And she has become a good woman, Zionan. Jiraiya touched his chin and continued, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect it to turn into a fluttering piece of paper. At this time, the Omegakure ninja who was kneeling on the ground raised his head and looked at Zionan and said excitedly, You are an angel. This man is an intruder, kill this guy quickly. Zionan interrupted, Please stay away a little bit. As soon as Konan's words fell, the rain-hidden ninja disappeared. Onoki, Sanshou Iu Hanzo, are all the ninjas of your Omegakure like this? Sancho Fish Hanzo, don't ask me, I'd be dead a long time ago. Uzumaki Nagato, do you have any objections? Onoki, haha. Jiraiya looked at Konan and asked, Who is Pain? Zionan slowly floated into the air and condensed a pair of wings with pieces of paper behind her, saying, It has nothing to do with the teacher. Jiraiya sneered, Do you think you can become an angel like this? What are the benefits of changing into that form? Zionan whispered, This is God's order. I'm going to kill you. The piece of paper that had just fallen off its wings struck at Jiraiya like a sharp sword. Jiraiya also instantly blocked it with fire escape. Just when the two were in a stalemate, Jiraiya stepped back and turned around, Toad oil bomb. A large amount of oil appeared in the mouth and hit Zionan. Then he quickly marked Zionan with his hair. Once the oil is stuck, there's no way to disperse it. You like origami, and you are the gentlest among the children. Where are the other two? How are Nagato and Yahiko? The rumors of his death are also false. Jiraiya looked at the silent Konan. Sure enough. Which one of them is Pain? Konan looked at Jiraiya and asked in a low voice, Why do you appear in front of us? 36. Jiraiya said with sharp eyes, Actually, it's nothing. If you are not members of the Akatsuki organization. Deidara, what happened to the Akatsuki organization? Discrimination? Haiden, having said that, are there any normal people in the Akatsuki organization? Uzumaki Nagato. Dried persimmon Kisame. Kakuzu. Scorpion colon. I heard you were all dead. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Konan looked at Jiraiya and whispered, At that time, if only I had done what Orochimaru said. That's what you think. However, you helped us, but it was already too late. We have begun to act according to his ideas. Orochimaru, are they the original three brats? Orochimaru, I missed it. Pity. Uzumaki Nagato, I'll see you soon. Orochimaru colon. Jiraiya denied, I never thought about that. I just feel so sad. I taught you how to survive in troubled times. Without a doubt. You are my disciples. Even if the world is very difficult, you still attack me without even saying hello. It really chills me. After I left you, I occasionally heard your name. Then I heard you were dead. Zionan interrupted, Teacher doesn't understand us at all after that. Jiraiya said excitedly, I really don't understand. Even so. But this. Even if you become the ones who know the reason. Know that everything you do is wrong. Those are the answers we came up with on our own. Jiraiya-sensei. Zushideo appeared behind Zionin and said. Jiraiya looked at the beast and said indifferently, although the appearance has changed a lot, those eyes. So you are Pain, Nagato. Nagato. It seems you are not moving in the right direction. In the end, what happened? The indifferent voice of Zhu Shideo sounded, you don't need to know. After all, you are just an outsider. Jiraiya scolded, you have changed. Nagato. Suddenly Zhu Hideo clasped his hands together and said, psychic technique. A giant crab rushed out from behind the animal track. A large amount of foam came out of his mouth, washing away the oil stains on Conan's body, and at the same time forcing Jiraiya back. Jiraiya looked at the bubble and whispered, Bubble? As expected of my disciple, he knows how to attack my weaknesses. I want to use foam to wash away the oil stains. Sure enough, Zionin flew out of the bubble. The beast said to Zionin, Zionin, please step back. As he said that, he controlled the hell crab and rushed towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at the hell crab that rushed over, Shillian hair technique, and the hair instantly entangled the hell crab. The hair of the hell crab was defeated without stopping, and continued to hit the animal path. The bubble in the ground disappears. Jiraiya looked at the beast and said in deep thought, Nagato. I want to ask you a few things. How is Yahiko? Zushideo said indifferently, Yahiko, there is indeed such a guy. He's dead a long time ago. That kind of guy. Yahiko, Nagato? Uzumaki Nagato, don't get me wrong, I may be just pretending to be strong in the video. Jiraiya said incomprehensibly, you used to be. Zhuzudeo interrupted, it's nothing, it's just that I experienced the war. Many people died here. This pain made me grow. Ignorant and stupid children will become adults after knowing the pain. Whether you speak or think, you will grow. Jiraiya scolded, so you think giving up missing your friends is the so-called growth? The beast said indifferently, Teacher, you are just a mortal, and I, after feeling infinite pain, surpassed mortals and continued to grow. That's right. From a mortal to a god. Jiraiya whispered, I didn't expect you to be so paranoid. Uzumaki Naruto, even more pretentious than Sasuke. Young Uchiha Sasuke, where are there more? Young Uchiha Sasuke. Fourth Kazekage, it's really too pretentious. Metkai, even more pretentious than Kakashi. Uchiha Obito, indeed. Hitaki Kakashi. Jiraiya asked loudly, then why do you want to collect tailed beasts? The animal said indifferently, since you are going to die soon. I will tell you with great mercy. Use the sealed-tailed beast to create a new forbidden technique. As long as you use that technique, even a big country will be destroyed in an instant. It is this most powerful forbidden weapon. Provide this kind of weapon to countries at war with each other, and hundreds of millions of people will die instantly. Man and nation will know pain. Then fear will inhibit war. The war will disappear too. Terumi Mei, are you kidding? Tsunade Senju, we must definitely prevent this from happening. Onoki, every village must protect its own Jinhyuriki. Onoki, Lao Zi. Did you see that? Come back quickly. Lao Zi, this is good. I'll go back right away. Uzumaki Nagato, it's useless, you can't stop me. Jiraiya, not necessarily. You have also seen the scene where the 5 major countries will live in harmony in the future. You are doomed. Uzumaki Nagato, let's wait and see. Chapter 34, Orochimaru, you are very confident. Video continues. Jiraiya looked at the beast and said to Pain, you have become a joker. Nagato. The beastly Pain sneered, joking. This is not a joke. He broke free from Jiraiya's restraints. Then the chameleon was channeled. Jiraiya jumped into the air with a long laugh and said, "Psychic art." The huge toad fell at his feet. "You're actually being treated like a brat by a brat. Speaking of which, I'm no longer human." Tears of blood bursting out of anger. He turned out to be a Sunin. Now he's become a sage. The toad monster of MT Mayaboku, Lord Jiraiya. Before he finished speaking, the toad beneath his feet moved. Jiraiya couldn't stand still and fell over. 37. The beastly Daopain also laughed and said, "You really haven't changed, you are still as clumsy as before. Asshole. Toad Takeru, don't move around when I'm being cool." Jiraiya yelled at Toad Takeru. Toad Jian said dejectedly, "I'm relatively useless." "Orochimaru, as expected of you." "Ha ha ha, Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto, too inferior to the lustful immortal. Tsunade Senju, you are really not suitable for being cool." Jiraiya. "Namikaze Minato, haha. I think the teacher is very handsome." Jiraiya, "Ha, Minato, I really didn't hurt you in vain." Video continues. Jiraiya said seriously to Takeru, "You don't need to test this guy as your opponent. You have to go all out from the beginning." Jiraiya bit his palm open, drew marks on his face with blood, clasped his hands together and said, "Use Sage Mode." Toad Jian lost his voice and said, "No way. Could it be?" Jiraiya solemnly said, "That's right. Just as you thought, I want to summon 2 immortals. But it will take some time to summon the 2 immortals. During this period, my hands cannot be separated. Please help me buy time before then. Please." Toad Jian whispered, "I know, although I am useless, I will try my best." Senju Hashirama, do I still need to prepare for Sage Mode? Senju Hashirama, and do you still need help from others? Onoki, you have to ask someone who knows Sage Mode. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato, I don't need the help of the 2 immortals, but I also need to condense the Senjutsu Chakra in advance. Senju Hashirama, is that so? Video continues. The chameleon swallowed it in one gulp, and the beastly pain hid. Jiraiya looked around and said, "Are you invisible? It's really tricky. In this case, we can only use barrier tactics to deal with it." As he spoke, Jiraiya jumped up, made a few seals with his feet and shook his hair, and the huge aperture expanded in all directions. The hidden beast saw this. "I remember that it was a ninjutsu barrier that would be sensed as long as you step into it. In that case, come out. Splinter dog." Boom sound. Jiraiya's head was filled with huge smoke. The smoke cleared and a 3-headed dog rushed towards Jiraiya quickly. Jiraiya shouted, "Toad Ken!" Toad Jian jumped up and said dejectedly, "Although I am useless, let me do my best." After a few jumps, he stuck the 3-headed dog on the wall with a fork. Jiraiya praised, "Isn't this awesome?" Toad Jian said in a deep voice, "Without this, I would be very useless." The 3-headed dog was suddenly stuck on the wall, and its 2 heads suddenly split apart. And the remaining head split into another head and gnawed at Toad Jian. Although Toad Jian reacted quickly, his arm was still bitten. As Toad Jian continues to attack, the split dogs are also constantly splitting. Jiraiya also discovered that no matter how he attacks, it will split endlessly. Before Toad Jian could rest for a moment, Split Dog chased after him again. Beiju Road. Jiraiya roared angrily, and a flying kick from General Yu defeated several split dogs. But Toad Jian was bitten by 4 or 5 split dogs. Toad Jian said weakly, "Sure enough, I am very useless." After saying that, he fell to the ground. There was no other way, Jiraiya could only remove the Sage Mode spell. Jiraiya sneered and said, "Toad Ken can't even move, and there is no chance to summon the 2 immortals. You can only raise your hands and surrender. But it can actually split into so many. But for the big toad of MT Mayaboku, this level is not enough to drink a pot. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya patted Toad Takeru's back with his palm and used Toad mouth binding technique. Countless splinter dogs were pulled into the stomach wall of the giant toad and destroyed. When the beast outside saw this, he said, disappeared. With the dog. Did you run away first? I won't run away. Suddenly Jiraiya's voice came from above the head of the beast. Jiraiya reused the Sage Mode technique, Nagato. You are still not mature enough. I actually caught him in the middle of the gap. As he spoke, Toad-jian thrust the chameleon into the ground. Boom! The chameleon turns into smoke and disappears. Jiraiya whispered, are you also a shadow clone? Beast Road shouted, that's right. And it's not just that, there is also psychic art. Another psychic beast Yatagarasu. Onoki, do you only know psychics? Or is it just spiritualism that is enough? Orochimaru, that's the Rinnegan, how could it be that he only knows psychics? Gaara, is the Samsara eye really that scary? Orochimaru, those are the eyes of an immortal, they possess power beyond your imagination. Uchiha Madara, how much do you know about the Rinnegan, Orochimaru? Orochimaru, no comment. Uchiha Madara, humph. Uzumaki Nagato, Orochimaru, see you tomorrow. Orochimaru, just in time to study your reincarnation eye. Uzumaki Nagato, it seems you are very confident. Orochimaru, you can give it a try tomorrow. Uzumaki Nagato, humph. Video continues. Yatagarasu rushed towards Jiraiya at great speed. Just when Jiraiya is about to give up his Sage Mode, Takeru jumped up and resisted Yatagarasu's attack. Toad-jian was knocked away by one blow. Before Jiraiya could care about Tomatake, Yatagarasu's attack came again. Jiraiya could only run away. Yatagarasu kept throwing exploding eggs at Jiraiya. Suddenly Jiraiya saw a narrow passage and got in. Yatagarasu's body is too big to get in, so it can only be cut downwards. Just when Yatagarasu thought he had blocked Jiraiya, Jiraiya turned into smoke and disappeared. It's just Jiraiya's shadow clone. The main body used a fire escape behind Yatagarasu and defeated Yatagarasu. Before Jiraiya could take a breath, a psychic technique appeared on the wall behind him. The huge rhinoceros broke through the wall arrogantly and rushed towards Jiraiya. Just when the rhinoceros was about to hit Jiraiya, Toadkin suddenly appeared and planted Rhino on the ground. 38. The Rhino turned into smoke and disappeared, and Jiraiya on the ground also disappeared. It's Jiraiya's shadow clone again. At this time, Toad-jian couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Jiraiya's true body has always been in Togaken's body. Boom! When the smoke cleared, the animal path summoned another psychic beast bullfighting. Bullfight charged at Jiraiya arrogantly. Seeing this, Jiraiya hurriedly released Tomatakeru's channeling. But he was gored by the bullfight. Jiraiya was pushed directly into the pipe. The smoke dissipated, but what followed was a huge flame, which instantly knocked the bullfighting away. In the dark pipe, 3 pairs of eyes lit up. It was the two immortals Jiraiya and Fukasaku Shima. Finally Jiraiya entered Sage Mode. Senju Hashirama, so ugly. Uchiha Izuna, so ugly. Tsunade Senju, so ugly. Onoki, is this a side effect of Sage Mode? Uzumaki Naruto, but the lustful immortal is ugly to begin with. Jiraiya, there are so many. Namikaze Minato, maybe it's Jiraiya-sensei, he's not a perfect sage. Jiraiya. Chapter 35 Jiraiya. You really are not suitable for showing off. Video continues. In the Black Passage, Shima Senin complained, you brat. Why do you always summon us in such noisy places? Of course Wentai will be angry. Fukasaku Senin smoothed things over and said, don't say that, the child's mother. Little Jiraiya, he also has a reason for everything, right? Shima Sennin scolded, children's father. Stop protecting him all the time, seriously. Jiraiya said awkwardly, long time no see, I'm so sorry to bother you like this. Boss, big sister. Fukasaku Sennin muttered, but boy. Didn't you say that you can't please girls like this, so you don't want to change your body like this? Jiraiya whispered, now is not the time to care about this, after all, the opponent has the Samsara Eye. Shima Sennin exclaimed, the Eye of Six Paths. Fukasaku Sennin was also shocked, does that kind of thing really exist? It's really troublesome. It's about time you learn to use Sage Mode alone, little Jiraiya. Jiraiya pondered, compared to the two of you, I'm still a little baby. So please do your best during this time. Upon seeing this, pain in Chameleon's mouth said, did you spend so much effort to summon such two toads? No. The teacher himself has also changed. Humph. Whether it's Orochimaru or Jiraiya-sensei, the three ninjas can use unique powers. Fukasaku Sennin asked in confusion, who is the opponent? Why do you have to fight against little Jiraiya? He is my former student. Jiraiya whispered. The two immortals were shocked and said, I have never heard of that kind of guy. If it's true, so is that guy. Jiraiya replied, that's right. Jiraiya fell into memories. The elder predicted, in my dream, I only know that you, who is lustful, will become an outstanding ninja in the future. And I will also have a disciple who can stand alone. That disciple will also become a ninja who will bring great reforms to the ninja world in the future. You will be his guide, bringing unprecedented stability or destruction to the world. It's a transformation of one of these two. Senju Tobirama, can things in dreams be taken seriously? Shima Sennin, brat. The great master has lived for more than 1,000 years, and his predictions have never failed. Orochimaru, more than 1,000 years, it's interesting. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, don't be stupid. Deidara, that's too exaggerated. Haiden, real immortality? Kakuzu, can I buy life with money? Namikaze Minato, so, that person could be Nagato or Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, me? Senju Tobirama, that Nagato is definitely not the one. Zionin, why do you say that? Senju Tobirama, in the future, Naruto will become Hokage, and all countries will live in harmony. It is obvious that Naruto is the ninja who brings stability to the ninja world. Gamamaru, this canopy is very interesting and powerful. I can't even feel it. Uchihamadara, you're a stinky toad, it's weird that you can sense it. Fukasaku Sennin, you are so presumptuous that you dare to be unreasonable to the great master. Gamamaru, it's okay, Uchihamadara. Gameru, is it the reincarnation of? Jiraiya, big master, what are you talking about? What reincarnation? Gamamaru, it seems that this tent does not allow me to say it. Uchihamadara, humph. Pretending to be mysterious. Pretend to be a ghost. Video continues. Shima Sennin was impatient and decided to take the lead, let's do it. As she spoke, she opened her mouth wide and stuck out her tongue, but there were eyes, a nose, and a mouth on her tongue. The tongue kept extending outward, and then the nose of the tongue sniffed. Found it. As soon as he finished speaking, Shima Sennin's tongue quickly wrapped around the chameleon. Mucus also kept coming out of the holes in the tongue, sticking the chameleon to the ground. At the same time, Fukasaku Sennin spit out a water jet from his mouth, and the sharp water jet cut the chameleon in two. Countless blood splashed out, but it quickly disappeared. The smoke cleared and Zhu Xiaodao finally appeared. Then Zhu Xiaodao clasped his hands together and used the psychic technique. The smoke dissipated, and the realm of the human world and the realm of hungry ghosts were channeled. Jiraiya danced exaggeratedly, then, it's almost my turn to take action. Now start using senjutsu instead of ninjutsu. Looking up with bare back to the sky, Jiraiya is a hero. Before he finished speaking, he was violently interrupted by two immortals, each with a punch. Jiraiya said aggrievedly, this performance was also interrupted mercilessly. Tsunade Senju, sure enough. You are not suitable for being cool. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I still can't change my habit of being cool. Orochimaru, Tsunade is not here, why are you so cool? Tsunade Senju, shut up. Orochimaru. Metkai, Jiraiya-sama, you are so young. Metkai. Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake, Tabi-aa. Metkai. Video continues. Pain, the human being, was the first to take action, but was kicked by Jiraiya, a general of you, in the face, and was knocked away hard. 39. Jiraiya stopped talking nonsense and launched an attack directly, Senfa, Gomen. In an instant, a huge wave of fire rushed towards Pain. Hungry Ghost Road quickly rushed forward and absorbed Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Jiraiya took off his shoes and transformed his hands and feet into frogs at the same time. Next, let's try close combat. Super large jade spiral pill. The 5 to 6 meter diameter Raise Nan hit Pain, the Hungry Ghost. Hungry Ghost Road directly resisted it with both hands, and the Dae Raise Nan was also absorbed. At this time, Pain is about to attack from the side. Fortunately, Fukasaku Sennin reacted quickly and a smoke bomb hit the ground instantly. In the smoke, Jiraiya punched Pain in the world. Human Road caught Jiraiya's attack without even looking. Suddenly a frog jumped out of the smoke. Zhu's Hideo's eyes were briefly attracted. Jiraiya instantly appeared behind the animal path. Immortal magic, thousands of hair needles. Similarly, without even looking at it, Zushideo quickly formed seals with his hands and channeled a huge panda to resist. Seeing this, Jiraiya had no choice but to retreat. Fukasaku Sennin, it seems that the three of them share the same pair of eyes. Jiraiya decided to retreat first. Senju Tobirama, is the vision shared? Troublesome ability. Nara Shikamaru, isn't the most troublesome thing about absorbing ninjutsu? Temari, is this the power of the Samsara Eye? Nara Shikamaru, although it is troublesome, it should be more than that. Namikaze Minato, indeed, there is another person who has not yet shown a special ability. Uzumaki Nagato, senior brother, if you want to see it, you will have a chance tomorrow. Namikaze Minato, haha, junior brother, this is the Chuunin exam. Namikaze Minato, if you want to discuss things, let's find another time. Uzumaki Nagato, okay. Onoki, in your Megakure village, are there any children who can take the Chuunin exam? Uzumaki Nagato, humph. You don't need to worry. Chapter 36. What do you mean it's not even as good as the Sharingan? Video continues. Jiraiya kept running in the dark passage. Jiraiya whispered, it seems that if you can't win with physical skills, you will also be absorbed by ninjutsu. Fukasaku Sennin muttered, if we don't have physical skills and ninjutsu, then only genjutsu is left. Jiraiya turned to look at Fukasaku Sennin and said, but my illusions are totally useless. Speaking of which, you two. Fukasaku Sage's eyes flashed slightly, if those guys were once the disciples of little Jiraiya. You should know that little Jiraiya can't use genjutsu. Maybe we can take advantage of this. Shima Sennin's eyes were evasive and he said loudly, no. I don't want to do that. Jiraiya asked in confusion, what happened? Fukasaku Sennin looked at Shima Sennin and said earnestly, Mom, this is about the peace of the ninja world. Now is not the time to be willful. Shima Sennin angrily said, I don't care about that, it's the prophecy of the confused old man. Jiraiya didn't understand, why are you so reluctant? Shima Sennin said shyly, at this age, you still have to fight with the father of your child. How can you do it? So shy. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, Hey? Doji! Fukasaku sage explained, our strongest illusion is to use singing to confuse the enemy's hearing and make him attack. Jiraiya was enlightened and said, hearing. Search for Snei. Is that why you retreated temporarily? Fukasaku sage groaned, that's right. Although this illusion is very strong, once it makes a sound, it will reveal our whereabouts. And there are combinations between the notes. In other words, you have to hear the melody to fall into the illusion. It will take a while before it takes effect. Before the opponent uses the illusion, our position is exposed. If the opponent discovers it, we will lose. However, as long as the illusion is successful, we will definitely win. Jiraiya suddenly stopped. Fukasaku Sennin asked in confusion, what's wrong? Little Jiraiya. Jiraiya whispered, if you two are in danger of life, please get off my shoulders immediately. Fukasaku Sennin frowned and said, that's not possible. This battle is related to the future of the ninja world. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly became sharp, I have a proposal. Although this is just gambling. Senju Tobirama, Jiraiya doesn't know the other person's ability at all, but the other person knows Jiraiya's ability. It's so passive. Uchiha Madara, in short. Still weak. Jiraiya. Uzumaki Nagato, Shura, a dignified ninja world, can only talk here. Uchiha Madara, ha! Do you think you? Uchiha Obito, Madara. Uchiha Madara, humph. Video continues. Jiraiya solemnly said, then I'll leave it to you two. As soon as the words fell, the two immortals began to sing. Invisible sound waves surged toward the three panes. The three panes found Jiraiya through the source of the sound. The three panes looked at Jiraiya in front of them and wondered, shadow clone. Behind three pane. Jiraiya used fire release, great flame bullet. Three pens want to jump to the roof to escape. It's a pity that there is a yellow spring marsh above that Jiraiya has arranged in advance. The beast wanted to use the psychic technique, but unfortunately he was knocked away by Jiraiya, interrupting the psychic technique. All three pain were under the illusion. In the stomach wall of a big toad. Three pens were sealed in the middle by Fudo Mayu and four toads. Nagato said, Jiraiya-sensei, I didn't expect you to have such an illusion. Jiraiya looked at the three panes and said, I should have taught you not to take it lightly at any time. Nagato. Farewell. With that said, he killed three pane. Just when Jiraiya thought everything was over. Suddenly, the voice of Shuradeo came from behind him, don't take it lightly, but you taught me this. Jiraiya-sensei. Just when Jiraiya was about to turn around and look, Shuradeo launched an attack, breaking Jiraiya's left arm and sending him flying outside. Shuradeo pulled out the three weapons from Pain's belly and said, so. 6 paths of pain. See you here. 6 figures fell in front of Jiraiya. Fukasaku Sennin frowned and said, are there actually 6 of them? 40. Immortal Shima said in shock, the 3 people who were just killed are also here. Kakashi Hatake, 6 pairs of samsara eyes. Kakashi Hatake, and the threesome we defeated before are all resurrected. The 4th Reikage, is this the samsara eye? Hyuuga Hinashi, why are our Byakugan not so powerful? Hyuuga Hinashi, not even as good as the Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna, what do you mean, you can't even compare to the Sharingan? Uchiha Izuna, what kind of garbage are your Byakugan? Uchiha Izuna, is it worthy of comparison with our Sharingan? Gameru, Byakugan, very powerful. Hyuuga Hinashi, Toad Sage, can you elaborate? Gamamaru, Tenmaku should tell you. Video continues. Jiraiya looked at 6 Paths Pain and said, Pain, who are you? Tiendeo Pain said expressionlessly, Pen is the unified title for the 6 of us. Jiraiya roared, what the hell is going on with you? Pain said coldly. We are gods. Speaking of 5 Pain, they attacked Jiraiya. Jiraiya found the right opportunity and wanted to sneak attack on Tendo Pain. Jiraiya's punch was caught by Tiendao. Jiraiya asked in a low voice, Yahiko, why do you have Nagato's eyes? Tiendao Pain said expressionlessly, even if I tell you, you can't defeat us. With that said, he threw Jiraiya out. At the same time, Shuradeo raised his wrist and fired several missiles at Jiraiya. Jiraiya kept dodging. At this time Shima Sennin said anxiously, Jiraiya, retreat. Jiraiya said firmly, we must find a way to find a flaw, even if we die together. Suddenly, Tendo Pain stretched out his left hand, used the all-encompassing celestial force to attract a big stone, and threw it at Jiraiya. Chapter 37 The Story of Uzumaki Mei. Jiraiya took the opportunity to dive into the water and dragged the beast into the water. The beast said in a cold voice, is this a barrier? Zushideo found that the ground was full of gastric juice, so he jumped up. But Jiraiya, with the help of Shima Sennin's tongue, used the raised nan to blast the animal path into the gastric juice. Jiraiya fell to the ground and gasped weakly. Fukasaku Sennin turned to Jiraiya and said, well done, little Jiraiya. Suddenly, the beast's path came out of the gastric juice. Before death, the black stick in his hand pierced Jiraiya's arms and shoulders. However, he also fell to the ground, and the forehead protector on his head also fell off. Jiraiya looked at the beast in front of him and said, I remembered. This guy isn't Nagato at all. This man in front of me, I have fought against him before. I want to go in front of those guys again. Because there are some things that I have to confirm. If you miss this opportunity, it will never be so easy again. Jiraiya looked at the 5 Pains surrounding him. Really? I know Pain's true identity. At this time, Shuradeo rushed out of the water and grabbed Jiraiya's throat. Then Tiendao Pain said from the air, you found it too late. 5 black rods were inserted into Jiraiya's back. We must convey Pain's true identity to my eldest brother. Jiraiya tried to speak, but his throat was damaged. I can't stand it anymore, I'm starting to lose consciousness. Am I going to die? Failed. Ding. Ask a question. Is Jiraiya dead? Reward a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Madara? Kakashi Hatake, can the Sharingan be used as a reward? Kakashi Hatake, but I only have 2 eyes, and one of them has a kaleidoscope. What should I do? Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Izuna, I gave it to you without even mentioning the reward? Uchiha Obito, if you don't want mine, I'll get it now. Hatake Kakashi, no need. Senju Hashirama, but it's not that good for the Uchiha clan. Namikaze Minato, no. The first generation of adults. Have you forgotten Izanagi? Senju Hashirama, oh, yes. Quick answering begins. Ding. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for successfully answering. Uchiha Madara, dead. Uchiha Madara, the power of the Samsara Eye. That kid can't be dealt with. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for the correct answer. Onoki, we people can just take a look. The 4th Raikage, fortunately, there is still a reward for being on the list. The 4th Kazekage. Tiamaime. Uzumaki Naruto, I seem to want the Sharingan too. Young Uchiha Sasuke, how about I take one off for you? Mine is the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Young Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Izuna? Boruto Uzumaki, Uncle Sasuke, I want it too. Young Uchiha Sasuke, you asked your grandfather to go find Orochimaru. Boruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru, Boruto. What's so good about the Sharingan? Come on, I'll give you something more fun. Boruto Uzumaki, what? Orochimaru, come to me, I'll give it to you. Namikaze Minato, No need. Sasuke. Namikaze Minato, Naruto was just joking. Young Uchiha Sasuke, me too. Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya, wait a minute, you guys. I'm dying in the video. Orochimaru, just die, you are not living well now. Orochimaru, even if you die now, I can resurrect you. Tsunade Senju, that's right. Jiraiya. 41. Uzumaki Nagato, senior brother. I saw the future and killed Jiraiya-sensei. Do you still dare to let me go to Konoha? Namikaze Minato, of course junior brother can come. Namikaze Minato, I believe it. We in Konoha have the strength to protect anyone. Uzumaki Nagato, okay. Video continues. Just when Jiraiya was about to lose consciousness. Deep in Jiraiya's heart. Looking back. My life is full of failures. Keeping being rejected by Tsunade. I couldn't stop my friend. I can't even protect my disciples and teachers. Compared with the great achievements achieved by the Hokages, what I have done is not worth mentioning at all. It's all boring stuff. I also want to die like all the previous Hokages. Whether a story is exciting or not is always determined by the ending. Failure is also fun. I firmly believe that this kind of trial can temper myself and survive to this day. On the contrary, I want to complete a great achievement that can offset all the failures in the past. Die as a great ninja, that's how you should die. But this ending. How could I die like this? The great Toad Immortal predicted that I would be the guide of the revolutionaries. The choice I make is related to the stability and destruction of the ninja world. Kill Pain here, stop Akatsuki, and save the ninja world. Result. Even this choice failed. How embarrassing. I didn't expect that this would be the ending of Jiraiya's heroic story. What a boring story. Suddenly Minato's voice rang. No. There is no such thing. This story is great. The stories inside are all adapted from the teacher's various legends. It's like an autobiographical novel. The main character of this book. The will to never give up until the end is so handsome. It really looks like a teacher. This protagonist. Jiraiya said shyly, yes, really. Minato looked at Jiraiya and said seriously, so I have an idea. It would be great if my child can be like the protagonist of this book after he is born. So. Can you let me use the name of the protagonist of this novel? Jiraiya said in surprise, hey. Is this okay? This is a random name that came to my mind when I was eating ramen. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina's voice also sounded, Naruto. What a great name! He said and bowed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya said softly, Kushina. Really? In this way, wouldn't I become the relative who named him? Do I really have this qualification? Jiraiya laughed and scratched his head. Minato said solemnly, it is precisely because you are a teacher that you have this qualification. You are an outstanding ninja with true ninja talents. There is no greater ninja than you. Jiraiya looked at Minato and Kushina and said to himself. Yes. That's right. I gave that kid. Naruto's voice also rang out. I want to be the Hokage. And I want to become a Hokage that surpasses all previous Hokages. Integrity and frankness. Never break your oath. This is my way of ninja. Jiraiya said weakly to himself, Naruto. Looking back, you are just like the protagonist of the novel. Inherited, Minato and Kushina's beliefs and wishes. Compared to this, integrity and frankness, never break your oath. And never give up at any time. If this is your Nindo. Naruto. I am your teacher. How can you give up so easily? If you want to know why. The disciple's way of ninja. He must have inherited it from his master. Right. Naruto. As he spoke, Jiraiya climbed up with perseverance. Seeing this, Fukasaku-sennin quickly took off his clothes and squatted in front of Jiraiya. Tiendao Pain turned around and said doubtfully, "The heart should have stopped beating." Jiraiya trembled and carved a code on Fukasaku-sennin's back. Tendo Pain looked at Jiraiya and said coldly, "You are so tenacious. Go and deal with him." Saying that, he took the lead and jumped down. Shuradeo in the air raised his arms. With a swish of his wrist, Jiraiya and Fukasaku-sennin flew over. "Naruto. There is no doubt that the child of prophecy is you. From now on, I'll leave everything to you." Boom! Jiraiya was hit into the sea and sank. Jiraiya's heroic story. This will make it a bit more presentable. The final chapter. The frog in the well disappears into the sea. The scroll. That's pretty decent. Okay. It's almost time to put down the pen. By the way, what's a good title for the sequel? Correct. Uzumaki Naruto Stories. Well, this is good. Chapter 38. He is my idol now. Senju Tobirama, it's pretty good. Jiraiya. Onoki, Konoha is really full of talents. Rock Lee, woohoo, Jiraiya-sama. Hyuuga Niji, Lee. Uzumaki Naruto, was my name given by a lustful immortal? 42. Jiraiya, logically speaking, you should call me Grandpa. Uzumaki Naruto, Grandpa, Grandpa. Uzumaki Naruto, lustful sage. Stop dreaming. It's impossible to scream. Jiraiya, believe it or not, I let Minato beat you and call you daddy. Uzumaki Naruto, humph. I don't believe it. Uzumaki Naruto, humph. The lustful fairy. I have a lot to say to Grandma Tsunade. Tsunade Senju, what? Jiraiya, Nana it's nothing. Jiraiya, there are so many. I treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Uzumaki Naruto, hee. Okay. Ding. Jiraiya ranks 13th in the Ninja World's Peak Combat Power Rankings. Reward Jiraiya Samadhi True Fire. Uchiha Izuna, Fire Escape. Uchiha Madara, no matter what ninjutsu. They are no match for the Samsara Eye. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, come here and let me study it. Jiraiya, yet. At Naruto's house tonight. Minato Namikaze made a large table of dishes. Boruto, Naruto, young Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Kakashi Tsunade sat together to eat. Jiraiya said while eating, Minato. It's been a long time since I've eaten your food. Hasn't the craftsmanship deteriorated? Boruto on the side raised his head and said to Minato, Grandpa. Although I eat it often these days, I still have to say, it's really delicious. That looks like Dad. When Naruto heard Boruto's words, he turned around and asked, Hey! What's wrong with me? Minato smiled and said, I also want to know what Naruto will be like after having a child. Boruto was stunned for a moment and touched his nose and said, Dad. I still like to eat ramen so much. I like to sleep in. And I always leave the lights on. After becoming Hokage, I don't have so much time to spend with us. And on my sister's birthday, she ruined the birthday cake because she was too tired. It's so shameful. But everyone in the village admires him and relies on him. And he is also my idol now. Boruto spoke slower and slower, his face getting redder and redder. Kakashi put his chin on his hand, looked at Naruto and joked. It seems, not much has changed, there is so much. Naruto lowered his head and whispered, It's so long-winded, Kakashi-sensei. Tsunade put down her chopsticks and looked at Boruto and asked, What about Kakashi? Are you married? Kakashi panicked, Tsunade-sama. Why are you talking about me? At this time Minato also smiled and said, I'm also very interested. Boruto secretly turned his head to look at Kakashi, and then said leisurely, Uncle Kakashi, or still an old bachelor. The young Suzuki looked at Kakashi and interjected, "Isn't this something expected?" Tsunade squinted at Jiraiya and said, "Kakashi, you'd better read less books that are not serious." Hearing what Tsunade said, Jiraiya didn't dare to say a word. Unconsciously, I sped up the movements of my hands and crazily stuffed things into my mouth. The young Suzuki laughed and said, "For a 1,000-year-old bachelor to read a book written by a 10,000-year-old bachelor, it is to be expected that he is not married. Besides, even Naruto doesn't believe it. I can't think of any idiot other than you who would believe the words in that book." Naruto was stunned for a moment and shouted at the young Suzuki, "Baga! What do you mean by this?" The young Suzuki crossed his arms and sneered, "Literally." On the side, Jiraiya and Kakashi were even more embarrassed when they heard the young Sasuke's words. Minato said helplessly to Kakashi, "Don't let Kushina know, otherwise." Jiraiya and Kakashi shivered at the same time when they heard what Minato said. They all said to Minato in unison, "Minato/sensei, please don't tell Kushina/Kushina-san. Please." Tsunade on the side looked at the funny two people and turned her head helplessly. After Minato finished cleaning up, he came to the living room and said to Naruto, "Tomorrow, our new home will be ready. You can move in. I'm going to go tomorrow to discuss the details of the Chunin exams with the HOKAGE from each village. So, the task of moving will be left to you, Suzuki, and Boruto." Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then said excitedly, "Zinxi. Leave it to me." "That's right. Boruto. You also have to take the Chunin exams." Minato turned to Boruto and said. Boruto scratched his head and said, "Ah, can I do it too?" Minato smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? Are you still a genin now? Of course you can participate." Boruto said excitedly. "Grandpa. When the time comes, just watch me, punch my dad, kick my master, and pass the exam easily." Kakashi, who was sitting on the sofa, turned his head and asked in confusion, "Master? Who is it? It can't be Suzuki." Boruto looked at Kakashi and said, "That's right." The young Suzuki raised his head and looked at Boruto and said, "Humph. When the time comes, I won't be merciful." At this time, Naruto put his hands on his hips and laughed, "I must win." The young Suzuki sneered, "Hey! It's just the tail end of the crane." Naruto yelled at the young Suzuki, "You bastard Suzuki! What did you say?" The young Suzuki didn't even move and sneered, "It's just the tail end of the crane." Boruto looked at the two people who were constantly arguing, and the figure of Zelina appeared in his heart. Chapter 39. The sun is so bright, don't you? The next morning, forces from all directions gather outside Konoha village. Ding! A major event has been detected in Konoha, start live broadcast now. Onoki sat on Akatsuki's head and said to the fourth Raikage, "Bad boy. Why are you wearing a hat? Aren't you hot under such a strong sun?" The fourth Raikage's face was gloomy and scary. "Smelly old man. Do you want to fight?" Onoki crossed his arms and sneered, "What? Have you mastered all the ninjutsu?" The fourth Raikage sneered, "You want to try it? Uchiha Madara, that guy with a double scale has a very vicious mouth." Uchiha Izuna, actually. I'm quite curious too. Uchiha Fugaku, ancestor. Are you talking about the fourth Raikage's ninjutsu or Uchiha Madara? His ninjutsu is amazing. The fourth Raikage, you. The fourth Raikage, Mr. Hokage, aren't you coming? The fourth Raikage, is Konoha going to give us a showdown first? Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't change the subject. Orochimaru, does Konoha need to show you off before I do this to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Onoki? The fourth Raikage. Terumi Mei? Uzumaki Nagato, interesting. 43. Minato Namikaze, Smith Masai, immediately. Deidara, how about you guys have a fight? Onoki turned to look at Deidara, who was next to Tiendao Pain, and said, "Come on, come here, the old man will fight with you." "Deidara, old man, you are awesome. If you have the ability, fight with my boss." Onoki, humph. At this time Terumi Mei came over to smooth things over and said, "The fourth Hokage is coming over soon, don't let Konoha see the joke." As he said that, Terumi Mei's eyes kept scanning the fourth Raikage. Qing Zheng on the side lowered his head and his body kept twitching. "Are you okay, brother Qing?" Kojuro asked, looking at the strange Qing. "No. It's okay." Terumi Mei looked at Qing, as if she understood something, and turned around and laughed. "Smith Marseille. I've kept you waiting for so long." At this time, Minato also appeared in front of everyone with Kakashi, Metkai, and others. The corners of Minato's lips raised slightly, and he said softly, "Everyone, you should go in first and then talk. We have arranged food and accommodation for you all. After everyone takes a rest, we will discuss the details of the Chuunin exams in the afternoon. Kakashi, Kurane, Asuma, please take a rest first." "Yes." "Hey! What about me?" Metkai scratched his head. Minato turned around and said, "Come with me and say hello to my junior brother." Minato walked up to Tendo Pain and smiled, "We finally meet." "Junior brother?" Tendo Pain looked at Minato with an expressionless face and said, "Go in first." As he said that, he led a few younger brothers, skipped Minato, and walked towards the gate of Konoha. Kisame, the last dried persimmon, looked at Metkai next to Minato and said, "Sashi, ignore it." "Metkai?" Metkai said with a confused look, "Hey? Are you Uchiha Dolphin?" Kisame Kisaki looked at Metkai, smiled helplessly and said to himself, "What a weird thing." Deidara in front turned his head and shouted to Kisame, "Kisame, brother Kisame, let's go." Kisame Kisaki ignored Metkai and followed him. Metkai looked at Kisame's back and said to himself, "Uchiha Kisame. I think I've seen him before." Minato also turned around and said to Metkai, "Kai, let's go too. Uchiha Izuna, that watermelon rind is quite interesting." "Haha. Loquat Juzang, why do I feel inexplicably unhappy when I see this person? Zigwishan Pufferfish Ghost, I feel the same way. Tonko Yebaman, this is it. That kid back then. Black Ho Thunder Fang, Matt Dai's son. Matt Dai. Uchiha Izuna, what's wrong? Is there anything special about him?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, they are Kiraikages, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 4 of us from Konoha, Matt Dai, killed us back then. Senju Tobirama, there's nothing surprising about this. Ebisu, at that time, Uncle Matt Dai was still a genin. Uchiha Izuna, genin? Uchiha Izuna, it seems that those 7 people are quite hot. Uchiha Fugaku, no. Ancestor, the 7 of them are all at the elite jonin level. Uchiha Izuna, a genin, how did he do it? Matt Dai, self-discipline. Metkai, dad. Matt Dai, son. You did a great job. Don't slack off. Metkai, got it, dad. Stupid tape. Kai. Minato stopped, looked at Metkai and asked with concern. Kai wiped his tears, raised his head and smiled at Minato with his big white teeth bared. "Minato-sama. I'm so happy. There is nothing more satisfying than getting your father's approval." Metkai. Kakashi. Let's duel. Hitaki Kakashi, busy greeting Mizukage, nighttime then. Metkai, woohoo, Kakashi. Rock Lee, Niji. We also. Hyuuga Niji, that's enough, Plum. Just give me enough is enough. Rock Lee. Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata. Niji. Boruto asked you to come over here. Hinata, Naruto-kun, okay. Hyuuga Niji, hey? Where to go? Burrito Uzumaki, here at the Reikage reception. The fourth Reikage. The fourth Reikage, what do you mean? Ching, can't you react to this? Ao, because the Hyuga clan has Byakugan. Ching, ha ha ha. The fourth Reikage looked in front of him. Sarutobi Asuma scolded, Hagaga Road. What do these brats want to do? Sarutobi Asuma suppressed a smile and said, Reikage Dano, I don't know very well either. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Tobi Asuma quickly ran away from the thunder shadow that could explode at any time. Ha ha ha, these brats. The fourth Reikage, Minato Namikaze. Take care of you Konoha brats. The fourth Reikage, humph. If something goes wrong, I'm not responsible. Namikaze Minato, haha, definitely. The fourth Reikage, you. Hyuuga Hizu, that's right. That Ching seems to have a white eye too. The fourth Reikage. Chongjuro, let me just say, Brother Ching was holding back his laughter just outside the village, and he is still laughing now. Ao, Kojuro, shut up. The fourth Reikage, Lord Mizukage. Terumi Mei, this matter. I really do not know. The fourth Reikage, humph. The fourth Reikage, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, you will have your good fruits to eat. Well. Lord Reikage, Lord Tsuchikage sent someone to ask if you would like to visit Konoha together. Darui opened the door and came in, looking at the red-faced fourth Reikage. The fourth Reikage raised his head and looked at Darui and shouted, Go to hell. Chapter 40 You are still a genin, so of course you can participate. Inside the Hokage's guest room. The top leaders of each village have gathered together. Minato looked at everyone and smiled and said, This Chunin exam is different from usual ones. Cancel the written test. Oniki raised his head and looked at Minato and said, Cancel the written test. 44. Fight directly. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Nagato on the opposite side also said, We don't have that much time to play house games with you. Minato explained, I have considered all of this. I decided to take the form of an arena competition first and eliminate some people. Mei Terumi looked at Minato and asked, An arena match? How many people are there in the arena? Minato turned to look at Mei Terumi and said, 8. The fourth Reikage crossed his arms and said, Shall we directly select the top 8? Nice idea. Onoki questioned, then. Aren't the first batch of people who guard the ring at a disadvantage? Minato hesitated for a moment and said, There is nothing we can do about this. Ding! This system will help you solve it. For both combatants in the arena, after the battle, this system will directly help them treat their injuries and replenish their physical strength and chakra. Onoki, in this case, I have no objection. Terumi Mei, me neither. Marky, neither did we. The fourth Reikage, I have it. In the Hokage's guest room, Minato turned to look at the fourth Reikage and said, I wonder if you, Reikage Dano, have any opinions. The fourth Reikage pointed at Minato and said, Your Harano Sakura from Konoha cannot participate. Minato looked at the fourth Reikage with sharp eyes and asked, Why? The fourth Reikage stood up and explained, She has received the reward of 10 Maku. It's not fair to other people. No Harolin, but she got it through her own ability. Why can't I participate? Uchiha Obito, Rin is right. The fourth Reikage, I don't need to say more about how powerful Princess Tsunade's 100 techniques are, right? Tsunade Senju, Sakura doesn't have to use the art of hundreds of heroes. The fourth Reikage, it just doesn't work anyway. Young Uchiha Sasuke, she must participate. And you have to use Baihouse technique. Young Uchiha Sasuke, don't let her participate, or Yukimagakure will stop participating. The fourth Reikage, what did you say? The fourth Reikage, you think I rarely attend? Young Uchiha Sasuke, I forgot to tell you. Young Uchiha Sasuke, I am still a genin now. Young Uchiha Sasuke, either she participates, or I participate. The fourth HOKAGE, you are awesome. Ding. This system determines that anyone who advances to the top 8 will receive rewards. Senju Tobirama, what are you? The fourth HOKAGE. Namikaze Minato, is there no problem with this? Lord HOKAGE. The fourth HOKAGE turned and left, humph. No problem. Uchiha Madara, it's just kids playing house, it's not interesting. Senju Hashirama, there's nothing to do anyway. It's also good to take a look at the abilities of the juniors. Kasuke Hoshi, Minato-sama. Can I participate? Namikaze Minato, of course. You are still a genin after all. Senju Tobirama, Kasuke. Senju Tobirama, you, good. Fusuke Hoshi, second generation sir. Sassy ignores it. Onoki, you? Onoki, what's going on with this guy? Namikaze Minato, oh, he has just been a ninja for decades, and is still a genin. The fourth HOKAGE, after decades of being a ninja, you are still a genin, so don't go out and embarrass yourself. Fusuke Hoshi, it's okay to give it a try. In that case, let's go back first. Onoki stood up and said to Minato. I haven't had a good look around Konoha yet. Minato walked up to Onoki and said, do you need us to be your guide? Onoki waved his hand and said, no need. I'm just taking a walk. After everyone left, only Minato and Kakashi were left in the reception room. Minato smiled at Kakashi and said, with Mr. Kasuke here, the number 1 spot this time should be his. Kakashi leaned on the table and smiled, it's a big mistake. And I have observed that there are no powerful people in the 4 villages. There's only one, Gaara is more troublesome. Minato groaned, it doesn't matter. Tsunagakure is an ally with us, Konoha. Let's see next, the results of Naruto's training. Kakashi looked out the window and said, except Mr. Kasuke. Among Naruto, Boruto's apparent strength should be the strongest. Minato nodded and said, well, if Naruto doesn't use the 9 Tails chakra, he will be much worse than Boruto. The same goes for Sasuke. If you don't use it, Orochimaru-sensei's curse seal is no match for Boruto. Niji, where are they? Kakashi looked at Minato and said, Niji is probably not as good as Naruto and the others. But if you deal with genin from other villages, there should be no problem. And Xiao Li? Minato raised his head and looked at Kakashi and asked, Xiao Li, how far can you open the 8-door dungeon now? Kakashi whispered, it's okay now, open to the 5th door. And my body can bear it. Minato said in surprise, Duman. It seems Kai has an excellent disciple. Kakashi smiled and said, that guy Kai really values him. Minato stood up and said, XI. Nothing happens, let's go see Naruto and the others about their move. Go together? Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Minato and said, Teacher, you don't want me to be a coolie. Minato smiled at Kakashi and said, I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight, no problem. Kakashi said helplessly, you said so, I'll call you Kai. Chapter 41 The future mistress of this manor. Teacher Kai. Kakashi-sensei obviously called you the only one, why do we have to come too? Tenten and Niji were carrying a table and complained to Kai with a grimace. Xiao Li on the side, standing upside down and dragging a sofa with his feet, smiled at Tian and said, this is also a kind of spiritual practice. Sakura sighed, but Naruto's house is too big. Yamanaka Ino looked at Hinata and teased, Hinata. From now on, you will be the mistress of this manor. Hinata raised her face and said softly, no. No. Thing. At this time, Boruto came over and looked at Hinata and said, Mom. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? Hinata's face turned redder after hearing Boruto's words. 45. Sakura came over and said to Boruto, "Go to work quickly. Children should not get involved in girls' matters." Boruto's face instantly drooped, then he turned away and whispered to himself, "You are not a child yet." Humph. Exactly the same as Zeliana. Kakashi stood on the grass outside the house and said leisurely, "Lord Hokage, I will prepare a feast for everyone tonight. Don't be lazy, everyone." After hearing Kakashi's words, everyone put down what they were holding and walked towards Kakashi. Sakura pointed at Kakashi and yelled, "It seems like you are the only one who is slacking here." Naruto also echoed, "That's right. Bastard Kakashi-sensei, he only makes sarcastic remarks here." Kakashi rubbed the back of his head and said to Naruto, Hey, this is your home, you should put in more effort." Hearing what Kakashi said, Naruto pointed at Kakashi and roared, "Baga! Since Dad came back, you have come to my house more often to eat than to use the toilet." Kakashi scratched his head and explained, "I just went to report to work, and you happened to be eating." At this time, Boruto was beside him and echoed, "I've never seen someone come and report on their work 3 times a day for a week." Kakashi looked at Boruto and argued, "That's not true. Do you still want to guide your practice?" The young Sasuke looked at Kakashi with disgust and said, "It sounds nice, but in the final analysis, you are not just here for a meal." At this time Minato came over and said to everyone, "Why are you gathering together?" Sakura stood up and said to Minato, "Yondaime-sama, I will report it. Kakashi-sensei is slacking off." Minato touched the back of his head and said, "Silly tape. Thank you so much for all your help today." At this time, Dingji also said to Minato, "Yondaime-sama. Kakashi-sensei said that you are going to treat us to a big dinner tonight. Is it true?" Minato looked at Kakashi with sharp eyes and said, "That's right. And you don't know, right? Kakashi's cooking is also delicious. Kakashi, let's invite you and me to cook a feast for everyone tonight." Kakashi paused and said, "Ah." Minato ignored him, smiled at everyone and said, "Everyone, try harder, there's still a little more left. Kakashi and I will prepare dinner for everyone right away." The crowd cheered and dispersed. Senju Hashirama, so boring. Uchiha Izuna, that's right. Why hasn't the Chunin exam started yet? Minato Namikaze, tomorrow morning. Senju Tobirama, Minato, how is Konoha's strength? Are you confident? Namikaze Minato, when the time comes, the second generation will know. Minato Namikaze, I won't spoil it. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato. How about Naruto and Boruto? Uzumaki Naruto, Mom. Do not worry. The first one must be mine. Boruto Uzumaki, Grandma. Then you can watch my performance. Young Uchiha Sasuke, I can only be number 1. Nara Shikamaru, what a pity, I can't participate. Nara Shikamaru, otherwise, the first place should be mine. Chuji Akimichi, who made you promoted to Chunin so early? Nara Shikamaru. The 4th Raikage, how about we guess who the 12th one is? Chongjuro, I think it's our Mizukage-sama. Tiamaime. Uchiha Izuna, that woman in the previous video? Uchiha Madara, her strength is comparable to that of Jiraiya? Uchiha Madara, little brat. Go away and play. Chongjuro. Sarutobi Hiruzen, why don't you choose from our Konoha? Onoki colon. The 4th Raikage, I guess it should be Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobirama, Minato should be further forward. Senju Tobirama, probably still above me. Uchiha Izuna, shameless. Keikisaki Kisame, I guess it's Mr. Itaki. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Itaki? Hitaki Kakashi, I think Itaka's strength should be in the top 10. Uchiha Itaki, Mr. Kakashi, does he value me so much? Deidara, could it be me? Kakuzu, this is absolutely impossible. Deidara, brother Kakuzu. Haiden, I think it's Mr. Kakuzu. Kakuzu, good taste. Haiden, after all, he is yummy. Kakuzu, shut up. Haiden. If you dare to speak out, I will kill you. Loquat Jozang, I think it's that Matt Dai. Loquat Jozang, after all, one pair of 7 killed 4 of us. Matt Dai, no. Onoki, do you want to prove your strength by constantly bragging about your opponents? Onoki, or to cover up his weakness? Biwajozo. Loquat Jozang, this topic has not been discussed. Omegakure Reception Center in Kanahagakure at night. Tiendao Pain looked at Zionin and asked, how is it? Did you find out anything? Konan whispered, with our Omegakure Genin, I'm afraid we can't defeat Konoha. The strongest in Konoha should be the 10,000-year Genin. I'm afraid he has the strength of a Jonin. Tiendao Pain said expressionlessly, it doesn't matter. Has Orochimaru's location been found? Konan shook his head and said, no. It's probably not in Konoha village. Moreover, he seems to be researching something amazing. Tendo Pain continued to ask, where is Uchiha Itaki? Zionin said, I have been teaching, Uchiha Sasuke is practicing. That's all for now. Your body. Tiendao Pain whispered, it's okay. The chakra rewarded before was very timely. Zionin looked at Tiendao Pain and said doubtfully, I still don't understand. Why did you come to Konoha? Tiendao Pain was silent for a moment and said, the sudden appearance of the sky makes me very uneasy. Besides, I also want to see what the person Jiraiya-sensei selected looks like in the video. Konan whispered, Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 42. Say it again. How many eggs are these? Inside Naruto's new home. Minato and Kakashi are cooking in the kitchen. 46. Uchiha Itaki on the side was also frying eggs for everyone. Several girls were helping to pick vegetables and whispering. Several boys are bragging together. Boruto. What will I be like in the future? Will I become stronger? Xiao Li said to Boruto. Well, it's pretty awesome. Boruto said a little perfunctorily. The young Sasuke asked slightly shyly. Well, my daughter, is, what kind of person is she? Boruto turned around and looked at Sakura who was not far away and said, my personality is exactly the same as Aunt Sakura's. But she's smart and a genius. She's also very beautiful. Suddenly, a murderous look came from behind Boruto. Sakura rushed over, grabbed Boruto by the collar and roared, you mean to say I'm stupid? Ah! Boruto said in horror, now it's more like. Sakura, please be gentle. Hinata whispered to Sakura with a blushing face. Sakura turned away from Boruto and said to Hinata, this kid is nothing like you, he is exactly the same as Naruto. Naruto whispered, Sakura-chan, don't say that. Sakura said to Hinata, let's go. Hinata, we ignore these boys. Boruto and Naruto watched Sakura leave and both breathed a sigh of relief. Boruto whispered, getting angry is exactly the same as Sarana. At this time, young Sasuke asked, who is her teacher? Boruto pointed to Konohamaru who was picking his nose on the sofa and said, him. The young Sasuke turned around and questioned, him. At this time Konohamaru raised his head, looked at several people and wondered, what's wrong? Dinner time. The young Sasuke turned to look at Boruto and said, he's like this. Are you sure he can be a teacher? Boruto said awkwardly, this, Konohamaru and this won't be the case in the future. He is Dad's apprentice and is very strong. And he takes good care of us. Sasuke looked at Naruto, then turned his head and looked at Konohamaru again and whispered. Is it really possible? Upon seeing this, Naruto pointed at the young Sasuke and said, "You bastard Sasuke! What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" The young Sasuke turned around and said something against his will to Naruto, "No. You misunderstood, I didn't look down on you." When Naruto heard what Sasuke said, he bared his big teeth and said, "Hey, that's not bad. You don't even matter in my eyes." The cold words of the young Sasuke jumped out of his 38 degrees Celsius mouth. "You are in my heart." Naruto grabbed the young Sasuke by the neck and roared angrily, "You bastard Sasuke! Do you want to fight?" The young Sasuke shook Naruto off and said disdainfully, "Humph! You can't even beat your son. Forget it." When Naruto heard what Sasuke said, he angrily said, "What? Have you beaten him?" Sasuke said angrily, "How do you know? Did Boruto tell you? Or was it Kakashi?" Naruto put his hands on his hips and laughed, "Haha, I peeked. You lied to me last night and said it was Kakashi-sensei who beat me. I almost couldn't hold it back. Ha ha ha." At this time, Shikamaru on the side asked doubtfully, "Is Boruto so powerful? He's obviously about the same age as us now." Boruto looked at Shikamaru and explained, "My father is Uzumaki Naruto, and my master is Uchiha Sasuke. We can't lose their people." Dinkai said quietly, "If you defeat them, they will be even more embarrassed." Boruto touched his head in embarrassment and said, "This. A person is better than an expert, but better than an expert. Hee." Naruto put his hands on his hips, looked at Sasuke sideways and mocked, "It's not embarrassing to lose to your own son. It only shows that Hinata and I have excellent genes." Not far away, Hinata lowered her head even lower when she heard Naruto's words. "Nonsense! I must have taught him well," Sasuke said coldly. Boruto looked at the two people arguing, put a hand on his forehead and muttered to himself, "Master Sasuke was quite interesting when he was young." In the kitchen, Kakashi turned to Itachi and said, "Itachi, the fried eggs are enough, no need to fry them." Itachi said without turning his head, "No. There are only 3 eggs, there are not enough for so many people." Kakashi lost his voice, "How many?" Kakashi pointed to the 30 or 40 fried eggs on 5 plates and said, "You mean these 3? Itachi turned to Kakashi and said, "They are all defective products." Kakashi looked into Itachi's eyes in shock and said, "You cook? Open a kaleidoscope." Minato, who was on the side, came over after hearing this, and was equally shocked when he saw Itachi opening the kaleidoscope omelette. Minato smiled bitterly and said to Itachi, "Well, Itachi, go call Naruto, Sasuke, and the others to eat." "Okay." Itachi cleaned the pot, took off his apron and walked out. Kakashi looked at Itachi's back and muttered to himself blankly, 1 against 7. Minato patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said softly, "Everything will be fine." Kakashi turned to look at Minato and said, "Teacher." Minato smiled and said, "Stop standing there. Bring the food out." "Brother Itachi, you came just in time," Naruto said excitedly as he watched Itachi walk over. Itachi looked at Naruto and asked, "What's wrong?" Naruto pointed at the young Sasuke and said, "Do you think Sasuke has been a stinker since he was a child?" Itachi looked at the angry young Sasuke and said, "Sasuke was very cute when he was little. Just like girls." Naruto was stunned for a moment, holding his stomach and laughing, "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Girls?" The young Sasuke roared at Itachi. 1 against 7. "Shut up." Itachi looked at him gently and said, "And Sasuke was very clingy when he was little." Itachi's heart, "Only for me. But she is indeed a bit arrogant." The young Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore and rushed to Itachi and yelled, "I told you to shut up. Brother! I kneel down for you. Stop talking." Itachi stretched out his left hand and tapped it, and Sasuke said softly on his forehead, "Forgive me. Sass." Sasuke was stunned when he felt a clear touch on his forehead. He unconsciously said, "Brother." Itachi's heart seemed to stop when he heard the young Sasuke say, "Brother, come over for dinner." Kakashi shouted to everyone. Then Kakashi felt that there were several eyes that seemed to cut him open. Kakashi touched his head and said with a guilty conscience, "What's wrong?" Naruto came over and whispered to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, you are so stupid." Boruto, who was following behind, also said, "Goodbye, Kakashi, what did you do?" 47. Kakashi looked confused and said, "I didn't even say goodbye." Chapter 43 I am growing up. Wow! Hokage-sama, the food you cooked is so delicious. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed. Koji said while eating, "Hokage-sama, can I come to your house for dinner often in the future?" Kai also burst into tears and said, "It's so delicious. No wonder Kakashi comes to your house every day to eat." Namikaze Minato looked at everyone and smiled and said, "Don't call me Hokage-sama, call me Uncle Minato. And you are always welcome to come to my house for dinner." Itachi gave the young Sasuke a fried egg and whispered, "Eat this. This is perfect." The young Sasuke was a little confused, "Perfect? What do you mean? But I still got it in my mouth." "How about it?" Itachi asked slightly nervously. The young Sasuke turned to look at Itachi and said, "It's not bad." Minato looked at everyone and said, "The competition will start tomorrow. Do you have confidence?" Naruto wiped his mouth and said, "Dad, don't worry. Number 1 must be mine." Sasuke said disdainfully, "You should defeat Boruto first." Naruto looked at Sasuke and sneered, "Hey! I still have a trump card that I can't use." At this time, Boruto looked at Naruto and said, "Dad, I still have a trump card." Minato said with a serious face, "My request for tomorrow is the top 8. We in Konoha want 5 spots." Naruto looked at Minato and said, "Dad, don't worry, the top 8 are all from our Konoha." Minato looked at Naruto and said, "If you are confident tomorrow, just defend the challenge. And avoid Gaara for now." "No. Hurry up and practice some more," Boruto said and walked out of the house. Naruto hurriedly followed and said, "Wait for me, let's go together." "And I?" Suddenly, only Minato, Kakashi, Guy, Itachi, and Konohamaru were left in the room. Itachi stood up and said, "I'll go to Nagato's place." As soon as he finished speaking, Weasel was gone. At this time Kai also said, "I'm going to accompany Niji and the others." Before he could finish speaking, he was already outside the house. Minato glanced at Kakashi and said, "I'm going to Orochimaru-sensei's place. I'll leave it to you to take care of your hygiene today." Kakashi. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Kakashi looked at the mess on the table and glanced at Konohamaru again. When Konohamaru saw Kakashi looking at him, he jumped up and pointed at Kakashi and scolded. "Kakashi-sensei! You don't want me to take care of you, do you?" Kakashi touched his head and said, "If you are willing, that would be great." Konohamaru has already reached the door. Konohamaru said without looking back, "I'm still growing, so I need to go to bed early." "Kakashi-sensei, goodbye." Kakashi said to himself with a crying face, "Did they agree? Even Hinata and the teacher are like this. Hey! Don't you want to practice more? What are you looking at?" Kai asked in confusion as he looked at the people gathered around. Boruto said guiltily, "Nothing, we are discussing how to train." Kai said excitedly, "How about? I will be your opponent." Boruto was stunned for a moment and said, "Ah." Kai put his hands on his hips and said, "A pair of 13. Nara Shikamaru saw this and said hurriedly, "You can ask for it." "Teacher Kai. I won't participate. You should still be a pair of 12. Ding! The after-dinner show begins. Kai vs 12 Genin of Konoha. Start live broadcast now. Senju Hashirama, I watched a good show and was bored to death. Loquat Juzang, is it that kid? Senju Tobirama, but won't this expose their strength? Orochimaru, what strength do these brats have that can be exposed? Orochimaru, moreover, when we attack several small ninja villages, do we still need to worry about them knowing the information? Onoki? The fourth Raikage. Terumi Mei? Sho. Uzumaki Nagato, Orochimaru, you have been swollen a bit recently. Orochimaru, just tell the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 44 You are just being beaten unilaterally. The open space outside Naruto's house. Naruto and the others quickly distanced themselves from Kai. Naruto took the lead in launching the attack. The art of shadow clone. A dozen Narutos rushed towards Kai. Kai looked at Naruto who was rushing over and said, he just rushed over like this. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. In an instant, all of Naruto's clones were defeated. The next second, Naruto rushed out from under Kai's feet. But Kai kicked him and sent him flying. This routine is so cheap, Naruto. Come together. Young Sasuke took the lead and rushed forward. After everyone heard this, they also attacked Kai. It's not a good idea to fight me in close combat. As he said that, the movements in his hands did not stop. He punched Neji and kicked Boruto away. Watch out! Sakura punched Kai in the air. Kai caught it with one hand, but took 3 steps back. Nice power! Chidori! Suddenly a flash of lightning came from behind Kai. Kai instantly kicked the young Sasuke away with a sideways kick. Young Sasuke half knelt on the ground and said to everyone, we can't, we all rush forward. Hinata, Neji, Tenten, Lee, you attack from the front. 48. Others. Find an opportunity to sneak attack. Teacher Kai. Recognize me. The third door to life is open. Open the fourth injury door. Kai looked at it and Lee, who was in the 8-gate dungeon, said in a panic, wait a minute Lee. We are just practicing, there is no need for this. Before Kai could finish speaking, Xiao Li's attack arrived. Xiao Li, who had opened the 8 gates of dungeon, put a little pressure on Kai. Spiral pills. At this time, Naruto and Boruto said goodbye, and Kai launched an attack from behind. Kai grabbed Naruto with his left hand and Boruto with his right hand. It's a good opportunity to find. But the speed is too slow. With that said, he threw the 2 of them away. Uchiha Madara, that's it. Uchiha Madara, it's boring. Senju Hashirama, Madara. They are still children, and when we were children, we might not be as good as them. Senju Tobirama, that's right. What did you do when you were kids? Senju Tobirama, the competition is in vain, the competition is water escape. Uchiha Izuna, I have never seen my brother escape with water. Senju Hashirama, oh, well, we are competing to see who can pee the farthest. Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Madara, shut up. Hashirama. Akimichi Koji, it turns out that the big guys are pretty much the same as us. Inyazuka Kaiba, it sounds interesting. Hyuuga Niji, you too, stop paddling. Hyuuga Niji, we are fighting now. Inyazuka Kaiba, aren't you there too? Hyuuga Niji, look at your feet. Inyazuka Kaiba looked down and saw that Niji was at his feet in embarrassment. Inyazuka Kaiba looked around again and found that the only ones standing were himself and Koji. At this time, Kai turned his head, bared his big white teeth and smiled at Inyazuka Kaiba, it's your turn next. Boom! Bang bang bang! Now the only one standing in the field is Kai. In Naruto's house, Naruto covered his face and said to the young Sasuke, it's all your fault, it's completely useless. The young Sasuke turned around and yelled angrily, you are the one. Still the last one. At this time, Boruto said, there is nothing we can do. Without using our trump cards, no matter how many people we have, we are still no match for Teacher Kai. Teacher Kai is... Ding! Met Kai ranks 12th in the Ninja World's combat power rankings. I always thought that Kai only knew Taijutsu, but later I found out that Kai was the only one who knew Taijutsu. The morning is a peacock, the day is a tiger. After the sunset, the night dances. First there was Queen Kai, there was heaven, and the 8-gate Dunjia was called a god. Rock Lee, Teacher Kai. You're on the list. Mat Day, son. Well done. Keikisaki Kisame, I really want to fight him. Hitaki Kakashi, congratulations. Kai. Uzumaki Naruto, as expected of the thick-browed teacher. Koji Akimichi, it's not shameful for us to lose to Mr. Kai. Nara Shikamaru, you were only beaten unilaterally. Boruto Uzumaki. Young Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Ding! Please vote for the video you want to play from the 5 options below. A. Metkai vs Rock Lee. B. Metkai vs Kisame Kisaki. C. Metkai vs Madara Uchiha. D. Metkai vs Kakashi. E. Metkai vs Obito Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna, no need to say that. Definitely choose C. Deidara, sure enough, you can get on the list if you fight against the strong. Haiden, then why Mr. Kakuzu? Kakuzu, if you dare, go ahead and give it a try. Uchiha Izuna, it's not that you can be on the list if you fight against my brother, but you can be worthy of fighting with my brother only if you are on the list. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, I can't refute this time. Uchiha Madara, I also want to see what it means that he is the only one who knows Taijutsu. Uchiha Madara, I only know Hashirama in Taijutsu. Senju Hashirama, no. I'm not strong in physical skills. Onoki, I don't believe it. Keikisaki Kisame, then I choose B. Deidara, brother Kisame, no one wants to see it except you. Dried persimmon Kisame. Senju Tobirama, I guess they all chose C. Kakashi Hitaki, actually, I want to see Obito. Uchiha Obito, you don't deserve it. Hitaki Kakashi. Nohara Rin, I want to see Obito too. Uchiha Obito, Lin. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Uchiha Obito, I am definitely better than them. Nohara Rin, Obito. I trust you. Tien, just don't choose D anyway. Hyuuga Niji, agreed. Hitaki Kakashi. Mamakai Zabuza, why? Kakashi is also very strong. Tien, it has nothing to do with strength, most of their duels are quite ridiculous. Tien, for example, guessing games and racing are so boring compared to eating. Hitaki Kakashi. Mamakai Zabuza. Metkai, this is all a duel of youth. Tien, shut up, Teacher Kai. Metkai. Ding. There are more people choosing C. Start playing video now. Metkai vs Madara Uchiha. Chapter 45, our Hyuga family's Taijutsu is also very strong. Video starts. 49. Madara looked at Kai and Kakashi and said disdainfully, even if reinforcements arrive, you are just little gravel. It's too late. Senju Hashirama, Madara, why are you like this? Uchiha Madara, who knows? Deidara, Uchiha Madara has done what he has done all his life, why should he explain it to others? Uchiha Madara, shut up. It's not your turn to say it yet. Deidara. Uchiha Izuna, however, my eldest brother is a bit handsome like this. Senju Tobirama, just like aliens. Uchiha Izuna, better than you. Kai turned to look at Kakashi and said, is he Madara? Kakashi half knelt on the ground and replied, yes. At this time, Minato and Gaara also came to the two of them. Minato looked at Kakashi and asked, "Silly tape, Kakashi?" Kakashi looked at Minato and said, "It's okay, thanks to Guy." Minato whispered, "No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm worried about whether my magical rays nan hurt you." Kakashi replied, "That's okay. When he hit me back and almost hit me, I used my divine power to teleport away." Minato breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Great. Uzumaki Naruto, Dad, your arm." Namikaze Minato, "It's okay Naruto." Senju Tobirama, "Is the dirty land reincarnated?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Did Orochimaru do it again?" Orochimaru, "Even if I did it, didn't you see that it was to deal with Uchiha Madara?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, "I didn't say anything." Orochimaru, "Even if you say something, it doesn't matter to me." Sarutobi Hiruzen. Video continues. Kai looked at Minato and asked doubtfully, "Immortal magic?" "Immortal magic." Minato looked at Kai and explained, "Well, the only thing that can hurt him is senjutsu. And the physical damage caused by taijutsu." Gaara said expressionlessly, "In other words, except for the senjutsu of the fourth generation. And Guy, besides your taijutsu, there is nothing else we can do." Kakashi looked at Minato sideways and said, "I remember sensei, that, your senjutsu." Minato whispered, "Well, to be honest, I'm not good at senjutsu. It takes too long to condense chakra, and it cannot be maintained for a long time. So it's not used much in actual combat. And now I can't form a seal. It may be difficult to launch a decent offensive again." Kai was silent for a moment, turned his head and jumped in front of everyone and said, "In other words, now it's my blue beast's turn to appear. 8 gates of Dungia, the 7th shocking gate, open." Invisible waves of energy emitted from Kai's body. Uchiha Madara looked at Kai and said, "Blue steam. 8 gates of armor. The one before the door of death. It's not red steam. I'm really looked down upon." As soon as he finished speaking, Kai rushed in front of him. Minato reminded Kai, "Don't touch the black balls and sticks." Kai's extremely fast attack never touched Uchiha Madara. Kai used Day Tiger. Boom! Under the huge impact, even Madara retreated dozens of meters. Kai was also pinned underground. Uchiha Madara is about to hit Kai with a black ball. When Minato saw this, he threw the kunao in his mouth towards Kakashi and said anxiously, "Kakashi! Kunao!" Kakashi quickly took the kunao and threw it out. Just when the black ball was about to hit Kai, Xiao Li opened the 8-door dungeon, carried Kai out, and came in front of everyone. Kakashi looked at Kai and said with concern, "Silly tape Kai." Kai turned to look at Kakashi and said, "It's okay. Just the right arm and a few ribs are broken." Kakashi looked at the sky. Uchiha Madara said to himself, "Even the only physical skill I can count on is useless, what should I do? He's too strong." Uchiha Madara, 8 gates dungeon. If you don't open the door to death, you are not worthy of fighting me. Keikisaki Kisame, as expected of Shura from the ninja world. Kishaki Kisame, I don't know how strong the death gate is. I only know the 7 gates in the video, and I can't even deal with them. Uchiha Izuna, that means you are weak. Dried persimmon Kisame. Senju Tobirama, it sounds like you are very strong. Uchiha Izuna, at least, I can still handle it. Mamakai Zabuza, you are all awesome. Kai turned to look at Kakashi and interrupted, "Wait a minute, Kakashi. It's too early to conclude that physical skills are useless." Kakashi whispered, "But..." Kai interrupted, "Our youth has not faded yet. Don't give up hope." Kai turned around, looked at Uchiha Madara in the sky and said to Kakashi, "Wishes may not always come true. But if you don't even have the desire, how can you do what you want to do? Like I challenge you." And when I do this, I am definitely not trying to be brave. Kakashi's voice was trembling as he said, could it be that you? Kai whispered, the blue beast of Konoha disappears from now on, and the time has come to transform into a red beast. Kakashi said in shock, could it be that, you want to use the final door of death? Minato anxiously said to Kai, Kai, you can't. If you think about it carefully, no one here wants you to do this. Your father must also be. Kai interrupted, no. This is my wish. Xiao Li said excitedly, Teacher Kai. In your opinion, has that time really come? Kai unbuttoned his clothes and said to Li, Li. Don't show such an expression. This time, just stand aside and smile. After saying that, Kai ran towards Uchiha Madara, and at the same time, chakra continued to gather at the heart. The 8th gate of death opens the 8-door armor formation. Red steam replaces blue steam. I will protect my most important thing even to the death. Seeing this, Madara said expressionlessly, is it red steam? Is this the unique, bloody steam when all 8 doors are fully opened? Humph. But from the looks of it, it's not that big of a deal. 50. Like the falling leaves in autumn, falling leaves. Kai endured the pain caused by the 8-gate dungeon and said, you are right. But I'm not done with it. I will also become nutrients for new green leaves. And when the green leaves sprout, the new spring arrives. This is the highest climax of youth, the most burning moment. Kakuzu, what a terrifying chakra. Hyuga Hinata, our Hyuga family is also very strong in taijutsu. Uchiha Madara, get out. Hyuga Hinashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kai. Well done. Onoki, I have to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen did this very well. Senju Tobirama, that's all I can praise. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Madara, it's just brainwashing. The tactics of the week. Senju Hashirama, I think it's great. Monkey, you did a great job. Sarutobi Hiruzen, thank you, first generation sir. Metkai, my youth will never fade. Metkai, let's duel Kakashi. Kakashi Hataki, Tabi-aa. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi is afraid that you will kick him to death. Metkai. Hataki Kakashi. Chapter 46 Let me be your opponent. Video continues. Kai quickly jumped in front of Uchiha Madara and roared. Evening Elephant. 1 foot. A punch of air cannon knocked Uchiha Madara away. Just when Kai was about to use 2 foot. Kai's calf bones were shattered. The huge pain forced Kai to stop. Madara lay on the ground and muttered to himself, is it a taijutsu that hits the air and creates an impact? That's the air cannon. Before he finished speaking, a horn on Uchiha Madara's head fell off. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara said to himself, if you get hit by that 4 or 5 times, it will probably be very troublesome. Anyway, to avoid being made, these fist hits are. With that said, he got up and flew over Kai. A battle with the 8-gate dungeon formation is rare. So rare. Let me be your opponent. Uchiha Madara said excitedly looking at Kai. Kai heard this and ran towards Uchiha Madara from the air. Gaara was shocked, looked at Kakashi and asked, Metkai, what are you doing? Kakashi looked back and Gaara explained, 8-gate armor formation. It is a skill that unlocks the limitations of one's own power and guides it to the limit. The power after the restriction is released can even exceed the 5 shadows dozens of times. But that's only temporary. After using this skill, the user death. The 4th Raikage, not bad. Onoki, bad boy, can you handle it? The 4th Raikage, I can't bear it. Uchiha Madara, with such power, I recognize you. Uchiha Madara, Metkai. Right. Terumi Mei, Konoha actually still has such strength. Konan, no wonder Konoha is so confident. Uzumaki Nagato, it's not that there are no ways to deal with it. Shimura Danzo, then why, when Sarutobi Hiruzen died, he didn't take action? Metkai, I thought the third generation could easily defeat Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, Kai. You're looking down on me a little. Orochimaru, besides, you think too highly of Sarutobi-sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Video continues. Gaara looked at Metkai and said to Lee. Lee. You. Xiao Li interrupted Gaara and said excitedly, I'm not sad. In front of a man who has become enlightened. Sorrow and sadness are an insult to him. At this time, Minato said to the three of them, listen to what I have to say. We're going to support Kai. Kakashi looked at Minato and said, Sensei. His black weapon is troublesome. Minato looked at Uchiha Madara and whispered, that's not a skill activation. It's a standing type that won't disappear and will change its form. Everything touched will disappear. But the touch is still very obvious. And the effective distance of that black ball is about 70 meters. Beyond this distance, you can't control it. Since it has always existed, you can still see it. You can use the power of your arm. Then just stay away from Motora to disable the controls. Kakashi looked at Minato and whispered, honestly, I'm starting to lose sight in my left eye. If you want to use divine power to determine your location, you need to be very close. Minato turned to look at Gaara and said, Gaara. Can you prepare some sand for me? Gaara looked at Minato and asked, are you going to use my sand to lift Kakashi into the air? But if I go by the speed of my sand, I will become his target. Minato whispered, silly tape. I'm here. Let Kakashi hold my kunao. 8 Gate Dungia 6th Scenery Gate. Open. Xiao Li suddenly opened the 6 doors. Minato asked in confusion, Li. Can you also know the 8 gates? Li said excitedly, I can only open to the 6th door. I have never hated my own powerlessness as much as I do now. Minato comforted, no. That's enough, Li. Because you are still. Kai burns his life and wants to protect the green leaves. Li. You do it here, Gaara's backup guard. 51. And there's one more thing. Just take my kunao. Kai kept circling around Uchiha Madara, trying to find an opportunity. Suddenly Uchiha Madara is right in front, and Kai can't attack with one punch. Uchiha Madara hurriedly used the black stick in his hand to turn into a shield in front of him. But no. Kai fired another air cannon from behind. 4 consecutive air cannons hit Uchiha Madara. The huge pressure restricted Uchiha Madara's actions. Kai roared Daiwuzu. Seeing Kai rushing over, Uchiha Madara hurriedly wrapped himself in a black shield. And he controlled the Kaihudeo Jade and flew towards Kai, trying to resist Kai's attack. Minato yelled at Kai, no matter what happens, just rush in Kai. Li. Now. Li opened the 8-gate dungeon and threw Minato's kunao with all his strength. Just when Kaihudeo was about to hit Kai, Minato's kunao flew into the middle. Seeing this, Minato hurriedly used Flying Thunder God, caught the Jade of Seeking the Way with his own body, and transferred it out. Gaara had already controlled the sand and lifted Kakashi not far from the big black ball. Divine power. Kakashi stared and used his power to open a gap. Uchiha Madara inside the black ball looked at Kai rushing over in shock. Kai didn't stop at all and punched Uchiha Madara in the waist. One punch knocked Uchiha Madara away from the black ball. Ding! Ask, is Uchiha Madara dead? Reward an 8-door Dungia Death Door experience card. Punishment unknown. Start answering. Ding! Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for successfully answering. Uchiha Madara, although his attacks are very powerful, they are not interesting to me in the video. Onoki, cow. Senju Hashirama, although Kai's attack is very powerful, I believe Madara will not die. Congratulations Senju Hashirama for the correct answer. Kishaki Kisame, even though he's not dead, is he still human? Hiden, my immortality is a joke under this kind of attack. Why can he survive? Senju Hashirama, because he is Uchiha Madara. Onoki, what a straightforward explanation. The fourth Hokage, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are like two mountains, pressing down on us. The second Hokage, yes. It is a tragedy to be in the same era as them. Onoki, that's right. Video continues. Kai fell to the ground, gasping for air and staring straight ahead. Uchiha Madara in the distance stood up slowly, wiped his mouth and said excitedly. This kind of excitement is the first time except for Hashirama. Can we come again? There are other skills. Please make me happy again. Uchiha Madara laughed with blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Very good. Keep dancing. Kai said to himself with sweat on his face, we can only use Yakai. Kai grabs the ground with both hands. Product. Uchiha Madara observed with his samsara eye, judging from his heart acupuncture point, the next blow will be the last one. Steam kept coming out of Kai's body, and instantly everything around Kai was lifted up. The bloody steam above your head formed a giant red dragon. Li looked at Kai's posture and said doubtfully, his posture is not that of Xi Xiang. Garo looked at Kai in shock and said doubtfully. Is there any move stronger than Xi Xiang's follow-up? Chapter 47, Shimura Danzo's soul is wiped out. Uchiha Madara looked at Kai, bursting out such powerful chakra, and said excitedly to Kai. With this kind of chakra, I approve of you. In terms of physical skills, among those who have fought against me, no one is better than you. I, Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Kai, wrapped in the huge red dragon, quickly rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Madara Uchiha waved the black stick in his hand, trying to use it to resist. Before Kai's attack could come, the black rod in Uchiha Madara's hand was bent by the airflow generated by Kai's attack. Uchiha Madara was shocked and said, so fast. Space is distorted. Yeah Kai. Kaishi didn't care about Uchiha Madara's shock. Kicked Uchiha Madara in the chest. Uchiha Madara vomited a large mouthful of blood on the spot and flew out. Ding! Quiz with prizes. Which of the following four options is correct? A. Metkai died and Uchiha Madara was seriously injured. B. Uchiha Madara is dead and Metkai is seriously injured. C. Metkai and Uchiha Madara die together. D. Metkai and Uchiha Madara are both alive. Kind tips. The rewards are extraordinary. Certainly. The punishment is not ordinary either. Start answering. Ding! Congratulations to Danzo Shimura for successfully answering the question. Onoki, this Shimura Danzo is quite fast. Uchiha Izuna, what's the use of fast hand speed? Only if you can answer it correctly. Onoki, yes, he didn't seem to answer any of the questions correctly. Orochimaru, just think that he is giving us and eliminating wrong answers. The fourth Hokage, it makes sense. Shimura Danzo, I choose C. Shimura Danzo, they are both dead. Orochimaru, okay. Now there are only three options left, A.B.D. Ding! Congratulations to Shimura Danzo for the wrong answer. Shimura Danzo, damn it! I don't have much ninjutsu left. Onoki, why do you need ninjutsu when you're dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's right. They are already dead, so don't take ninjutsu so seriously. Shimura Danzo, shut up. Shimura Danzo's punishment is 52. The soul is reduced to ashes. Shimura Danzo, what, you can't return it to me. Eradication completed. Will be resurrected later. Continue answering. Senju Hashirama, soul obliteration. Uchiha Madara, How could this happen? Senju Tobirama, it seems. You have to answer carefully. Hiden, Mr. Kakuzu. Why don't you give it a try? Kakuzu, get out. Orochimaru, what? No one answered? No more rewards? Onoki, come if you have the ability. Orochimaru, it's enough that I have the reward for being on the list. Deidara, in the final analysis, it's better to be a coward. Orochimaru, if you don't dare, go ahead. Deidara, if you don't come, I won't come either. Hitaki Kakashi, if you don't go, then I won't go either. Ding! After 1 minute, if no one answers, the system will forcefully select an answer. Onoki, yes. There's no escape. Omegakure Reception Center in Kanahagakure. Tiendao Pain said to Ju, go. Find someone to answer the question. Ju looked at Tiendao Pain and exclaimed, you are so smart. I'll go right away. Ding! It has been detected that some people are playing tricks. This system is very angry. Deprive Uzumaki Nagato and Tendo Pain of all their abilities. Expose the origin of Ju. Uchihamadara, Black Zetsu. It's just a product of my consciousness. Uchihamadara, is this considered punishment? Young Uchiha Suzuki, idiot. Uchihamadara, do you want to dance too? Ding! 1 minute is up, the system starts selecting candidates. Ding! Congratulations to Mito Minion. Please choose. Mito Kabuto, there is no other way, I choose B. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this. Ding! Congratulations to Mito Kaden for the wrong answer. Punishment, kill on the spot. Mitomonitis, I suspect the system is targeting me, but I have no evidence. Orochimaru, humph. Not bad, I haven't said anything in the sky yet. Mitoman N. Ding! The answering continues. No one answers after 1 minute, the system will continue to select people. Ding! Congratulations to Namikaze Minato for successfully answering the question. Uzumaki Naruto, Dad. Boruto Uzumaki, Grandpa. Uzumaki Kushina, Husband. Hitaki Kakashi, Teacher U. Nohara Lin, Teacher. Senju Tobirama, don't worry. Senju Tobirama, Minato is not a brainless person. Since he chose to answer the question, it proves that he knows the answer to the question. Senju Tobirama, there are only 2 answers. Senju Tobirama, trust Minato. Nara Shikamaru, actually, I also answered the question, but I was just a step slower. Nara Shikamaru, choose one of the 2, the risk is not high. Uzumaki Kushina, bastard, Minato, you bastard, oh. Kakashi Hitaki, Sister Kushina. It's fine. Kakashi Hitaki, Sensei, he is the 4th Hokage. Nohara Rin, yes, Kushina-san, the teacher will definitely give the correct answer. Uchiha Obito, Q, Kushina-sama, don't worry. Chapter 48 You can cheat your brothers, but don't cheat yourself. Naruto's house. Naruto quickly rushed to Shikamaru, grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. Shikamaru. What's the answer? Shikamaru watched as Naruto yelled at him, calm down. Even if I know the correct answer, Uncle Minato can't see it. Besides, Uncle Minato will definitely get the answer right. Naruto threw Shikamaru away and cried, really? Shikamaru nodded and said, really? He is the 4th Hokage. The hero who saved this village. And he's your father. As his son, don't you have any confidence in him? Naruto whispered, I just don't want to lose him again. At this time, Boruto came over and comforted, there are only 2 answers left now. Grandpa will definitely be able to answer correctly. All we can do is believe in him. Namikaze Minato, I choose D. Ding! Congratulations to Namikaze Minato for the correct answer. Namikaze Minato, you can make a request to the system. The system will satisfy you. Namikaze Minato, I want to resurrect my wife. Uzumaki Kushina can help you be resurrected directly at your home. Namikaze Minato, thank you, Lord Tenmaku. Inside Naruto's house. In the stunned eyes of everyone, a white light flashed. A red-haired woman appeared in the house. At this time, Minato's figure suddenly appeared. Minato slowly walked towards Kushina and said with a trembling voice. Kushina. Suddenly Kushina punched Minato in the stomach. Minato immediately covered his stomach and lowered his head. Then he looked at Kushina in confusion. Kushina's face was filled with tears. She looked at Minato and roared. Asshole, you bastard Minato! Why? Why take the risk? 53. Naruto finally met his father. Why are you? Saying that, Kushina hugged Minato. Minato patted Kushina's back and said softly. Naruto needs your mother's company more than me, his father. I don't want to lose this opportunity. Kushina was in Minato's arms, raised her head and looked at him and said, Thank you. Husband. Suddenly Kushina blushed and whispered, Husband, lower your head. Minato looked at Kushina in confusion, but still obeyed her orders. Suddenly Kushina kissed Minato's mouth. Hinata on the side blushed, covered Boruto's eyes with her hands and said shyly. Children are not allowed to watch. Boruto broke free and said, Mom, you are a child too. Let me go. I want to see. Sakura also blushed, looking at the young Sasuke, not knowing what she was thinking, her face became redder and redder. At this time, the young Sasuke also turned his head and looked at Sakura. The two people's eyes met, and the young Sasuke blushed and turned his head away. At this time, Naruto had tears in his eyes and said angrily to Minato and Kushina. I said. What are you two doing? Have you forgotten that I exist? When the two heard Naruto's voice, they were so frightened that they quickly separated. Kushina said to Minato angrily, There are so many people. What are you doing? I also don't know where to hide. Minato looked confused and said, obviously. Kushina blushed and pushed Minato, I hate it. Then he quickly rushed to Naruto and hugged him. Naruto. Mom finally sees you. Sorry. As he spoke, tears slipped out of his eyes again. Naruto said with a cry, Mom, I miss you so much. At this time, Haruno Sakura whispered to everyone, What are you looking at? Leave quickly. As he said that, he pushed everyone out. In an instant. Naruto's family is the only one left, Naruto's family of 3. There is also a wooden man Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto stood there awkwardly, it was neither appropriate to leave nor to stay. Just stood there motionless, looking at his dad. Minato also walked over and stretched out his arms to hug the two of them. At this time, Boruto was even more embarrassed. After a few minutes, the 3 finally separated. Haruno Sakura, you don't know what we saw. Tsunade Senju, what's wrong, Sakura? Haruno Sakura, Uncle Minato and Aunt Kushina, they are. Namikaze Minato, ahem. Tsunade Senju, what happened to them? Keep talking. Uzumaki Kushina, Sister Tsunade, tomorrow, I will tell you secretly. Tsunade Senju, okay. Uchiha Madara, how did you know? Namikaze Minato, I wasn't sure at first. Minato Namikaze, after they eliminated those 2 answers, I was sure. Uchiha Izuna, oh, why? Namikaze Minato, didn't you pay attention? Uchiha Izuna, what should I pay attention to? Minato Namikaze, the video of my son's wedding. Uzumaki Naruto, what happened to my wedding? Kakashi Hatake, I remember. Kakashi Hatake, Kai was in a wheelchair at the time, and his right foot was wrapped in a bandage. Namikaze Minato, yes, it's actually very simple, you just didn't pay attention. Senju Hashirama, Sadashina. Uzumaki Naruto, actually, I already knew it. Nara Shikamaru. Boruto Uzumaki? Young Sasuke Uchiha, it's okay to lie to us, just don't lie to yourself. Young Sasuke Uchiha, we were deceived by you, it really doesn't matter, let's just have a haha. Young Uchiha Sasuke, but I hope you wipe your tears when you say this. Young Sasuke Uchiha, wipe your eyes and think about it carefully. Who will believe what you say except brothers? Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 49, Targeting Me, right? Video continues. Metkai, who delivered the final blow, has run out of gas. His body felt like it was scorched by fire, but his right foot turned into ashes and lay there motionless. On the other side, Uchiha Madara was kicked off half of his body. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his head, looked at Metkai and said, I was almost killed by you, this guy. Although you are already a piece of cake in the wind, you please me. This is my thank you gift, before you turn into ashes. I'm here to kill you. While talking, Uchiha Madara's body continued to repair itself. A jade of Seeking Deo flew toward Metkai at extremely high speed. Just when Kyudeo was about to hit Metkai, Uzumaki Naruto kicked in the air and kicked away the Chudeo jade. Then Naruto came to Metkai and rescued Metkai. Onoki, almost. Senju Hashirama, much worse. Onoki, what do you say? The first generation of adults. Uchiha Madara, didn't you realize that from beginning to end, I didn't use any techniques? Uchiha Madara, the person in the video may just want to see the 8-gate dungeon. Uchiha Madara, it's just that I almost overturned. Hitaki Kakashi, it would be great if Guy kicked me in the head. Metkai, definitely next time. Uchiha Madara, humph. No chance. Ding. The 12th most powerful ninja player in the world, Metkai. Reward Metkai, experience card with no side effects when using the 8-door Dungia Death Gate 5 times. Hitaki Kakashi, hiss. Metkai, originally, that kick was reserved for you, Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi? Hitaki Sakumo? Kakashi Hitaki, no, no. 54. Uchiha Obito, he really doesn't deserve it. Hitaki Kakashi. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, can you still defeat Metkai who has received the reward in the video now? Uchiha Madara, humph. Senju Hashirama, haha. Madara's silence shows that he has no idea. I guess he can't beat him. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Uchiha Madara, when it comes to me, my reward will definitely be the best. Senju Tobirama, just tell me that you must be number 1. Why are you beating around the bush? Uchiha Izuna, with the strength shown in my brother's video, he must be number 1. Onoki, I can't figure out what kind of existence can kill him. Ding. Good question. Among the following 8 options, who caused the death of Uchiha Madara? A. Uzumaki Naruto. B. Uchiha Sasuke. C. Black Zetsu. D. Senju Hashirama. E. Kaguya Otsutsuki. F. Hitaki Kakashi. G. Uchiha Obito. H. Uzumaki Nagato. The correct answer will reward you with a summoning card. Punishment unknown. Answering will begin in 1 minute. Yamanaka Ino, there are so many answers, how can you guess? Nara Shikamaru, please explain the answer, this question is easy. Diodera, brat. There are many answers, but not explanations. Is the question difficult? How could it be simple? Senju Tobirama, it may be a little difficult for us, but for Uchiha Madara, it may be relatively easy. Senju Hashirama, Madara, do you know? Uchiha Madara, humph. Why should I tell you? Jiraiya, if Naruto is the child of prophecy, Naruto might have killed him. Uzumaki Naruto, ah. Uzumaki Naruto, but I don't want to kill anyone. Uchiha Izuna, don't kill people? Then what kind of ninja are you? Uzumaki Naruto, but why do you have to kill people to be a ninja? Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Naruto. You are better than me. Uchiha Madara, he is more naive than you. Even stupider. Uzumaki Kushina, Bagaga Road. You are stupid. Orochimaru, I'm more interested in that one, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Gamamaru, Kagaya. Jiraiya, Big Toad Sage, do you know? Gameru, can't say. Jiraiya. The fourth Raikage, by the way, who can go up first and answer? Onoki, yo. The bad boy is not reckless this time. The fourth Raikage, I am Mangzi. Not a fool. Deidara, I really don't see the difference. The fourth Raikage, kid. Do you want to feel the Raikage's wrath? Deidara, not interested. Ding. 1 minute is up. Start answering now. Onoki, who is the first warrior? The fourth Raikage, it's not me anyway. Fourth Kazekage, no answer? Then just wait for the sky to draw people. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara. Won't you answer? Uchiha Madara, humph, clown. Uchiha Izuna, white hair. Why don't you answer? Senju Tobirama, because I'm not stupid? Uchiha Izuna, white hair. What do you mean? Senju Tobirama, literally. Onoki, Sarutobi Hiruzen, how about you come? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am a dead man and not interested in rewards. Sarutobi Hiruzen, let's leave the rewards to the young. Onoki, he is indeed the strongest Hokage in Konoha, he can talk about cowardice, he is so lofty. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ding. 1 minute is up. This system starts random selection. Ding. Congratulations to Xiao Chun for answering the question. Go to sleep with Xiao Chun? Go to bed Xiao Chun, is that intentional? Uchiha Izuna, white hair. It seems that Tianmu has great opinions on several of your subordinates. Senju Tobirama, humph. You will suffer the consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Go to bed Xiao Chun, forget it. I choose D Hashirama-sama. Ding. Congratulations to Xiao Chun for your wrong answer. Punishment, kill on the spot. Go to bed Xiao Chun, I knew it was like this. Uchiha Fugaku, you deserve it. Uchiha Mikoto, very happy. Ding. The answering continues. After 1 minute when no one answers, the random selection will continue. Onoki, only one has been eliminated now. Senju Tobirama, Naruto said he doesn't want to kill anyone, so let's boldly eliminate him too. Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi is trash. It can also be excluded. Hatake Kakashi. Onoki, well. I saw it in the previous video, Kakashi is impossible. Hatake Kakashi, Lord Tsuchikage. Senju Tobirama, there are 5 more. Uchiha Madara in the Pure Land sat cross-legged on the ground and stared at the sky and said to himself, Black Zetsu is the product of my consciousness, it's impossible. Nagato, I was resurrected in the video. He should be dead, but it's impossible. Uchiha Obito doesn't have to worry. Kagaya Otsutsuki and Sasuke Uchiha. It's better to observe first. Chapter 50 Uchiha Sarada. Omegakure Reception Center in Konohagakure. 55. Tiendao Pain looked at Zionin with an expressionless face and asked, Where is Black Zetsu? Zionin whispered, I don't know. I went out before and never came back. Tiendao Pain, be careful of him. Zionin nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Inside a forest outside Konoha village. Heiju stood motionless under a big tree. Heiju kept asking Tianmu in his mind, why don't you let me answer it? This is not fair. Tianmu's voice rang out in Black Zetsu's mind, because I am protecting you. Moreover, my rules are rules. Just stay here for now. Ding. 1 minute is up. Start random selection now. Ding. Congratulations to Madara Uchiha for answering the question. Uchiha Izuna, Big Brother. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Kyunju Tobijian, Hwaxi. Uchiha Madara, I choose Iotsutsuki Kagaya. Ding. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for the wrong answer. Punishment, depriving Uchiha Madara of all his psychic skills. Mito Gate inflammation. Go to sleep with Xiaochun. Senju Tobirama, test. Senju Hashirama, great. Madara. Uchiha Izuna, it scared me to death, elder brother. Uchiha Madara, calm down. Everything is under my control. Senju Tobirama, and 4 more. Ding. The answering continues. No one answers after 1 minute, the system will continue to randomly select. Uchiha Madara, no. There is still one. Senju Tobirama, what? Ding. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for successfully answering. Uchiha Izuna, Big Brother, you. Senju Hashirama, don't worry. Madara is not a brainless person. Senju Hashirama, I guess he already knows the correct answer. Uchiha Madara, I choose B. Uchiha Sasuke. Ding. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for the wrong answer. Punishment, stripping Uchiha Madara of all his ninjutsu. The answering continues. Senju Tobirama, there are 3 more. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, impossible. This is impossible. Uchiha Madara, how could? Onoki, there are only 3 left. Senju Tobirama, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Nagato. On the roof of Naruto's house, Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Madara's speech in the sky and whispered to himself. Uchiha Obito should be together with Uchiha Madara. Leader. Black Jew. Ding. Congratulations to Ching for your successful answer. Terumi Mei, Ching. Chongjuro, Brother Ching. Ching, the so-called wealth is gained through danger. Ao, I choose Uzumaki Nagato. Ding. Congratulations to Ching for your wrong answer. Punishment, take away Ao's white eyes. The answering continues. Hyuga Hinashi, OK. Green : Konoha Village Kirikage Reception Center. Terumi Mei watched, and Ao, who covered his eyes, reprimanded, Ao. You are too reckless. Ao lowered his head and said tremblingly to Mei, I'm sorry. Mizukage-sama. Terumi Mei looked at Ching like this and sighed. Senju Tobirama, there are 2 more. Ding. Congratulations to Itachi Uchiha for successfully answering. Uchiha Fugaku, 1 against 7. Uchiha Mikoto, 1 against 7. Young Sasuke Uchiha, Mom and Dad. Don't worry. Keikisaki Kisame, Mr. Itachi, it should be fine. Itachi Uchiha, I choose C. Black Zetsu. Ding. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for the correct answer. Reward a summoning card. Uchiha Madara, impossible. This is impossible. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu is just a product of my consciousness. Uchiha Madara, how could he betray me? Young Uchiha Sasuke, I said you were the biggest idiot before, do you believe it now? Heiju, ha ha ha. Heiju, you deserve it too. I am. Ding. Black Jew is banned for 1 day. Start playing video now. In the video, Uchiha Madara turned his back to Black Zetsu and said to Naruto and others. I have eliminated the fighting from the long history of ninja warfare as a savior. Accept reality. It's all over. In Naruto's shocked eyes, Black Zetsu said a few words to Madara, words that spoke to his heart. Wrong. Madara. You are not the savior. 56. This isn't over yet. Why do you say you are different from Obito? Is he someone who can take advantage of everything? Do you think that as long as you are different, you won't find it ridiculous? Madara. You are actually in a fantasy dream. That's the dream I described for you. Uchiha Madara couldn't believe it and asked Black Zetsu, Black Zetsu. What did you say? I created you. You are just my consciousness. Heiju disdainfully said, you are also wrong about this. My consciousness. It's Kagaya Tsutsuki. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, get out. Senju Tobirama, ha ha ha, he has been banned. Uchiha Madara, Obito. Kill Black Zetsu for me. Minato Namikaze, you took advantage of my apprentice, and now you want to order him? Uchiha Madara, Obito. Uchiha Obito, I will kill him. Uchiha Obito, but not because of your order. Senju Tobirama, the majestic Uchiha Madara. Shura in the ninja world is just a pawn for others. Senju Tobirama, in the end, I just made a wedding dress for others. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara is nothing more than that. Senju Hashirama, that's enough. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Uchiha Madara, needless to say, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, I. Uchiha Izuna, Big Brother. On the roof of Naruto's house in Konoha village. Uchiha Itachi looked at the card in his hand and said to Tianmu in his mind. I want to summon someone who was at the same time as Boruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Sarada. Tenmaku's voice sounded in Uchiha Itachi's mind. No problem. A white light flashed, and a girl wearing glasses, red clothes, and the Uchiha regiment emblem on the back appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. Itachi looked at the girl in front of him with some trembling. Zorana. After hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Sarana quickly took a few steps back and started a fighting posture. Who are you? Why am I here? Did you do it? Saying that, Uchiha Sarana opened the Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sarana and said, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sarana said disdainfully, stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Itachi was just getting ready to explain to Uchiha Sarana. Ding! Alien detected. Pull Uchiha Sarana into the sky. Chapter 51 Sasuke, you and Sakura are going to have a son. Young Uchiha Sasuke, Sarana? Young Uchiha Sasuke, why did you come in here? Where are you? Uchiha Sarana, Dad? Uchiha Itachi, I used the summoning card to summon her. Young Uchiha Sasuke, where are you? Uchiha Sarana, I don't know either. Itachi Uchiha, on the roof of Naruto's house. Young Uchiha Sasuke, wait. I'll be there soon. Young Uchiha Sasuke, Yandere Hokage, please look at her. Namikaze Minato, okay. Konoha Naruto's house. Boruto ran outside first and saw Sarana, Itachi, and Minato standing on the roof. Zarana. Boruto waved at Zeulana. Minato, who was next to Sarana, said softly to Sarana, Zarana, right. Let's go in first and talk. Your father will be here soon. Okay, Yandere-sama. Zoliana said a little shyly. Boruto at Naruto's house excitedly said to Zoliana, remember me. Zolyang Na. Haha. Zorina looked at Boruto with disgust and said, don't do this, Boruto. Nausea. At this time, Minato poured a glass of water for Sarana and said, your father is coming back soon, drink some water first. Thank you, Yandere-sama. Zoliangna said with a blushing face. What, the difference is too big. Boruto said aggrievedly, holding his head in his hands. Shut up. Zoliana rolled her eyes at Boruto. Minato smiled, pointed at Itaki, and said to Sarana, he is your father's brother, Uchiha Itaki. He brought you here. Zoliangna looked at Itaka curiously and said silently in her heart, just like Dad, so cold. Itaki Uchiha smiled slightly and said to Sarana, sorry. I summoned you here without your consent. Zoliangna said silently in her heart, I can't help but agree. But Sarana unconsciously waved her hand and said to Uchiha Itaki, it's okay, uncle, uncle. I'm very happy to be able to come to this place and see such interesting things. Itaka smiled and said, that would be great. You're still like this. It's the same as before, nothing has changed. Sasuke's cold voice came from behind the two of them. Father. Zoliana said excitedly. Young Sasuke first looked at Sarana and said, well. Then he stared at Itaka with cold eyes and said. You are still the same as before, making your own decisions. Who allowed you to bring Zoliana here? Have you ever thought about how anxious Sakura would be if Sarana suddenly disappeared from that time and space? Besides, do you know how dangerous this world is? I'm sorry, Sas. I didn't think so much. Itaka said to the young Sasuke with a trembling voice. Dad. He is your brother, you should respect him. Young Sasuke turned to look at Sarana and said, there are many changes in this time and space, and it is very dangerous. And your mother will be very anxious when she knows you disappeared. Zoliana interrupted, Dad. I am a ninja and I am not afraid of danger. I'm not as weak as Dad thinks. I am the one who wants to be the 9th Hokage. As for Mom. 57. Since you and Boruto can come here, then there is a way to go back. Young Sasuke whispered, but... Zoliana waved her hand and interrupted, Dad, why are you so verbose now? But Zoliana was still very happy. Minato also said to the young Sasuke, Zarana's coming over might be an opportunity. It's also an opportunity for her to become stronger. Besides, with our current strength in Konoha, we don't have to worry about her safety at all. As for Sakura in that time and space. If she had seen Zoliana in this time and space. Just set a specific illusion for her. At a specific time, just activate the illusion. When young Sasuke heard what Minato said, he had no choice but to give up. Sorry. Sas. I just want you to meet her. I heard from Boruto that you barely have time to spend with her. Now that I have this opportunity, Sorry. Please forgive me for taking the initiative. Itaka looked at the young Sasuke and apologized. The young Sasuke was stunned for a moment, looked at Itaki and whispered, Brother, thank you. At this time, Boruto took the young Sasuke's arm, walked to Sarana and said. Zorana, this is your dad. Boruto. Let go. The young Sasuke blushed and broke away, Boruto said angrily to him. Sarana looked at the young Sasuke, who was about the same height as herself, in front of her and said in a voiceless voice. Dad. The young Sasuke lowered his head and said to Sarana with a red face, well, I am your father. Haha. Sasuke is so shy. At this time, Naruto's voice came from in front of the young Sasuke. The young Sasuke looked up and saw Naruto and Boruto, holding their stomachs and laughing. The young Sasuke blushed and yelled at the two of them, you two bastards, shut up. Sarana looked at Naruto curiously and said, 7th generation. So cute. Boruto smiled and said to Sarana, aren't you excited to see your idol as a child? Zoliangna blushed and nodded involuntarily, well. Young Sasuke was even more unhappy after hearing this. Upon seeing this, Minato quickly came over to smooth things over and said, let's let Sarana know about the situation in the sky first. Uchiha Fugaku, my granddaughter? Uchiha Mikoto, I really want to see her. Hara no Sakura, my daughter. Onoki, such a good reward is wasted. Young Uchiha Sasuke, old guy. Shut up. Uchiha Itachi, Onoki, right? Uchiha Shisui, Sasuke's daughter? Want to see it? Uchiha Izuna, Sasuke, come on and have a son with that Sakura. Uchiha Izuna, the revitalization of the Uchiha clan depends on you. Young Uchiha Sasuke? Young Uchiha Sasuke? Hara no Sakura, Young Sasuke? Young Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sarana, I also want a younger brother. Young Uchiha Sasuke, my brother is still alive. He can also revitalize the Uchiha. Onoki, don't you Uchiha like men? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Itachi? Young Uchiha Sasuke? Young Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sarana? Hitaki Kakashi, there is an exception. He likes women. Uchiha Obito, idiot. Shut up. Hitaki Kakashi. Chapter 52. You guys in Konoha are having fun. Uchiha Madara, boy, stop talking nonsense. Onoki, just tell the truth. Onoki, aren't you and Senju Hashirama also unclear about each other? Uzumaki Mito? Senju Hashirama, Madara and I are brothers. Onoki, then. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Ding. Quiz with prizes. Who did Uchiha Sasuke give his first kiss to? A. Hitaki Kakashi. B. Uzumaki Naruto. C. Hara no Sakura. D. Yamanaka Ino. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, you are having a great time. Kakashi Hitaki, obviously, I was just making up the numbers. Ding. Everyone can participate in answering. Limited to 3 seconds. Uchiha Obito, I choose A. Hitaki Kakashi, I choose B. Uchiha Madara, I choose C. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose B. Young Uchiha Sasuke, B. Young Uchiha Sasuke, B. Lama Yangju, I choose B. Namikaze Minato? Namikaze Minato, I choose B. Ding. Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hara no Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Iris, Namikaze Minato, Kurama, and others for their correct answers. Reward, double your own chakra. Punishment, none. Onoki, not bad. The fourth Reikage, so what is the answer? Senju Tobirama, didn't you read the person's answer? Senju Tobirama, Minato's hand speed is too fast. 58. Hitaki Kakashi, Uzumaki, Eddie. Ming. People. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. Uchiha Sarana. Boruto Uzumaki. Onaki, you guys in Konoha, have a lot of fun. Hara no Sakura, Sasuke's first kiss was originally mine. Ding. The prize-winning quiz continues. Who did Hara no Sakura give her first kiss to? A. Uchiha Sasuke. B. Yamanaka Ino. C. Hinata. D. Uzumaki Naruto. The rules are the same. Start answering. Hara no Sakura, I choose A. Young Uchiha Sasuke, A. Onoki, the weirder the option, the correct answer. I choose C. The fourth Reikage, then I choose B. Uzumaki Naruto, A. Young Uchiha Sasuke, D. Hara no Sakura? Young Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Sarana. Ding. Congratulations to young Uchiha Sasuke for the correct answer. Reward: a Shinwei experience card. Punishment: none. Onoki, let me just say that Konoha is playing tricks. Hara no Sakura, how could this happen? Hinata, Naruto-kun. Uzumaki Naruto, it's none of my business, I don't know anything. Ding. Start playing video now. In a pink space, Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto shyly. Sakura blushed, closed her eyes, slowly pouted, and leaned towards Naruto. Naruto blushed upon seeing this and leaned towards Sakura with his eyes closed. At this time, Naruto, how long are you going to sleep? Sakura stood in front of Naruto's bed and called him. Naruto held the Kakashi doll between his legs and kept kissing the Kakashi doll. Seeing this, Sakura suppressed her anger and stretched out her hand to shake Naruto. Naruto stared at Sakura in confusion, and slowly extended his mouth. Sakura-chan. Seeing this, Sakura couldn't bear it anymore and punched Naruto awake. Ding. Sorry, I put it in the wrong place. Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi Hatake, throw the pillow away quickly. Uchiha Obito, so ugly. No Harurin, hehe, quite cute. Kakashi Hatake, linear. Uchiha Obito. Ding. Replay the video. In the video, Gaara controlled the sand and moved forward at great speed in mid-air. Naruto's heartbeat had almost stopped, and Sakura continued to use medical ninjutsu to treat him. Sakura lay on Naruto's chest and could no longer hear Naruto's heartbeat. He immediately decided to give Naruto artificial respiration. Sakura used the chakra blade to slice open the left side of Naruto's body. His hand reached in and held Naruto's heart, squeezing it continuously, and at the same time gave Naruto artificial respiration with his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura, so that's it. Onoki, I thought. Young Uchiha Sasuke, get out. Onoki : Ding. The 11th ranked Senju Tobirama in the Ninja World's combat power rankings. Senju Tobirama invented many ninjutsu in his life, such as the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, the reincarnation of Evil Earth, the multiple shadow clone jutsu, etc. It can be said that except for water escape, they are all forbidden arts. Uchiha Madara, garbage. Is he worthy? Senju Tobirama, if I am trash, your brother Izuna is not even as good as trash. Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. I'll test your code. Senju Tobirama, no quality. Orochimaru, the second generation is the Hokage I respect the most, and I still agree with this ranking. Orochimaru, just one filthy reincarnation is enough. Onoki, indeed. The 4th Raikage, the Flying Thunder God's technique has created a being like Namikaze Minato. Ding. There is nothing in the Thousand Hands Gate that is easy to play. So I won't play the video anymore. Reward Senju Tobirama, the power of ninjutsu is increased tenfold, the time to activate the ninjutsu is halved, and the chakra is increased tenfold. Thousand Hand Door. Senju Tobirama, it seems that I am nothing more than that. Uchiha Izuna, it's good to know. Onoki, Tobira Madano, you are a fellow-minded person. The 3rd Raikage, and me. On the roof of Naruto's house in Konoha village. Did Sasuke go and cast a genjutsu on Sakura? Minato asked looking at Itachi. Yeah. Itachi nodded. Is it really useful? Itachi raised his head and looked at Minato and asked. Minato was silent for a moment and whispered, it might be useless. After hearing Minato's words, Itachi also fell silent. Sasuke should also know. Minato whispered. Actually, it's not a bad thing. Besides, how much do you know about Black Zetsu? 59. Itachi thought for a moment and said, if you think about it carefully, this Black Zetsu is quite mysterious. You can actually play with Uchiha Madara in the palm of your hand. But, apart from being able to sneak into the ground and plants, I've never seen him use any ninjutsu. Minato was silent for a moment and said, to be on the safe side, let's kill him. Tomorrow you and Jiraiya-sensei will go find Black Zetsu together. Itaki asked in confusion, Jiraiya-sama. Minato looked at Itaki and explained with a smile, Jiraiya-sensei's reward should be on the safe side. You'll know then. Chapter 53. You died too early, it's normal that you haven't seen the world. Naruto's house in Konoha village. Zorana. You should also take part in the Chunin exam tomorrow. Minato looked at Zorana and smiled. Zorana raised her head and looked at Minato, a little confused, and said, Chunin exam. At this time, Boruto on the side explained, tomorrow's Chunin exam will be in the form of an arena competition. After each game, Tianmu will directly help you recover. As long as you advance to the top 8, you will be rewarded. And I will also participate. So, I have a chance to fight against Mom, Dad, and the 7th generation. Zorina turned to look at Boruto and said excitedly. Boruto curled his lips and said disdainfully, your current strength may only be comparable to that of ninjas from other villages. You have no sense in fighting them. Let alone fight me. What did you say? Sarana grabbed Boruto's collar and yelled. Naruto on the side trembled when he saw this, it's just like Sakura-chan. At this time, Minato was trembling a little, as if he remembered something. Sasuke. You can help Sarana with special training these days, and I will tell Kakashi tomorrow too. Minato turned to the young Sasuke and said. Okay. The young Sasuke looked at Sarana and said, Dad, there is a card here, please take it first. After saying that, he took out the Kamui experience card from his pocket and handed it to Ziliana. What is this? Sarana caught the card, looked at the young Sasuke and wondered. Young Uchiha Sasuke explained, this is the Kamui experience card. The specific function will wait until tomorrow, let Kakashi tell you. Sarana looked at the card in her hand, raised her head and looked at the young Sasuke and said firmly, I don't want it. I want to rely on my own strength to win the game. Young Sasuke felt a little happy when he heard what Sarana said. Take it first. Dad doesn't need it. At this time, Minato looked at Zoliangna and smiled, Zoliang-na. Just take it. Everyone who took part in the Chunin examination this time has basically received a reward from the Tenmaku. In the end, you still suffer. Besides, this isn't considered cheating. Moreover, this time the Chunin exam. Forget it. Just remember, just try your best to win the game. Naruto put his head in his hands and pouted, I know. Dad. It's so long-winded, you've said it several times. Zoliana looked at Naruto and said silently. Haha, it's a little different from the 7th generation I imagined. Minato looked at everyone and said, okay. The three of you go practice with Sarana for a while. Boruto curled his lips and whispered, practice with her, why not sleep? Then why don't I practice with you? At this time, Itaka behind Boruto suddenly said. Boruto was startled and lost his voice, no, practicing with Zorina, I like it best. The young Sasuke rolled his eyes at Boruto and said softly to Sarana. I'll practice with Boruto first. You are watching from the side and you need to understand first. Boruto exclaimed to young Sasuke, Master. You. At this time, Itaka's voice also came over, let Sarana get acquainted with it more first, and I will also practice with Boruto. Upon hearing this, Boruto turned to look at Itaki, then turned back to Minato and begged, Grandpa. Minato smiled as if he hadn't heard anything and said, Boruto. Don't slack off. At this time, young Sasuke also said, let's go. Seeing this, Boruto had no choice but to follow him out with a sad face. Namikaze Minato, everyone. Tomorrow's Chunin exam, Uchiha Sarana will also participate. Onoki, it's up to you. The 4th HOKAGE, after all, in Konoha, we can't say anything. Terumi May, we don't agree, someone is threatening us again, but in the end we don't have to agree. What's the point? Young Uchiha Sasuke. Namikaze Minato, then thank you everyone. Orochimaru, I feel like Minato is a bit sinister now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I discovered it too, but I think it's a good thing. Namikaze Minato. Ding. Please rate the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Reward to be determined. Punishment unknown. Please start your performance. Uchiha Madara, one word. Uchiha Madara, garbage. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Those are two words. Senju Tobirama, big brother. Shut up. Uchiha Izuna, I can't comment. Senju Tobirama, indeed. Senju Tobirama, scold me, you are my defeated general, scolding me is equivalent to scolding yourself. Senju Tobirama, as for you praising me, I really can't imagine that scene, and I don't care either. Uchiha Izuna. Onoki, the second Hokage, his life. Uchiha Fugaku, let me tell you. Onoki colon. The fourth Raikage, you are eloquent, okay. You come. Uchiha Fugaku, there is no doubt that Senju Tobirama's contribution to Konoha is visible to everyone. Uchiha Fugaku, although he said that the Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Uchiha Fugaku, but he did not do anything to target or suppress our Uchiha clan. On the contrary, he also has an Uchiha subordinate whom he trusts very much. Uchiha Fugaku, it can be said that the second generation Hokage has almost no black spots. Uchiha Fugaku, maybe the only black spot is that he collected 3.5 wastes. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tetsune Koharu. Vitamin N. 60. Mitomonitis. Mito Minion, I will send one for Danzo. Senju Tobirama, get out. Still have the face to come out. Uchiha Fugaku, I still admire the second generation Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, but the ninjutsu of the Nidaime Hokage seems to be used to deal with us Uchiha. Senju Tobirama, those were all researched by me when our two families were fighting. Uchiha Madara, they are all just sneak attacks, they are just dirty. The fourth Raikage. Onoki, I wanted to refute you, but after looking at it, I realized it was you Uchiha Madara, so let's forget it. Orochimaru, to me, it is still very valuable. Orochimaru, besides. Didn't you also die in a sneak attack? Uchiha Madara, you, The fourth Raikage, cow. Onoki, Orochimaru is still, that Orochimaru. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha. It's rare to see Madara deflated. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Ding. Anyone else wants to say something? Onoki, just give it to him directly. Congratulations to Uchiha Fugaku for receiving the award. Reward Uchiha Fugaku 5-day resurrection card. Uchiha Fugaku, not bad. Young Uchiha Sasuke, father. Don't use it lightly yet. Uchiha Fugaku, good. Uchiha Izuna, if it were me, I would just use it. Uchiha Izuna, I really want to visit Konoha, it looks pretty good. Senju Tobirama, normal. Uchiha Izuna, Shirogane, what do you mean? Senju Tobirama, you died too young and haven't seen much of the world. It's normal to be curious when you see Konoha today. Uchiha Izuna, you. Chapter 54. If you don't participate, then we will not participate. The next morning, at Naruto's house in Konoha village. Boruto walked out of the room holding his waist and came to the dining table. He found that Itachi had just gotten up and walked over. Minato turned to Boruto and Itachi and said, "Good morning, Boruto, Itachi. Wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon." "Good morning, Grandpa, fourth generation." Boruto and Itachi also faced each other, and Minato greeted them. Boruto trembled, looked at Itachi and whispered, "Good morning, Uncle Itachi." Itachi turned to look at Boruto and joked, "Good morning, Boruto. Then Itaka turned around and said to Minato, "Do you want me to fry your eggs for you?" Minato waved his hands quickly and said, "No, no, it'll be fine soon. You wake up others first." Itaka showed a rare smile and said to Minato, "Then I'll trouble you." After Boruto watched Itaka leave, he whispered to Minato, "Grandfather. Yesterday, Uncle Weasel and Master went too far. Don't stop me." Minato didn't even look back and said, "Aren't they helping you practice?" Boruto said with a sad face, "That's not called practice. They just wanted to beat me up." Minato brought out a plate of fried eggs, smiled, and said to Boruto, "Who asked you to say that?" Then he looked around and whispered to Boruto, "Moreover, the Uchiha clan is more protective of their shortcomings. Don't mess with Ziliana." At this time, Sarana also rubbed her eyes, walked over and said to Minato, "Good morning, Yondaime-sama." Minato smiled and said to Zoliana, "Good morning, Zoliangna. Did you sleep well last night?" Zoliangna stretched and said, "Very good, fourth generation." Minato waved his hand and said, "Stop calling me Yondaime-sama. From now on, you can call me Grandpa Minato." Sarana looked at Minato excitedly and said, "Is it okay?" Minato smiled and said, "Of course." Zoliana shouted excitedly, "Grandpa Minato." Then he turned to look at Boruto and said, "You're up so early, Boruto. It's not like you. Did you sleep well last night?" Boruto curled his lips and said, "If I had slept well, I wouldn't have gotten up so early." After a while, Kushina, Naruto, and others also arrived at the table one after another. "What? Why are there 9 breakfasts? Aren't there 8 of us?" Zoliana looked at the 9 breakfasts on the table in confusion, and looked at Boruto in confusion. Boruto curled his lips and said, "You'll know later. Good morning, everyone." At this time, a lazy voice also came over. Zoliana looked in the direction of the voice. "It is Konoha's #1 technician, Hatake Kakashi. I saw Kakashi holding a book in his left hand and consciously sitting next to Naruto." At this time, Kushina stared at Kakashi and sneered. "Kakashi, if you hold that broken book again, I will throw you out right now. You're so young, what nonsense are you looking at?" Kakashi shrank his neck and whispered, "Sister Kushina, I am no longer a child." Kushina interrupted unceremoniously, "Don't worry, in my mind you are still a child. Look at what you look like. Stay away from Jiraiya-sensei from now on, if you don't learn well. And now, there are so many children. As a big brother, can you set an example? What do you look like doing nothing all day long? I'm not saying you. Minato looked at Kushina, who was talking more and more enthusiastically, and hurriedly interrupted. "Eat first, otherwise it will be cold." Kushina turned to glare at Minato and said, "Don't always spoil him. For such an adult, he doesn't even have a girlfriend. It's totally outrageous." Hearing this, Kakashi whispered, "I really can't imitate Minato-sensei's style." Kushina yelled at Kakashi, "What did you say?" Minato said quickly, "Okay, Kushina, don't be angry, eat first, eat first." "Wait a minute Naruto, they have to take the Chunin exams." Kushina finally calmed down after hearing what Minato said. Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto, Boruto, and Sarana on the side watched Kushina finally stop, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 61. Even young Sasuke feels a little depressed. Senju Hashirama, when will it start? I can't wait. Uchiha Madara, it's just a kid playing house, do you need to look forward to it so much? Uchiha Izuna, brother, it's good to relieve boredom. Senju Hashirama, yes, I also want to see how far these children in Konoha have grown. Uzumaki Nagato, our Megakure village will not participate. Namikaze Minato, junior brother, it's about the rules of the Chunin exam. Do you have any questions? Konan, no, our genin of Omega-kure are not strong enough, so we won't waste time. Terumi may, then our Kirigakure village won't participate either. Onoki, our Iwagakure village is not going to participate either. The fourth Reikage, you. Onoki, didn't you notice? We've been fooled by Konoha. Onoki, according to the information from our Iwagakure village, we found that the 10,000 years genin has the strength of an elite jonin. What else do we want to do? The fourth Reikage. The fourth Reikage, then our hidden cloud village won't be participating either. Namikaze Minato, that's such a pity. Cho, our Sunagakure village will continue to participate. Onoki, as long as you are happy. Ding. Before each game starts, the system will open the market. Everyone can bet with anything. Kakuzu, is money also okay? Can. With different odds, the rewards you get are also different. Uchihamadara, now it's starting to get interesting. Senju Tobirama, is there anything else you can suppress? Uchihamadara, the frog in the well. Uchihamadara, do you think I only have ninjutsu? Uchihamadara, let's see how I can win it back. Boruto Uzumaki, can I press myself? Ding. Good question. Competitors can only win by pushing themselves. Uchiha Izuna, no one should pressure me to lose. Senju Tobirama, we don't rule out the idea of someone trying to fake the match. Namikaze Minato, the Chunin exam starts at noon on time. Boruto Uzumaki, I can't wait. Uzumaki Naruto, I must be the strongest. Young Sasuke Uchiha, Mom and Dad, let me show you my growth. Uchiha Fugaku, come on, son. Uchiha Mikoto, you can definitely do it, my son. Chapter 55, Kakuzu, you should give the money to me for safekeeping. In the huge arena in Konoha village. Under the no plaque in the world, Namikaze Minato is in the middle, Onaki, the fourth Reikage are on the right, Tendu Pain Terumi Mei is on the left, and the five of them are standing on the high platform. Minato, wearing Hokage robes and a Hokage hat, made an important comment about the Chunin exams. It's an honor for you all to participate in the Chunin examination held in Konoha. At the same time, I would like to thank Mr. Tianmu for his support. I announce that the Chunin exams will begin now. After Minato finished speaking, he glanced at Kakashi aside and motioned for him to announce the rules. Kakashi looked at Minato and nodded, then walked a few steps forward. Due to Omegakure village, Kumagakure village, Mizuigakure village, and Iwagakure village, we have temporarily decided not to participate in this Chunin exam. Kakashi paused and continued. So this competition has been decided to use the method of drawing lots to determine the opponent. The player who drew number 9 will play against the player who drew number. The player who drew number 2 will play against the player who drew number 10. So on and so forth. Since there are 17 contestants in this Chunin exam, the contestant who draws number 0 will have a bye. When the top 8 decide the winner, the player who draws number 0 can choose to challenge any one of them. The winner goes to the quarterfinals. Start preparing to draw lots now. After saying that, Kakashi silently walked behind Minato. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuihong jumped into the middle of the arena with a red box in her arms. Uchiha Izuna, let's see who is the lucky one. Uchiha Madara, those who have the strength don't need it, and those who don't have the strength will get it in vain. Onoki, that's right. Namikaze Minato, we have already taken these into consideration. When Naruto passed by the young Sasuke, he whispered to the young Sasuke. Sass. Just pray and never meet me. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Naruto and said disdainfully, this is what I want to say to you too. Before Naruto and Sasuke could finish talking, Boruto had already drawn lots and came back. Boruto looked at the two of them helplessly and said, I am no 4. You two must not draw number 12. Naruto and the young Sasuke snorted coldly at the same time when they heard Boruto say such nonsense. Humph! That's good luck for you. After saying that, the two of them went over to draw lots. Boruto looked at them speechlessly, and the two of them curled their lips and said coquettishly, "That means you are lucky, Tisk." After a while, everyone came back after drawing lots. Boruto ran up to Zoliangna and asked, "Zoliangna, what is your number? You must never meet me. Otherwise, I won't show mercy." Zoliana seemed to have not heard Boruto's words and remained in a daze. Boruto was a little panicked when he saw this and said, "You can't be number 12. Like a robot, Zoliana unfolded the note in her hand, "Number 0. Boruto looked at it dumbfounded. The note in Zoliana's hand said, "You're really lucky." At this time, young Sasuke also came over and said to Sarana, "It's okay, you should take a closer look first. Maybe there's a chance we can make it to the quarterfinals." Zoliana turned to look, and the young Sasuke asked, "Dad, do you not believe in my strength so much?" Hearing what Sarana said, the young Sasuke blushed and stammered to Sarana, I didn't mean that. I mean..." As Sarana looked at it, the embarrassed young Sasuke interrupted with a smile, "Haha! I am the father who is joking with you. Ha ha ha." Young Sasuke blushed and said to Sarana, Of course I know." At this time, Naruto came over and said to the young Sasuke, "What's wrong, Sasuke? Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch Sasuke's forehead. 62. The young Sasuke blushed, lowered his head, and shouted to Naruto in a low voice, "Get out!" After saying that, he left in a panic. Naruto was stunned for a moment and stared at the young Sasuke's back, saying to Boruto and Sarana, "What's up with him?" Boruto and Sarana didn't say anything, they just kept holding their stomachs and laughing. Naruto scratched his head and said to himself, "What's wrong? This is..." Ding! The lottery is completed. No 1 Maru Hoji Kasuke. No 2 Inyazuka Kaiba. Tianation on the 3rd. Uzumaki Boruto number 4. No 5 Hara no Sakura. No 6 Hyaganiji. Boy number 7 Uchiha Sasuke. No 8 Akim Ichi Koji. Kankuro number 9. Uzumaki Naruto number 10. Temari number 11. No 12 Abarame Shino. No 13 Yamanaka Ino. Hinata number 14. No 15 Rock Lee. Gara number 16. No 0 Uchiha Sarana. Ding! The first game. Kasuke Maraboshi vs Kankuro. Odds 100:1. Start your bet now. Limited to 1 minute. Tsunade Senju, I bet tails, Kasuke Maru Hoji wins. Jiraiya, it seems that Tsunade's curse of losing every bet is about to be broken. Jiraiya, I suppress the Senjutsu and Kasuke Maru Hoji wins. Uchiha Madara, what's the use of money? Ninjutsu is the last word. Senju Tobirama, do you still have ninjutsu? Uchiha Madara, humph. Take a good look. Uchiha Madara, I bet my life on Maru Hoji Kasuke to win. Uchiha Izuna, bro. I'm exaggerating a bit. Kankuro, cow. Furusuke Maru Hoshi, this makes me so flattered. Onoki, as expected of Shura from the ninja world. The 4th Raikage, there are people more brutal than me. Senju Tobirama, can't you see it? Senju Tobirama, Kasuke is far more powerful than that kid. The 4th Raikage, that's still a bit risky, right? The 4th Raikage, the odds are too low, not worth it. Senju Tobirama, you are such a grown-up person now, so I can't say much. You just have to figure it out yourself. The 4th Raikage. Senju Tobirama, I crushed the god of thunder and Kasuke Maru Hoji won. Minato Namikaze, I will also crush the god of thunder, Kasuke Maru Hoji wins. Kakashi Hatake, I beat Reikari, Kasuke Maruhoshi wins. Senju Hashirama, then let me suppress the Senjutsu and Maruhoshi Kasuke wins. Kankuro, no one is suppressing me? Onoki, son, we are not stupid. Kankuro. Temari, I beat Gale release Kamamitake and Kasuke Maruhoshi wins. Kankuro turned his head and looked at Temari silently. He didn't say anything and just kept staring at her. Temari blushed a little when she saw this and said, I will support you next time. Kankuro looked at Temari and said speechlessly, do you think I have a next time? Temari looked at Kankuro and said awkwardly, come on, come on. Uchiha Sarana, I suppressed my Sharingan and Maruhoshi Kasuke wins. Uzumaki Naruto, can I suppress the 9 tails in my body? Lama Yangju? Lama Yenju? Minato, take care of your son. Ding. Kanti. Uzumaki Naruto, what a pity. Lama Yangju, boy. I remember it. Lama Yangju, I beat myself, Kasuke Maruhoshi wins. Lama Yenju, I'll take care of myself too. Uchiha Madara, you are quite good at playing. Lama Yangju, silly. Lama Yenju, boy I. Uchiha Madara. Almost everyone bet on Maruhoshi Kasuke to win, but there is no shortage of gamblers in this world. Kakuzu, I bet 1 million ryo that Kankuro wins. Deidara, Master Kakuzu. Is there anything wrong with your mind? Kakuzu, use your small to make a big difference. Deidara, okay. You are awesome. Chapter 56 I win by defeating Sakura with the Rinnegan. Game start. Only Kasuke Maruhoshi and Kankuro were left in the field. Kankuro took out his puppet and wanted to attack first. Kasuke Mariboshi threw out a shuriken and quickly formed seals with his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of shurikens attacked Kankuro. Seeing this, Kankuro had no choice but to use a puppet to resist. But Kasuke Maruhoshi didn't give Kanjuro a chance, so he pulled out his short sword and used Leaf and Willow. In an instant, Kanjuro lost his ability to fight. Sarutobi Asuma jumped into the middle of the field and shouted, the game is over. Maruhoshi Kasuke Katsu. Kakuzu. Konan, Kakuzu, you should hand over all the money, I will keep it for you. Zionin, 1 million taels is not a small amount. Ding. Rewards have been distributed, please check. Uchiha Madara, the odds are still low, and 2/3 of the ninjutsu have not come back. 63. Uchiha Sarana, yes. Not even a single Megatama was added. Kakuzu, my money. Deidara, I can only say come on. Ding. The second game. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inyazuka Kaiba. Odds 100:1. Betting begins. Limited to 1 minute. Uchiha Madara, I will continue to beat Naruto to win. Onoki, there should be no gamblers this time, right? Kakuzu. Game start. Inyazuka Kaiba shouted at Naruto, bastard Naruto, I must avenge last time this time. Naruto was stunned for a moment and said, last time. Oh. By the way, I remember. Ha ha ha, last time I. Inyazuka Kaiba looked at Naruto and yelled, asshole. Don't say it. Akamaru. Tooth tooth. Inyazuka Kaiba threw 2 smoke bombs at Naruto. Smoke enveloped Naruto. At the same time, Akamaru used Gatuga and rushed towards Naruto. Boom. Gatonga hit Naruto. Really? It's a shadow clone. Tooth. I'm not the same person I was last time. Excuse me. Victory is mine. Saying that he made a seal with his hands. The art of multiple shadow clones. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, more than 100 Naruto clones appeared in the field. Spiral pills. More than 100 Narutos made raise nans at the same time. Slowly walked towards Inyazuka Kaiba. Seeing this, Inyazuka Kaiba could only helplessly raise his hands and admit defeat. Sarutobi Asuma jumped onto the field again and announced, "The game is over. Naruto Uzumaki wins. Uchiha Madara, keep going, that's it, next move, fast, fast, fast. Senju Tobirama, aren't you not interested? Uchiha Madara, it's none of your business. Uchiha Madara, get out. Uchiha Sarana, if you win a few more bets, you can have 2 Megatama. Ding! The third game. Tenten vs Temari. Odds 10:1. Start your bet now. Limited to 1 minute. Uchiha Madara, I'll beat Temari, who is the fire breaker. Senju Tobirama, isn't it life-threatening? Uchiha Madara, get out. Game start. Temari put her hands on her hips and said, admit defeat. There's no point in fighting anymore. Tian Tian said with a heavy face, admit defeat. That's not my style. Tian Tian said and took out 2 scrolls. Temari saw this and said disdainfully, is it still the same? It seems like you haven't made any progress during this time. There is no suspense in the ending. Temari won the match. In the fourth game, Boruto easily defeated Abarame Shino. Ding! The fifth game. Harano Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Odds 1:1. Start your bet now. Limited to 1 minute. Onoki, hiss, it's not easy to place a bet this time. Onoki, if I had known, I wouldn't have restricted Harano Sakura. Senju Hashirama, Madara, I'll choose with you. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, do you have any information? Kakashi Hatake, the two of them seemed to be tied in the last Chunin exam. Kakashi Hatake, so I choose Sakura to win, after all, she is my student. Uchiha Madara, get out. Uchiha Madara, what's the use of saying it or not saying it? Uchiha Sarana, I beat my mother to win. Young Uchiha Sasuke, I will win with the Rinnegan I Sakura. Young Uchiha Sasuke, I will win over Sharingan Sakura. Uchiha Madara, your courage is commendable. Harano Sakura, I also pressure myself to win. Yamanaka Ino, humph. I also pressure myself to win. Uchiha Madara, I win with the fire release Harano Sakura. Game start. Sakura looked at Yamanaka Ino and said with disdain, your tricks no longer work for me. You'd better admit defeat. Ino also said disdainfully to Sakura, you are the one who should admit defeat. With that said, Ino took the initiative to attack Sakura. The two fought in close quarters for dozens of rounds, and Sakura had the upper hand. Suddenly Ino attacked the two of them and used a smoke bomb. The huge smoke wrapped the two people together. The moment the smoke dissipates, Ino saw the opportunity and used it on Sakura. Hard-turning technique. It's over. Sakura. It is indeed over. Suddenly Sakura's voice came from behind Ino. 64. There is also a kunao on his neck. Ino looked at Sakura disappearing in front of him and said in surprise, Genjutsu. When? Sakura smiled and said, you took out the smoke bomb too much. Ino lowered her head and said calmly, you have grown a lot. Sakura. I surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Asuma jumped down. Competition is over. Harano Sakura wins. Uchiha Sarana. Mom is awesome. Harano Sakura, When Sakura returned to the resting area, Sarana ran over, hugged Sakura's arm and said excitedly, Mom! You are so great! Sakura blushed and looked at Sarana and said, you have to work hard too. After saying that, he secretly looked in the direction of the young Sasuke. Who knows, young Sasuke is also secretly watching Sakura. The two people's eyes met, and they turned away with blushing faces at the same time. They didn't know what they were thinking. Zhou Liangna on the side looked at the two of them curiously. In the sixth game, Niji also defeated Hinata. Chapter 57, Top 8. Ding! The seventh game. Young Suzuki vs Rock Lee. Odds 9:1. Start your bet now. Limited to 1 minute. Lo Quat Zhuzheng, I'll crush that watermelon rind. Itaki Uchiha, it was hard to say before, but now, I beat Suzuki. Uchiha Madara, even though I don't like him, I do favor Suzuki. Metkai, I believe in my disciples. I'm crushing Xiao Li. Rock Lee, Teacher Kai. I will definitely win. Young Uchiha Suzuki, I will definitely win. The two arrived at the venue. Sass. It's a pity that I couldn't fight you last time. I will definitely win this time. Xiao Li took the lead and said to the young Suzuki. Suzuki put his hands on his hips and looked at Xiao Li with disdain. Don't waste time, let's get started. In an instant, Xiao Li rushed to Sasuke's side and kicked the young Suzuki in the chest with a side kick. Suzuki quickly swept his legs, and while dodging, he also launched an attack on Rock Lee. The two have been fighting in close quarters for dozens of rounds. Xiao Li, who has not opened the 8-gate dungeon, is no longer a match for Suzuki, a young man who has experienced and specially trained. The young Suzuki kicked Xiao Li's chest. While kicking Xiao Li away, he used the reaction force to do a beautiful backflip from the air. The young Suzuki who stood firm looked at Xiao Li who was retreating and said, "Use the 8-gate dungeon. Otherwise it would be too boring." Xiao Li raised his head and looked at the young Suzuki and whispered, "Sass, you have grown a lot during this time. In this case, the third life gate of 8-gate dungeon is open. Open the fourth injury door." Xiao Li shouted angrily with a ferocious face. In an instant, Xiao Li kicked the young Suzuki away. The young Suzuki stepped back a few meters and looked at Xiao Li in surprise and said, "So fast." At the same time, Suzuki also opened the Sharingan. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The huge fireball rushed towards Xiao Li. However, it was of no use. Xiao Li, who opened the 4-door, was very fast. In an instant, Xiao Li was behind Suzuki. Young Suzuki was kicked into the sky by Xiao Li just as he was about to turn his head. Suzuki in midair raised a smile on his lips and said, "Is that a move?" "No progress, Xiao Li." Li also jumped behind young Suzuki, and the bandages on his arms fell apart. Biao Lianhua. In an instant, the bandage wrapped around the young Suzuki, and Xiao Li held the young Suzuki head down and kept spinning. Boom! The huge impact destroyed the venue. Xiao Li was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily and staring closely into the smoke. "It's over. Sass gives. That's it. This level isn't enough, Xiao Li." Suddenly Sasuke's voice came out from the smoke. After the smoke dissipated, Xiao Li looked at the strange Suzuki in front of him and said in shock, "This is, in the video." Young Suzuki interrupted, "Not bad. Heaven's curse seal." The young Suzuki is the same as in the previous video, with his hair turning dark blue and a pair of wings on his back. Young Suzuki looked at Xiao Li and said, "Let's fight quickly." Xiao Li stood up and whispered to the young Suzuki, "Don't underestimate me, SAS. Open the 5th door." The invisible airflow blew away the surrounding dust. The young Suzuki looked at Xiao Li who had opened the domain and said, "Now, it's a little more interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li's attack came over. Young Suzuki kept dodging, but Xiao Li's attack didn't even touch young Suzuki. "It's over." Chidori. Young Suzuki held up Chidori in his right hand and quickly rushed to Xiao Li, and at the same time cast an illusion on Xiao Li. At the moment when Xiao Li was stunned, young Sasuke's right hand has already passed through Xiao Li's chest. The young Suzuki looked down at Xiao Li who was lying on the ground and whispered, "Don't worry, with Tianmia here, you won't die. At this time Sarutobi Asuma jumped onto the field again and announced. Victor Uchiha Sasuke. Loquat Jozang, damn it. Hatake Kakashi, there is no way, Sasuke has improved too quickly during this period. Hatake Kakashi, Xiao Li doesn't know ninjutsu and illusion, it's already good to be able to do this. Uchiha Izuna, don't you know ninjutsu and genjutsu? Then there's no way. Metkai, even if he doesn't know ninjutsu and illusion, he will still grow into a strong man. Metkai, he is a disciple I recognize. Rock Lee, Teacher Kai. Soon the battle between Koji and Gaara ended. There is no doubt that Gaara won easily. Kakashi walked up to Sarana and asked, have you made your choice? 65. Which one will I challenge? Sarana looked up at Kakashi and said, I choose Aunt Temari. Ding! Sarana vs Temari. Odds 1:1. Start your bet now. Limited to 1 minute. Young Uchiha Sasuke, I beat Sarana to win. Young Uchiha Sasuke, me too. Harano Sakura, and me. Nara Shikamaru, I win over Temari. Yamanaka Ino. Uchiha Madara, I'm crushing Sarana. Senju Hashirama, then I will follow you and press. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama. Boruto walked up to Sarana and asked, how's it going? Are you confident? Zoliangna walked towards the field and said without looking back, watch my performance. Boruto curled his lips and said, humph. What a stinky fart. Then he shouted at Zoliangna, then I bet you win. Little girl. Give up as soon as possible, don't waste time. Temari put one hand on her hip and looked at Zoliana and said. Zorina also looked at Temari and smiled, Aunt Temari. I will not lose. When she heard Zorina calling her aunt, Temari blushed on the spot and stammered. Cut the nonsense, hurry up, let's start. Let you, take action first. Zoliangna smiled and said, Aunt Temari, then I'm not welcome. With that said, he took out a kunao and rushed towards Temari. Temari slapped the fan in her hand and repelled Sarana. While Zoliangna retreated, she quickly formed seals with her hands. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The huge fireball rushed towards Temari. Temari waved the fan in her hand, Kamaitachi. In an instant, the wind blade was blown away by Zoliana's fire escape. This level is not enough, kid. Temari looked at Sarana and sneered. Hearing this, Zorina raised her head and looked at Temari and said, next, let's decide the outcome with one blow. Chidori. With that said, he rushed towards Temari as fast as he could. When Temari saw this, she didn't dare wave the fan in her hand carelessly, Kamaitachi. But Sarana didn't care, the wind blade caused damage to her, and she continued to rush towards Temari moving left and right. Temari was shocked and said, what? Boom! Sarana's attack also hit Temari. Sarutobi Asuma jumped into the field again and said loudly. Winner Uchiha Sarana. Ding! The top 8 are out. They are, Naruto Uzumaki, Boruto Uzumaki, Young Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Harano, Sarana Uchiha, Kasukumaru Hoshi, Niji Hinata, Gaara. Minato stood up and announced to everyone, that's it for today's game. The top 4 will be decided at noon tomorrow. Chapter 58. He likes sweet food, but he has suffered a lot all his life. Uchiha Madara, today's harvest is not bad. Senju Tobirama, I don't know who said it was boring, this is going to be frustrating. Uchiha Madara, humph. Senju Hashirama, in fact, at this age, having such strength is pretty good. Ding! Uchiha Itachi ranks 10th in the ninja world's peak combat power rankings. No matter what kind of contradictions and darkness there are in the village. He is both Uchiha Itachi of Konoha. He likes to eat sweets, but he has suffered from bitterness all his life. Please select the video to play. A. Itaki Uchiha is reincarnated in the filthy earth. B. Uchiha Itaka vs Deidara. C. Uchiha Itaka vs Orochimaru. D. Uchiha Itaka v Dry Keiki Same Kisame. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 1 against 7. Keikisaki Kisame, Mr. Itaki is on the list, but the video between Mr. Itaki and me is nothing to watch. Orochimaru, 1 against 7. I really saw you right. Uchiha A, how can this beast be on the list? Uchiha B, that's right, he doesn't deserve it. Young Uchiha Sasuke, ranking on the list depends on strength. Uchiha Itaki, Sasuke. Itaka looked at what Sasuke said, a smile appeared on his lips, and he felt warm in his heart. Senju Tobirama, it's unusual to be able to eliminate the reincarnation of filthy soil. Uchiha Madara, in the previous video, you were the one who lifted the filthy earth reincarnation. Senju Hashirama, he's a very nice young man. Uchiha Itaki, it's a bit high. On the path by the pond. Uchiha Itaki and Nagato, a duo of old, weak, and sick people. Itaka held Nagato and the two of them squirmed slowly. Itaka stared ahead and said calmly, we have been walking for a long time since dawn, and it seems that we are finally going to fight. Nagato also sensed it, who is coming? So it was him. Itaka turned to look at Nagato and asked, who is it? Nagato said softly, I feel nostalgic. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps. Itaki and Nagato stopped and looked at the two people in front of them. Ding! Q&A with prizes, no punishment. Reward for proficiency in fire release ninjutsu. Everyone only has one chance. Who is coming? Please choose from the 4 options below. A. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. B. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. C. Uzumaki Naruto and Sai. D. Uzumaki Naruto and Kirabi. Konan, Nagato, you. Uzumaki Nagato, it's okay, just keep reading. Deidara, is this the leader? Haven't seen you like this for a few days? Uzumaki Nagato, Zayadai, are you naughty? 66. Deidara, boss, I was wrong. Uchiha Madara, if there is no punishment, why don't you answer the question? Onoki, Madara, why don't you answer me? Uchiha Madara, I don't like this reward. Onoki, okay. Hatake Kakashi, 6. Ding! Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki for successfully answering. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose A. Uchiha Itaki, I must have answered it wrong. Uchiha Sarana, uncle, how did you know? Uchiha Itaki, intuition. Ding! Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki for the wrong answer. The answering continues. Uchiha Izuna, then. Itaki, do you have any clues? Uchiha Itaki, there is no punishment, so there should be no need for analysis, right? Uchiha Izuna, that's right. Ding! Congratulations to Sarutobi Konohamaru for successfully answering. Sarutobi Konohamaru, I choose B. Sarutobi Konohamaru, brother Naruto and that violent woman. Haruno Sakura, boy, do you want to be beaten? Sarutobi Konohamaru, humph. I'm not afraid of you. At Naruto's house, Sarana turned to Boruto and said, by the way, I haven't seen it yet. Where is Konohamaru-sensei at this time? Boruto was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, then you are lucky, haha. Zoliana asked in confusion, what's wrong? Boruto smiled and said, you'll know it when you see him. Ding! Congratulations to Sarutobi Konohamaru for the wrong answer. Ding! Congratulations to Kakashi Hatake for successfully answering. Hatake Kakashi, I choose D. Ding! Congratulations to Hatake Kakashi for answering correctly and getting the reward. Nohara Rin, Kakashi is so awesome. Uchiha Obito, humph. He must be fooled. Hitaki Kakashi. Video continues. It was Uzumaki, Naruto and Kiribi. Naruto and Kiribi also stopped. Naruto looked at the two people and said in shock, "Itaki, Uchiha and Nagato." Kiribi stared at the two and asked Naruto, "Do you know them?" Naruto replied, "Yeah, I know both of them." Nagato looked at Naruto and said helplessly, "I didn't expect to have to fight you, Naruto. We haven't seen each other for a long time, right? But after all, he is dead. I only feel that it took a blink of an eye. You've changed. How can there be so much?" Naruto showed off and said, "You said this. This is the chakra mode that controls the Nine Tails chakra. Is it awesome?" Itaki was surprised when he heard what Naruto said. "Nani?" Nagato whispered, "Sadashina. No wonder I think you have changed." Itaki praised Naruto, "Have you controlled the power of the Nine Tails? The growth rate is amazing." Nagato said proudly, "He is my junior brother, just like I think." Uzumaki Naruto, is this a duel between me and brother Itaki? Expect. Young Uchiha Sasuke, you will only be abused by me, him. Naruto Uzumaki, you think I am you, bastard Sasuke, I don't know who, someone broke an arm. Young Sasuke Uchiha, do you want to fight? Uzumaki Naruto, I'm afraid of you. Boruto Uzumaki, it's starting again, it's not over. Jiraiya, did you see Nagato? Jiraiya, you look like you have changed a lot in the future? Uzumaki Nagato, Uzumaki Naruto. Harano Sakura, Naruto has become more handsome. Hinata, Naruto-kun. Lama Yangju, this. At this time, Kiribi started rapping again. It's all my fault. This guy was dejected before this. Naruto pointed at Kiribi and quickly denied, that's not the case. Deidara, don't let this silly boy rap, please, Lord Tianmu. Keikisaki Kisame, I agree. Kilabi, stupid Akatsuki organization. I don't understand rap. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Nagato said to Naruto with a solemn expression, that means you have overcome your hatred? Naruto. Naruto looked at Nagato and said excitedly, yeah. You, my senior brother, told me those pains. Practice at the real waterfall with Uncle Kiribi, and my parents. Anyway, thanks to everyone, I've made it this far. Nagato looked at Naruto and smiled, really? At this time, Itaki on the side looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, I have something to ask you. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then pointed at Itaki and said, by the way, I also have something to ask you. Suddenly Itaki and Nagato suddenly trembled. Itaki suddenly got angry. Art fire escape ho fireball. The huge fireball rushed towards Naruto and Kiribi. Please listen to the explanation next time to predict what will happen next. Chapter 59 Is the food in Konoha so bad? Video continues. Seeing this, Kiribi calmly pulled out the same shark muscle on his back and casually split the fireball. The handle of Same's muscle knife knotted Kiribi's head hard. Kiribi turned around and said doubtfully, is it too hot? Sorry for the inconvenience. Itaka looked at the same shark muscle in Kiribi's hand and whispered. Samki, so Kisame has already. Keikisaki Kisame, it seems that Mr. Itaki also cares about me? Uchiha Itaki, after all, we have been partners for a long time. Deidara, how will brother Kisame die? 67. Keikisaki Kisame, it should be that Metkai. Metkai, are you? Keikisaki Kisame, forget it. Video continues. Naruto looked at Itaki and asked in confusion, are you still talking nicely? Kiribi also looked at the two of them and whispered, they can only let the mastermind behind the scenes control them. Timing doesn't matter. Okay. Suddenly, Itaka, who was supporting Nagato, turned into a cloud of smoke, causing Nagato to stagger. Nagato reminded Naruto, up above. Naruto had also sensed it and jumped into the air. The two of them were talking and fighting at the same time. Itachi asked while attacking Naruto, "How is Sasuke?" Naruto looked at Itachi resisting and said hurriedly, "He wants revenge on Konoha. Already joined the Akatsuki organization." Itachi looked at Naruto in shock and asked, "Why doesn't he return to the village?" Naruto explained, "He learned about your secret mission and made the decision to destroy the village." Itachi pondered, could it be Madara? At this time Kiribi also joined the battle. Itachi was a little stressed in the one-on-one situation, and then retreated to Nagato. After Naruto stood up, he looked at Itachi and explained, "I also heard from Madara the truth about your incident." Itachi raised his head and looked at Naruto and said, "Sadashina." Naruto looked at Itachi and asked, "In other words, what he said is true? The Uchiha clan really tried to steal the village, and then..." Itachi interrupted Naruto and said, "Stop talking, Naruto." At this time, Nagato also turned to look at Itachi and asked, "Really? Itachi?" Naruto solemnly said, "Itachi, you are willing to die as a traitor in order to protect the village and Sasuke. I think Sasuke can understand your pain and awareness. But instead of choosing to inherit your will, instead, he plans to destroy Konoha. He wants to use war to commemorate his dearest brother who was tortured by the village." Itachi lowered his head, frowned, and thought to himself, "This bastard Madara really knows about me." Itachi raised his head and looked at Naruto and asked, "Does other people in the village know about this?" Naruto explained, "Kakashi-sensei and Captain Yamato were all present at that time. But there is no evidence for Madara's words. Kakashi-sensei asked us not to spread the word. No one else should know." Itachi said calmly to Naruto, "Then I want you not to mention this matter to anyone else in the village. The Uchiha clan is still a glorious clan. Besides, Uchiha Madara, a glorious clan, it seems a bit ridiculous now. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Uchiha Fugaku, who would want to rebel if they were not forced to do anything? Uchiha Fugaku, you think so? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sudden. Nagato on the side shook his body, and then stretched out his left hand. All things are attracted by heaven. The huge suction force sucked Naruto over, and at the same time, his right hand also sucked out a big stone from the lake and threw it at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly stretched out a chakra hand from his belly and pushed hard to get rid of the control. Nagato saw Naruto's operation and admired it. "Well done, Naruto." Naruto stopped, stood on the water, looked at Nagato and boasted, "Because I've become a lot stronger than the last time I fought pain." Itachi turned to look at Naruto and said, "It's up to you, Sasuke." Naruto said loudly to Itachi, "I had this plan from the beginning." Itachi whispered, "It seems that entrusting it to you is indeed the right thing to do." At this time, Nagato reminded Naruto, "Naruto, stay away from me, I have no mobility." After speaking, Nagato changed his hands to form a seal, summoning technique. Boom, boom. The smoke clears. The three-headed split dog and Yatagarasu appeared on the scene. Naruto was surprised, "So you can do this?" At this moment Itachi suddenly dodged behind Kiribi and reminded, "Be careful behind you." Kiribi turned around and swung his sword in one go, forcing Itachi back. Itachi retreated while quickly forming seals with his hands. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. At the same time, his left hand quickly shot out several shurikens. The shuriken was wrapped in fire and shot towards Kiribi quickly. Seeing this, Kiribi enlarged his hands and caught the shuriken with his bare hands. The moment Itachi landed, an eight-tailed leg wrapped around Itachi's body. Kiribi gave a thumbs up and rapped, "I caught you, Beige Yalu, cry." Naruto on the other side also fought off the split dog. Naruto said disdainfully, "He's not small, so it's easy to deal with him. Nagato reached Yatagarasu and reminded Naruto, "Don't be careless, Naruto. The defeated Splinter Dog on the ground has recovered again." Naruto asked in surprise, "What is this?" Kirabi on the other side slowly walked towards Itaki. Suddenly the trapped weasel turned into a crow. Kirabi took a step back and said, "Illusion." At this time, Itaka came out from behind the eight-tailed leg and reminded, "Don't look directly into my eyes." Kirabi looked at several crows flying towards him. It's too late, luckily the eight tails came out and broke the illusion. Where the crow was flying over, it was clearly a shuriken. Kirabi took out his 7 daggers from Samehada's mouth and resisted. Afterwards, Kirabi put on a strange posture, twisted his body and rapped, "I am the eight-tailed Tsunabiki Rabbi." With that said, he launched a fierce attack on Itaki. Itaka kept retreating in Naruto's direction. Naruto rolled a big ball, hit the split dog and said, "It's not over." Nagato on the Yatagarasu reminded, "The more you attack, the more there will be. You have to knock me down first." At this time, Naruto looked at Itaki and jumped on Yatagarasu. Naruto looked at Itaki and turned on the kaleidoscope in his right eye to remind Kirabi, "Uncle Kirabi, be careful. Once Amaterasu or Tsukuyomi is hit, he will be dead. Be careful with the Mangeki Sharingan." At this time Itaka's left eye also turned into a kaleidoscope. Suddenly Naruto felt something coming out of his mouth. Under Naruto's shocked eyes, a crow spit out from his mouth. Itaka looked at the crow coming out of Naruto's mouth and said calmly, "It did appear. Uzumaki Naruto. Hara no Sakura, so disgusting. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. Don't eat randomly." 68. Onoki, no, is the food in Konoha so bad? Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is none of my business. Uchiha Shisui, it seems, the crow is on my eyes. Uchiha Shisui, Itaki. Uchiha Itaki, keep reading. Chapter 60 Danzo is such a beast. Video continues. After Naruto spit out the crow, he covered his neck, knelt down on the split dog and looked at Itaki in confusion and asked, "Why did the crow fly out of my mouth?" After Naruto finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment and thought of the last time he saw Itaki. At this time, Itaki closed his eyes tightly, and blood started to flow from his right eye. Upon seeing this, Nagato quickly reminded Naruto. "Naruto. It's Amaterasu." When Kirabi heard this, he immediately threw a short knife at Itaki. Shinra Tensen. Nagato quickly stretched out his right hand and used the Shinra Tensei to deflect the dagger and protect Itaki. At this time Itaki opened his eyes, and the crow's eyes also trembled. Kabuto, who was behind the scenes, wondered, "What's wrong? What's going on? Itaki Uchiha is actually no longer under my control." Seeing Itaki's lack of movement, Nagato asked in confusion, "What's going on? Isn't it Amaterasu?" At this time the crow also landed on Naruto's shoulder. Itaki looked at the crow and said, "I didn't expect it to be like this." Naruto asked confused, "What's going on? Amaterasu." Suddenly Itaki used Amaterasu on the split dog. The split dog's body is constantly burning with black flames. Upon seeing this, Naruto quickly jumped to the top of the nearby tree and said doubtfully, "Is Amaterasu off?" Suddenly Itaki turned back and stared at Nagato. "Is that crow yours? What did you do with it?" Nagato looked at Itaki and asked. Kabuto Yakushi muttered, "You were careless. Uchiha Itaki. This guy is totally different from an ordinary dead person. Even the dirt reincarnation technique." Itaki looked at Nagato and said calmly, "Succeeded. Amaterasu." He said and fired an Amaterasu at Nagato and Yatagarasu. Nagato fell from Yatagarasu's body and lay motionless on the ground. Itaki also jumped to Naruto's side. Naruto was startled and lost his voice, "It's coming." Itaki turned to Naruto and explained, "Calm down. I'm out of control. The enemy's ninjutsu has been covered by a new illusion. The illusion called Protect the Leaf Village. It cancels out the art of reincarnation in the dirty earth. Itaka looked at the crow on Naruto's shoulder and said, I left that crow in advance. It will appear in conjunction with the Mangeki Sharingan. Just in case, hide it in the crow's left eye. Kabuto behind the scenes was shaking and said, it's that guy's eyes. There is only one genjutsu that can do this. Itaka said expressionlessly, Uchiha Shisui. Mangekyo Sharingan. The most powerful illusion. Other gods. Thanks to this illusion, I can escape from control. Before he finished speaking, the kaleidoscope in the crow's left eye turned into a 3-magatama. Seeing this, Itaka closed his eyes and said, it looks like Shisui's kaleidoscope has been turned off. Naruto looked at Itaki and asked, Uchiha Shisui. At this time Kiribi also explained, the strongest genjutsu ninja in the Uchiha family. Shisui of Shunshin. Itaka glanced at Kiribi and said, Shisui's eye power can operate freely without the target being aware of it. That's the most powerful illusion. I call those eyes guarding the leaf village. And buried it in the crow's left eye, handing the crow over to you, Naruto. I just didn't expect that the person who fell into this illusion was myself. Naruto looked at Itaki and wondered, why did you give it to me when you have such eyes? Itaka looked at Naruto and said, the nameless ninja who sacrifices himself and silently protects peace in the dark is the real ninja. This is what Shisui taught me. Shisui had a premonition that his eyes would cause a fight. That's why I created the illusion of dying with my eyes open. And I helped him because I was suspected by the village. The last time I saw Shisui, his right eye had been taken away by Danzo Shimura. Uchiha Fugaku, this beast Danzo has never done anything good. Uchiha Izuna, haha, don't even look at whose disciple you are. Senju Tobirama. He gave me his left eye and told me to use it when I want to protect the village. And I just gave these eyes to you who have the same idea as Shisui. What if the Sasuke I left behind becomes a threat to the village? As the person who got Zisui's left eye, this goes against Zisui's last wish. And the only person who can correct this mistake is you. You said Sasuke was your brother. So the only one who can stop Sasuke is you, Naruto. To gain true power, the eternal kaleidoscope, Sasuke will transplant my eyes. Then the crows in your eyes will appear in response to my eyes. Itaka was silent for a moment and continued. Use the other gods on Sasuke and let him protect Konoha. That's my plan. Onoki, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the best in the world in brainwashing. The fourth Hokage, indeed. Terumi Mei, I am willing to accept the defeat. Uchiha Madara, I have to say, this old bidden has his own tricks. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's okay. Onoki, maybe, if you were born in the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen, you would also have to be brainwashed. Orochimaru, it's possible. Uzumaki Naruto, who is his brother? Young Uchiha Sasuke, haha, that's what I want to say too. Young Uchiha Sasuke, stop arguing and continue watching the video. Kiribi looked at Itaka's back and said doubtfully. Why didn't you use Shisui's eyes to use that move on Sasuke before? Itaka looked back at Kiribi and explained. It's not that I don't want to use it, it's just that I couldn't use it. At that time, Shisui's kaleidoscope was used at intervals of more than 10 years. Unless you have Senju Hashirama's chakra. 69. Besides, I need to use my death to make Sasuke do a lot of things. Naruto looked at Itaki and said solemnly, Itaki. Thank you for your trust in me. Don't worry anymore, you have made too many sacrifices for the village. Leave the rest to me. Itaki watched Naruto close his eyes and lower his head and said, my brother. I'm so lucky to have a friend like you. Onoki, fortunately, such an ability has such limitations. The fourth Hokage, how terrible. Uchiha Fugaku, if only there were no such restrictions, hehe. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ayo, Uchiha Shisui is not famous for his eyes, this is the scariest thing. Uchiha Shisui, Itaki, don't carry it alone again. Uchiha Itaki, well, no more.